One day, monsters appeared and flooded the entire Earth, and hunters are those who awakened, gained power, and started hunting them. Our main character, Kiritani Su, was also a hero hunter in his past life. His world back then was also covered by vicious monsters. In the final battle against the Demon Queen boss, many people, including his beloved comrades, fell. From mighty heroes like the representatives of the Death Spirit clan, Ancient Dragon clan, to mid-level heroes like the representatives of the Monster clan, Dwarf clan, Illusion clan, Long Ear clan, and even the Fairy clan. They were all killed one by the Demon Queen alone. In the end, when he was the only one left with the power granted by heaven and fierce combat lasting days and nights between good and evil, Su managed to defeat the Demon Queen. But the price he paid for this was his own life. Before closing his eyes, he had only one wish to meet his comrades again. But that was from his past life, and his dying wish hadn't been fulfilled even in the second life. In this life, Su was reincarnated as a young man with a close friend named Jen. Both of them were not just best friends, but also co-workers working together, picking up trash, the leftover items after hunters finished fighting the monsters. This job is considered the lowest of the low, the very bottom of society in this dungeon system. Both Su and Jen worked on the same team in a guild. Because of their status and job, the people on this team were almost always scolded and insulted by higher-ups like the leader Komon. Every day besides working, Su always trained improving his physical strength. Because even now he still hasn't awakened as a hunter. Even with memories from his past life, Su still couldn't use mana. His mind and body both remembered clearly, but everything in this world was like trying to swim in a place without water. He simply couldn't use something that basically didn't exist in this world. Even so, Su trained every day diligently, day after day. Maybe it was just a habit from his past life. In the hunter's world, the status board shows exactly what determines each person's strength. That means no matter how hard Su trained, it was totally useless. But even so, he never gave up. Every day he went out here to train. A gifted hero like him, even just swinging a wooden stick picked up off the street, showed his talent and skill. Life was like Su's past as a knight, even if he was the only one who remembered that he hoped he'd never forget. While training passionately, suddenly Su's close friend Jen came over. The two of them sat together on a nearby stone bench and started talking about their youthful feelings. Jen said that every time he saw Su passionately training, he always felt like Su had turned into a different person. Su always had a contemplative expression on his face like a philosopher. But Jen reminded Su that if he wanted to keep training, he should find another place. A crowded spot like this would attract attention and end up making him famous on social media. Jen asked Su if he had always wanted to become a hunter. Su thought for a moment, then replied that he wasn't really sure because it's not something you can just decide on a whim. But there was one thing Su always yearned for: to awaken and become a hunter. Most importantly, to make a lot of money. On this earth, everyone has dreams like Su's. Because protecting people is important, but making money is crucial. A hunter's annual income can reach billions of dong. Standing on the front lines facing the unknown is something everyone desires. You could say this world really is the era for hunters. After hearing that, Jen laughed and ruffled Su's hair teasingly. After all, people who have something to protect always need money. Hearing that, Su's eyes suddenly looked a bit sad. Maybe he himself was someone who had something to protect. After chatting, it was time to head home. After all, they had a schedule for a new hunting trip tomorrow. Jen just hoped it wouldn't be somewhere too dangerous. But life's not a dream. You get exactly what you're afraid of. The next morning, the leader announced that the dungeon their team would take on this time was the Rey Mara Maze. Everyone was surprised and looked grim after hearing it. Rey Mara is a very dangerous dungeon. Even at C rank, a guild once tried it and came back battered. Besides, the team had just gotten used to D rank yesterday, so this mission seemed beyond their ability. The leader held his head tiredly. With their low status right now, they had no right to choose. Basically, no matter how brilliant their ideas were, they'd be rejected, so they just had to accept it. If you couldn't handle it, you could cancel the contract. But doing that would be like digging your own grave for the future. Su saw the leader's weird attitude and frowned in annoyance. The leader immediately noticed Su's irritation and grabbed Su's collar. Jen saw this and, not wanting his friend to get into trouble, said he would join the mission this time. The teammates suddenly became very happy when they heard Jen say that. The whole team quickly agreed to go on this trip together. The captain saw the team suddenly being obedient and smirked slightly. If you're scared after just a little warning, you should have listened from the start. The next day came quickly. The whole team was present, including those who had awakened as monster hunters. Before departure, the leader was assigning specific tasks to each member of the hunting group. Su could clearly feel everyone's anxiety. It made sense because the place they were going to was a complicated dungeon. The hunters here were also forced to come along. Once everything was ready, the raid began. One by one, the team entered the spatial gate leading into the dungeon. Jen and Sue quickly followed. Everyone was feeling very tense and worried. Hopefully this wouldn't be their first step into the doorway of death. Finally, the Brave Guild's #1 D-rank assault team's hunt into the C-rank Ray Mara maze dungeon had begun. Drops of water fell, creating small ripples on the water's surface. A foot stepped into the puddle, splashing little drops of water. At the entrance of the Ray Mara maze, the exploration team, led by Ko Man-ji, was advancing inside. A man in bronze armor covered his mouth and asked the female mage beside him, "Hey, Sita, do you notice anything strange?" Sita crossed her arms, looked away hesitantly. "It seems like this place is completely different from what I was told. Should we report this to the captain?" They whispered. "It's not just a C-rank dungeon. I believe we can handle it. Besides, the captain's been in a bad mood lately. It's best not to bother him. Every time he slaps you, it hurts like hell." Ko Man-ji frowned and walked ahead. Jen turned to Sue. "Why are those hunters acting so strange?" Kiritani Sue looked at the hunters ahead and said, "Yeah, it seems like they're worried about something. Could it be that things here are different from what they expected?" He pondered. Sounds came from inside the cave. The hunters stared seriously towards the cave while Ko Man-ji smiled coldly. Kiritani Sue coldly stared at the cave. The captain solemnly raised his sword, signaling everyone to stop. Mist spread out from deep inside the cave. A four-eyed monster face with a small mouth gradually appeared in the darkness. They were startled to see it. Then many pairs of glowing eyes stared at them from the shadows. The owner of the four-eyed face stepped out. It was a giant spider. Ko Man-ji shouted, "They're coming!" A worried hunter looked at his comrade. "Hey, don't you think there are a lot of them?" His friend replied, "Yeah, I think so too." He shouted loudly, "Don't hesitate anymore. If you want money, act fast." Then Man-ji used her skill and a spider lunged at him. Man-ji raised her shield to block and stabbed it with her sword. Even though there were as many as ants, they're just pests after all. He pulled out his sword and the spider was slashed away. The stealth team heard this and grabbed their weapons, charging forward. "Let's go." The stealth team raised their weapons against the spiders at the front line. The clash of bodies and weapons echoed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Jen turned to Kiritani Sue and said, "Scavengers like us should stay on the sidelines." "Stick a little closer," he said. He nodded slightly in agreement. A spider bigger than the others appeared. Then it let out a roar, spitting saliva everywhere. After its roar, even more spiders showed up. They came out from all corners of the cave. All the spiders roared and a hunter shouted, "Where's the stealth team?" Others looked up at the cave ceiling. Damn, so many of them. A blonde female hunter, Yang Gong, used a rocket arrow. Everyone fall back. Her arrow shot out, causing an explosion that sent the spiders flying back. You shielded Kiritani Sue, moving away from the flames of the explosion. A hunter asked Man-ji, "Is it over yet?" He looked at him. "Don't just stand there like a statue. The boss is coming." A giant leg stomped, cracking the ground. The boss Gola appeared, the dungeon boss of the Ray Mara labyrinth. Man-ji raised her weapon and moved forward. Dodge its tail, aim for the head. Other hunters also advanced, each looking out for themselves. Its tail swung, knocking 3 hunters away. Gola jumped up, quickly dodged as it leaped across the ground. Gola jumped up to attack the mages. "Are you attacking yet?" The mages in the back raised their hands, summoning magic circles. "We're casting resurrection spells now. Stop complaining and get the hell out of here." Flames shot out from the magic circles. A frontline hunter shouted, "Don't shoot. We still have to loot stuff off its back." The magical flames shot at one side of Gola's giant body. Then they exploded. The blast caused rocks to fall, raising a cloud of dust. After a while, the dust cleared, revealing its corpse. Man-ji looked at Gola's body. "We finished it right. Hurry up and grab anything you can turn into cash." The hunters responded, "Got it, yes." One hunter stepped forward, trying to slash its tail with his sword. "Why is this so tough?" But Gola wasn't dead yet. He was startled to see it stand up. Gola turned to look at him. Then it spat out a green slime right at him. That liquid was even stronger than acid. It corroded half of his body, then completely dissolved him. Even his sword couldn't withstand it. "Hey, I've never heard of it spitting poison. Everyone retreat quickly. Just touching it is enough to kill you." He signaled everyone to pull back fast. "Everyone in the back, get inside quickly. Even the poison gas alone is dangerous." The cleanup crew in the back hurriedly retreated. They complained, "What the hell are those hunters doing? They should have checked everything before we went in." Kiritani Sue frowned. "Something's definitely wrong here." Miss Man-ji cursed. "You bastards, what are you doing? Ain't nobody got time for that. If the poison gas is dangerous, just hold your breath." He frowned, watching the scene ahead. Even old Miss Mon started to waver. The poison gas was forcing everyone back. He cursed at them. "You useless bunch!" Then Miss Mongi grabbed her weapon, charged through the poison gas, yelling, "Get out of the way! I'll handle this myself." He leapt up using his skill to firmly grip his sword, aiming to strike down Gola, who was spewing poison. Then Miss Mongi chopped down on its head. The hunters behind were stunned, praising, "He really lives up to his reputation. He's truly on another level." In rank C, Miss Mongi started cursing again. "You lazy bastards. Why aren't you moving over here?" They stammered, "Okay, but shouldn't we be checking our gear and healing wounds first?" A purple figure quickly dashed past. A black shadow with a sharp beak and red eyes flew by. Its scream terrified everyone in the maze. A huge purple wing appeared, feathers falling everywhere. One hunter was so scared he couldn't even look at Mara, who stuck out its tongue threateningly. Another hunter couldn't believe what he was seeing, even though we just killed the sub-boss. "Why is the dungeon boss appearing here?" Ray Mara roared. "The final boss of the maze, Ray Mara, has appeared," a hunter asked Miss Mongi. "Captain, what should we do now?" He shouted. "What the hell else is there to do? Get your formations back in order now." Feathers carrying poison fell down. Miss Mongi hurriedly injected antidotes. "Quick, inject the antidote. If you touch even one feather, your nervous system will be paralyzed." The hunters couldn't react in time, blinking as the feathers fell. One hunter had a feather land on him. Immediately, his nervous system was paralyzed. The world started spinning. He mumbled, "I'm dead." They ran away immediately. "We can't fight that thing." He yelled at them, "You're all cowards." A hunter's eyes widened as a feather landed on him. "It hurts." Ray Mara kept dropping feathers. The hunters began to panic and broke formation. They groaned, "Damn, I shouldn't have become a hunter." They panicked, "Let me go home." One hunter knelt down. "God, this isn't a level C dungeon." Kiritani-Su grabbed his backpack to cover his head. "There's still stuff the people in the back can do. It's only a matter of time." He looked at the panicked hunters. "We need to get out of here before that beast goes crazy." Kiritani-Su turned to Jen. "Jen, quickly gather the cleanup crew and let's leave." He muttered, "Why?" Jen replied, "Yeah, we should leave as soon as possible." Jen's tone had changed. Thinking about it, a place like this, his face grew terrified. "We can collect valuable items here, right? So why should we leave?" Feathers fell and the hunter's weapons started glowing. Jen stared. "Don't they see? All this stuff is worth a fortune." He picked up a sword. "Even the poisoned hunter's sword is worth 200 million. There's even more valuable stuff here." Kiritani-Su hugged Jen from behind. "I want to take you out of here." "Please snap out of it. Everyone's dying here." Jen muttered like he was crazy. "My money, I'm rich now." He kept muttering, "That shield, even that's worth hundreds of millions." Because Jen struggled so hard, the sword slipped from his hand. But Kiritani-Su quickly grabbed his hand. "You can't." Jen went mad, swinging the sword and injuring him. He pushed him away, then shouted, "If you want to go, then get the hell out. Don't block my way." He sat on top of him, trying to stab Kiritani-Su with the sword he picked up, but was held back. All of it is my money." Jen had been poisoned by Ray Mara's feathers. He held the sword tightly. "Jen, calm down." He muttered, "For my poor little sister, I need the money." Jen shouted, "Because my beloved sister is sick." He cried as he said it. "I need money to treat her." Jen kept yelling, "Why can't I be a hunter? Why? Why does my sister have to suffer like this?" Kiritani-Su calmly looked at the crazed Jen. "I just want to live happily with my sister. My only wish is for her to be happy." He muttered, "Jen..." Then Kiritani-Su let go of the hand holding the sword. Blood stained his hand red. The sword in Jen's hand stabbed into the ground right near Kiritani's face. His grip on the sword trembled. The blade had broken. He comforted Jen. "It's okay." Kiritani-Su's bloodied hand gently took Jen's two hands holding the sword. "Everything's fine, Jen." His words woke him up. But only by leaving here could he see his sister again. Jen, eyes full of tears, looked down at him. "Su, what terrible thing have I done to you?" Kiritani-Su sat up, took a deep breath. "It's nothing." Jen moved closer. "Okay, I get it. Let's get out of here." Kiritani-Su agreed immediately, but Jen didn't move. He looked at Jen, who didn't move, wondering if Jen was still affected by the curse. Jen wriggled free from him, then grabbed the sword to block in front of Kiritani-Su. Then he was stabbed badly in front of him, blood splattering everywhere. He looked at him in shock. "What's going on?" Jen was seriously injured and collapsed. Kiritani-Su stared at him in disbelief as Jen coughed up blood and fell. He quickly caught him. Jen, he whispered. "It's good you're okay." Kiritani-Su blinked, looking at his friend who was passing away. "Damn, where are these two going? Mongi-I's gone crazy from the curse killing everywhere. Can this ridiculous act just end already?" The man was covered in blood. A feather dropped onto Mongi-I. Kiritani Su widened his eyes, recalling the scene of Elena's death. His eyes lit up. He looked at Jen lying silently on the ground. When I heard Jen had something to protect, I thought it was just empty words. I remembered Jen rubbing my head. Did he really mean what he said, or was it just nonsense? Aiden and Kiritani Su faced each other staring. I'm the one who understands this the most, so even though Jen died protecting me, his blood stains my feet. But if I let this end without meaning, I clenched the two swords tightly. Then he would have died for nothing. Manjai laughed out loud, looking at this kid holding two swords. It really looked ridiculous, unless by any means necessary. He ignored the insults from that man. You little rat want to finish using those swords and fight me. Sorry, this isn't a game. When Kiritani Su used mana, I had to make sure of one thing. The Sekamon-level hunter has to die right here. He glared at him. This hunt has failed, and the groups gathered with the hunters have scattered. As the purple feather fell across the shoulder, someone's thoughts appeared. Why is everything like this? Monjai, her eyes empty, eyebrows furrowed tightly. No, this isn't my fault. I'm always right. He stood alone in a corner watching the people in front. That's right, all this is because of these scavengers. At this moment, Monjai gently took hold of the feather. It's these damn dogs who stopped the hunters from acting. He gave a sly smile. These maggots never deserved to exist from the start. The long sword stabbed straight into the man's chest. I'm going to make all of you pay for this. Go straight to hell! A panicked voice shouted as it was slashed. Captain Manjiai's face was wide-eyed and excited. Die, you useless scum! All of you die! His eyes quickly glanced to the side. In front was the figure of a man wearing a coat. At this moment, Monjai grinned mockingly again. Christian Su, you too, you damn audacious maggot! Then he grabbed his sword and charged forward quickly. Blood splattered everywhere. Su's eyes were full of terror as he watched the man block Monjiai's attack. Meanwhile, the man smirked with satisfaction, his eyes filled with images of Su. I thought you'd be terrified by now. Piss your pants before I kill you! But Su, holding two swords, showed no fear at all. Monjai kept asking, but even the bugs seemed ready to rebel, huh? He pointed the sword at Shu. What the hell are you gonna do with those two swords? Are you seriously planning to fight me? Our stats have been worlds apart from the start, you idiot. Monjai's voice grew louder and louder. I'm a hunter and I've got talent. What do you have? Just a mouse that can never wake up, right? While he was speaking, anyway, I'll gouge out that disgusting eye of yours first. Suddenly, the person in front vanished. This shocked Monjai deeply. From behind, Su suddenly appeared swinging his sword. The man gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. What? Quickly grabbing something nearby, it turned out Monjai was holding a shield to block Su's attack. He held his sword in his right hand, yelling, "You bastard!" I'm still talking here, Monjai forcefully slashed downward, shattering many rocks. Seeing that Su quickly stepped back a few paces, he thought to himself that he could move. But even if his opponent had lost his mind, he was still a hunter. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. An extraordinary power flashed in Monjai's eyes as Su pressed on. Even if you're scum, you're still a hunter, huh? Show me what a trained hunter looks like. A giant purple-feathered bird perched on a tall, rocky mountain. But the hardest part now is that the J. Mara bird is still enjoying the show. So I should focus on the hunter first. After a while, Su tensed up and charged forward. He swung hard toward the iron shield again. The two blades kept clashing, creating countless blue and white sparks. Su carefully dodged a slash that grazed his right cheek. Then he bent down slightly, lifting his foot a bit. He stepped back, widening the distance between them. His hair covered one eye. He stared intently at the sword in his hand. After all, I'm still at a disadvantage. Even though my brain says dodge, my hands and feet can't keep up. If I could use 5% of my strength, no, just 1% for now. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, you dog!" Monjai, in a defensive stance, shouted loudly. How can a worthless piece of trash like you move like that? Hearing this, Su let out a slight sigh. He silently pointed his sharp sword forward, thinking about how this guy got confused once the fight wasn't one-sided anymore. Looks like I wasted too much time thinking about a plan. Then he started asking, "You want to know how? Slow steps forward. Do you need someone to teach you how to breathe too?" As soon as he finished, Monjai quickly flew up into the air, shouting, "Shut your damn mouth!" He swung a strike that missed. Rocks kept shattering, creating a powerful gust. Su raised his sword, glanced to the side. A few drops of blood splattered from his arm and also from his shin. Then a sudden explosion appeared very close to him. So Su immediately stabbed his sword forward, facing his opponent. Monjai clenched her teeth, barely dodging, but his neck was cut. Seeing this, Su thought. His mouth unconsciously opened, hit. He didn't hesitate and kept running closer. One slash on the left shoulder, another on the front of the stomach. Blood gushed out. Finally, Su slashed at Monjai's hair. He staggered backward. At this moment, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, eyes empty. What the hell is going on? His face full of horror. Am I really being pushed back by this damn piece of trash? At the same time, a huge rock suddenly crushed down on manhwa's shoulders. He hurriedly and with great difficulty ran forward to dodge. The system displayed the message, "Physical strength enhanced steel will instant acceleration." On the other side, Su stood completely still. He's coming. After he used all his skills, his speed was so fast my eyes couldn't keep up. However, the pressure from his attack made it easier for me to pinpoint. His eyes half closed, calm. That was such a stupid way to use those skills. But he immediately lunged forward with both arms outstretched. His attack was now invisible to the naked eye. Opposite me, the bloodied tip of the sword kept stabbing forward relentlessly. Su dodged it smoothly. His hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. Then quick and agile, he landed and swung the sword. This action snapped manhwa's sword in half. Meanwhile, Su's eyes stayed tightly shut. After a moment, he opened them and looked carefully at the opponent's leg, blood splattering everywhere. manhwa's face was full of horror, eyes wide, mouth agape. He lay on the ground, shouting loudly, "You bastard!" Face covered in blood. "You think you can get away with this?" As soon as he finished, Su calmly replied, "Those feathers can cause intense hallucinations to anyone they stick to. Don't tell me you suddenly became clear-headed right before dying." He stood with feet shoulder-width apart. "Honestly, I think you deserve to die." Hearing this, manhwa refused to accept the truth, with a tense, ridiculous expression. "What the hell are you talking about? I'm a hunter, a failed unawakened like you." But Su suddenly put on a cold, icy face, saying that he chopped the opponent's head clean off. It rolled near Su's boot, the face calm, mouth silent. A thought rose in his mind. It's been a long time since I saw this many corpses from a massacre. The ground was full of bodies because in the few hundred years before dying in my past life, I was always alone. Suddenly a blue aura rose up. It spread around Su's body. A thought appeared in his mind. What is this? Is it because I'm thinking about my past life? I feel a bit of magic power. His long bangs covered his eyes. Is sensing magic power like how I feel the sword? Could it be that I'm awakening? Then Su's eyes suddenly widened, carefully observing. Suddenly the system's blue screen appeared right in front of him. There's a huge message that says, "You've leveled up." Seeing that, Su immediately looked confused. "Did I really awaken?" Su asked curiously. "It's okay, right?" The status board instantly displayed the stats: level 6 muscle strength, 10 physical strength, 10 speed, 10 magical power, 10 resistance, 10 skill points, 25 condition. Good. No nickname, no skill list. Power Reaper skill. Describes the action of transference, the ability to absorb the karma of outsiders and turn it into strength. Then he felt a bit confused. Power Reaper, that sounds a bit strange. Next, Su quickly lowered his gaze. The image of someone's terrified face appeared. He stood facing the green screen. The system ironically exclaimed. The one who was truly aiming for it couldn't get it, and someone like him had awakened. Suddenly, a purple light shot across Su's eyes from the sky. It was a giant bird flying away, dropping countless feathers. Seeing that, he lightly scolded, "You're too noisy!" His mouth slightly opened in a gentle tone. 1 point into instant magic, the screen was recording no magic. Now it had turned into a new magic. Su looked up high. There was only 1 point. Yet between 0 and 1, it felt like between heaven and earth. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, his expression extremely serious. "Don't think I'm like before." As soon as he finished speaking, someone's voice filled with ferocity approached. When Kiritani Su held the sword, he focused on the J-Mara in front of him. He had always wondered why magic increased how mana in this world operated like that. It all just spewed out indiscriminately. It flapped its wings. 3 eyes on its forehead stared at Kiritani Su. Mobilizing the magic power in his body, everyone was excited about awakening without really thinking about what it brought. And since then, Raymara continuously flapped its wings, causing the earth and stones around to fly up. He looked up at it as they became arrogant. Kiritani Su's blue magic power surged strongly against Raymara's magic power. He closed his eyes. Magic power circulated in his body. The most basic way to use mana is through conduits, refining the flow to enhance the body, slowly expanding the flow, channeling mana into Kiritani Su. His eyes remained tightly closed. One hand released the sword, the other held the remaining sword. His left foot moved in a circle. His right foot shifted slightly. His hand raised the sword, high, eyes open to find the most effective path. Kiritani Su swung the sword, throwing it forward. The sword flew in a straight line towards J-Mara, grazing its face, embedding into the rock behind. The sword streaked by, stripping a few feathers from J-Mara's face, almost killing it. The sword you threw pierced deep into the rock wall, creating a small hole. Mara went insane, screaming. Blood spurted from the corner of its mouth. Two wings flapped wildly, feathers scattered everywhere. Kiritani-Su smiled faintly, silencing himself. Then he let mana envelop his legs. He stomped to gain momentum, jumping high to Mara's wings. Kiritani-Su soared above Mara. With both hands gripping the sword, he said, "Your death is coming soon." The sword struck down on one of its wings. Fresh blood flowed from the wound. The pain from the injury surged, causing it to scream. He kicked off the rock wall, gaining momentum, and dove toward Mara, who was still screaming in pain. Kiritani-Su clenched a protruding rock, furrowing his brows at it. Just a little more. I need to focus more. Mana flows through my body. His hand slightly tensed. Focus the mana. Mara turned to look. I must gather all the mana in my body. Kiritani-Su stood on the rock wall with sharp eyes on Mara. The sword pointed straight at it, ready to explode. He gained momentum, causing the rock wall to crack, and jumped high. Both hands gripped the sword tightly. Mana flowed throughout his body. He swung toward Mara. It was defeated. Falling to the ground, blood flowed around. Kiritani-Su stood looking at Yamara's corpse. Behind him were the bodies of others piled up. After a while standing, Kiritani-Su staggered, about to fall from using too much mana. Overloaded. Many tentacled monsters appeared one after another, the disasters bestowed by the queen. They came to devour our world. Aslan in the hospital room. The two brothers jolted awake. Kiritani-Su's eyes opened wide, staring at the ceiling. Gasping, he sat up abruptly from the hospital bed. Finally, you're awake. The voice of a man caught his attention from the corner of the room. A man in a suit with purple hair holding a teacup. He smiled at Kiritani-Su. He placed the teacup down. You've been asleep for 3 days now. The collector Kiritani-Su. He frowned at him. And you are that man. Handing over his business card. Please don't be so weary with me. This is my business card. Kiritani-Su silently refused to take the card. He looked at him. What happened to the others? The man placed the business card on the spot where he was sitting. You're very noble even if you're just a collector. The first thing you think of after waking up is your teammates. He spoke somberly. The Brave Guild's vanguard team has been completely wiped out. The man recounted what he knew. When the rescue team arrived, everyone, including Captain Coleman, was beyond saving. In the cave, bodies lay scattered on the ground. You are the only survivor, Kiritani. He still didn't let go of the issue about his teammates. Gensan. What about the one named Igawa Zen? But the man changed the subject. The funeral for those who have passed has been held at the Hunters Guild headquarters. All of this happened while you were still in a coma. Kiritani-Su silently listened as he recounted what had happened. All right, now let's get straight to the main issue. He looked at him. I think you realize this too. In fact, the maze of Mara has been upgraded to rank B. What do you think about this? Koman raised his sword, boosting morale. A guild that just upgraded to rank D will find this very challenging. You Koman. Truly unlucky in succession. Kiritani-Su's gaze became sharp. His brows furrowed. I have no comment on this, but you said it's been continuous. What does that mean? He closed his eyes. It seems you weren't informed. Koman didn't tell anyone about this. The man continued. He has a huge debt, due to his illegal gambling habits. That's why he decided to challenge such a horrific dungeon. Hearing this, Kiritani-Su slightly turned his head. His eyes flashed, cursing silently in his heart. Damn it. He crossed his arms. I guess what changed in the dungeon is true. His hands tightened the blanket over him. Outside the hospital, it was starting to get dark. We are still investigating these unusual changes in the dungeon. Please contact us if you remember anything. After the man left, Kiritani-Su leaned back on the bed. He rubbed his forehead with his hand. His eyes slightly opened. Jen's death and Koman's ridiculousness had motivated him to annihilate Samara, as well as awaken his powers. Kiritani reached for the TV remote. Awaken, huh? He turned on the TV. From it, the sound of a reporter came out. It's that segment aimed at becoming a hunter again. Please welcome our guest for today. He looked at the host on the TV. Because she is a very famous, beautiful figure. So I hope all of you will look forward to her appearance. A pair of boots appeared on the screen. An SS-level hunter known as Odin's Judgment. The top hunter in Japan. The deputy leader of the Evil Guild. On the screen is a girl with long black hair. With ocean blue eyes and a black dress. The host continues to introduce her as someone blessed with 4 skills right after awakening. She is an extremely rare case. The camera pans to capture Aoki Sora's face, who is even more famous than an actress. He opens the system panel. If she is considered SS rank, then Kiritani Suzuki whisper. The skill list in front of him appears on a hypothetical screen showing information about his skill. Executioner Blade E, which describes execution of heretics, the ability to absorb the sins of outsiders and turn it into power. Kiritani Su intently looks at the information on the screen. I guess the term heretic seems to refer to those with evil intentions, but my simple conclusion is that it activates right when I kill. The problem is what qualifies as evil intent. He uses his phone to search for information about the Executioner Blade skill online, but finds no useful information. Could it be that, as I think, this isn't a rare skill that only I possess? Kiritani Su mutters, if there are many killers out there, then I'm willing to try using it. He scrolls through his phone. But that matter doesn't matter. What's important now is that its rank is E. Except I remember my past life when I was still Aiden, and in front of me was Elena. The surrounding space is filled with black and red bones, and above 2 red eyes squinting down at them. Back to the present, he sits near the window, intently looking at his phone. Interesting. In the hospital lobby, the receptionist, a female nurse, looks at him. All the medical fees have been fully paid. I hope you take care of your health. Kiritani Su turns and walks out of the hospital. Outside, in a corner of the city, the clouds obscure the moon. I thought everything was meaningless. A dungeon gate opens in front, surrounded by a forbidden fence. Due to the gravitational pull from the gate, a lot of dirt and rocks fly around, preventing hunters from maximizing their skills. As for me, a person who can achieve nothing, he gains momentum and jumps over the fence, then lands steadily on the ground. Yet he still possesses mana and those skills. Kiritani Su looks up at the gate. It turns out everything is not just as meaningless as that. Lightning continuously appears from the gate. Its gravitational pull is very strong. He holds his sword in front of the gate. Then, disregarding that he just recovered, he steps forward through the gate, his eyes determined and steady as he moves forward. However, from among the leaves, 2 glowing orbs appear. I have a chance to correct my mistakes, so I won't let that tragedy happen again. From the bushes, many bright eyes shine like light bulbs looking at him. 4 sharp legs protrude from the darkness. Kiritani Su grips his sword, watching them. I take a deep breath. The only thing I can do now is raise my sword. The tip of the blade gleams coldly. I've already decided what my first target is. Kiritani Su channels mana in the air. The giant spiders in the bushes start to show their faces, quickly surrounding him. I will reach the peak at the rehabilitation room. So your treatment session ends here today. There are others waiting, so be careful when you go outside. Kimura pulls back the curtain and comes in, and it's also convenient that we have the crystal to treat you. Igawa Eiji timidly says sorry, but is it okay that I don't have a guardian with me? Kimura says irritably. So your parents didn't come with you? No, Eiji weakly responds. You're Igawa Eiji, right? During the recent incident, Mizuhara cuts in to speak. From now on I can handle this, you go help the others. Got it, nice to work with you. Kimura replies. Mizuhara breathes a sigh of relief. Sorry about that earlier. It's just that girl is a bit straightforward, don't worry too much. Little Eiji. Yes, thank you everyone. Eiji whispers. Anyway, I guess I've heard about it. My brother Mizuhara Eiji calls her wants to eat something sweet. Mana allergy. Since the gate appeared 55 years ago, it brought mana mixed with the Earth's air. Since then, a new disease emerged. Slowly, it drains the life of the patient, leading to death for those afflicted. Until now, this disease still has no cure. No one has ever fully recovered from it. Currently, people in the hospital can only suppress the symptoms with a material object. It's also quite convenient that we have this crystal for treatment. For you convenient, huh, Eiji questions. A piece of news: last week's bulletin caused a huge stir on the internet. Japan's #1 SS rank hunter Alcasora. On the TV screen is an image of Alcasora, a beautiful huntress on screen. She is using her own powers. No matter how many times I see it, this skill is just amazing. Perhaps the spike in viewership is because of this incredible scene. That last move of Alcasora was for her. A boy excitedly shouts at Eiji. The boy enthusiastically says, "Those lightning bolts were so cool. If you could awaken, you'd definitely join the Taiwan Association." Yeah, but that's still 2 years away. Until she becomes a hunter, right, Eiji? You think she's really awesome, don't you? Eiji, I heard she has 4 skills when she awakens. What do you think about Alcasora now? She's really cool, isn't she? Eiji smiles brightly in response. Yeah, she's really cool. Oh my, why did you leave your spot? Sorry about that, kid, Eiji. The boy's parent awkwardly pulls him back. The girl also just replied, "It's okay. Even though Alcasora is the same age as me, she has already become Japan's top hunter. She is completely different from someone who can't adapt to the new world like me." Eiji holds a can of soda, sadly thinking, "Since my parents died due to the flood from the waterway, my brother always supports me just because of my body. I am a burden to my brother." Tears roll down the girl's cheeks. "Brother, I want to see you." Eiji chokes up. "I would stand out if I cried alone here." There, Mitsuhara lightly taps the girl's can, softly comforting her. You should smile brightly whenever facing difficulties and challenges. I'm sure your brother is the same way. You will get better soon, so cheer up for the things he brings you. I believe he's preparing a gift for you somewhere. Mitsuhara wipes the girl's tears. Thank you, sister. Suddenly, she seems to notice something. The moon. And she is wondering why the moon is visible during the day. And it's very clear to run fast, hurry up, run. Someone shouts, Huh, what's happening? Mitsuhara still doesn't know what's happening. What are you all doing? Run quickly, go to the shelter now. That's the tide of the rupture. We just received a warning from the Hunters Association. We must move before it ruptures. So it's the tide of the rupture, but it doesn't look like it. Monsters will appear a lot, Mitsuhara wonders. Everyone move to House B. You all hurry up. What are you still standing there for? A giant arm suddenly punches through the hospital window. Debris flies everywhere in a haze. A strange-shaped monster appears right in front of Eiji. Eiji, run, Mitsuhara shouts. The girl's legs feel frozen. I need to run. The girl trembles. Whatever happens, I need to run now. But my legs... The hideous monster lunges in front of Eiji. Suddenly, Mitsuhara from behind hugs the girl, pulling her back a distance. Hang in there. We need to lure it to the waiting room. The association has gotten information about this, so hunters will be dispatched soon. I will see how to buy a little more time. No, just as the monster lunges directly at Eiji, Mitsuhara pushes her aside in time. You can't let me do this anymore. I can't bear to have anyone else sacrifice for me. Eiji, Mitsuhara shouts. You can't save the girl. Let it go. Another person stops her. But I wonder if I can change something. The moment Eiji let go and surrendered to fate, Sulao arrived. With just one strike, he knocked out the monster and saved her. Girls really are just like their brothers. Su said, Think about the person you would leave behind. I'm Eiji asking Egawa. Eiji is you, right? I'm here to represent your brother. Su replied, I'm Kiritanasu. Your brother is my benefactor. Your brother is a benefactor. The image of her warm brother flashed in her mind. I found it. What he left for you is an A-rank dungeon, the desert of Dotalemia. Alcasora, an SS-rank hunter and deputy of the Calamity Association, is fighting two giant earthworm monsters. One hand holding her weapon, she struck down on one of them, stunning it. Before long, it got back up, but couldn't even resist much before Sora struck it right through the throat, the body exploding, blood splattering everywhere. Oh, that lawyer who recently contacted Sora, right? Specifically, his family are lawyers, but he himself is an A-rank hunter. Sora's two teammates were discussing Keiduriku hunters under the Calamity Association, and Ibara Umi were sitting together saying he was trying to approach Sora. But Riku exclaimed, Really? In the end, he ended up with his phone broken in half. Umi teased, Looking back, Sora has quite a few admirers. Of course, Umi affirmed he's the only SS rank hunter in Japan. Meanwhile, Sora was still persistently taking down the worms. They weren't lessening, but instead were gathering in larger numbers than before. Awesome, so awesome. She was not only unafraid, but also visibly happy. Oh, Riku sighed. I guess that's why he's so focused on work today. Boom, boom, the final boss of the Dotalemia Desert Dungeon appeared. Oh, Rika exclaimed. The boss showed up pretty quickly today. Does that mean the little monsters have been taken care of? Rika dusted off her armor and stood up. It's time for us to get to work. I'll handle it myself. Sora's voice came through the intercom. Anyway, I don't really care much. All right, have fun, Miss Ozu. I told you not to call her that. She doesn't like being called that, Umi reminded. Rika Dotalemia is rolling all over, popping up and down, utilizing the desert as its home turf. Sora was not in a hurry. Her spear gathered lightning, a strike that brought the boss down. You have no place to run, Sora mocked. I have to thank that A-rank hunter for this, Riku exclaimed. She really took down the boss all by herself, Yumi praised. The system also displayed a message, the dungeon has been conquered. You kids worked hard. Do you want to head out right away? Sora asked. Senpai, I bet she can hear every single word. Really, I haven't said a word to Miss Ozu yet, Riku clarified. We'll talk about that later. Suddenly, the dungeon's core appeared around them. An unusual tremor also occurred. Shouldn't the core be appearing deeper? Rika wondered. Everything can change unexpectedly. Who can predict that? Umi replied. Rika quickly aimed her gun at the core's eye and fired. The system announced effective shooting range 4.5 km. Maximum shooting range 7 km, distance to target 12 km. It's too far away, Rika said disappointedly. What's the distance to the target? Sora replied, the distance is 12 km. A half-hearted attack won't do anything to it. And no matter how strong your attack is, you won't reach a target that far. Damn it, we're wasting time, Rika cursed. Then let's change our position, Sora ordered. The tide of the rift will start soon. Maybe that's true, the dimensional gate has opened. So I guess the tide of the rift has begun. We don't have time to hesitate, Rika reminded. I've contacted the guild. You two focus on the rescue mission. Sora provided a clear solution. Rika and Umi quickly executed it. And what about you, Miss? Rika asked. Of course I'll destroy that moon, Sora replied confidently. A rift tide is appearing in Setagaya. The accuracy level is recorded as S rank. Sir, the tide of the rift starts at the dungeon, right? Absolutely correct, the mayor replied. Reporter, a rift tide will always have a higher level than its dungeon. Assessing the tide's level can determine that its original dungeon is at least A rank. The moon everyone sees above is the core of the rift tide, and the guardians, the core's protectors, have yet to appear. That's mana allergy. How are you feeling? Sue asked. I'm fine, E.G. replied. You're the one cleaning up your brother's colleagues, right? That's right, E.G. said. What did your brother say about you? E.G. hesitated to ask. Things like a burden, for example. After all, is it your fault that your brother... Jen's death is not your fault, Zhu interrupted her. Just continue if you don't believe it. Consider those feelings as a duty and use them as motivation to move on. That way maybe one day you'll be strong enough to overcome this. However, remember one thing no matter what your brother always thinks of you. Eiji understood, and tears had fallen from her eyes without her realizing. Sue dashed outside like the wind. Over the past few days, after eliminating a number of monsters, he realized that there was no reason to increase any stats other than mana. Increasing strength and agility would make an immediate difference, but it only maxed out at very low levels. In short, you want to know the strength stat, right? Thank you for understanding. Sue recalled their conversation that day after arm wrestling with a hunter with 11 strength points. He immediately noticed the difference. All right, there's no time, you guys, Sue said to the guardians swarming the streets. He kicked off the building in front using the momentum to soar 29 mana points. Sue counted. The system also displayed the announcement, mana 1, up to 30. This feeling is amazing. Sue struck a pose, channeling the power from the surging mana within him. He swung his sword, sending it straight toward the core of the moon. Come on, Sue prayed. His sword pierced the core like scratching an itch, having no effect. Sue jumped down to the ground. He looked at the core and carefully analyzed. Just as I thought, this method isn't effective, but my level isn't high enough. I have to try another way. While he was analyzing the situation, a strong tremor resonated from afar. It was Sora activating her lightning bolt, thunder, and storm skills. She raised her weapon, unleashing a whirlwind containing thousands of lightning bolts aimed directly at the core. A massive explosion occurred. Sora looked up at the core, now activated. However, the moon split in two, revealing a yellow core at the center. Sora realized the problem. There was still another core. So that means this moon is a guardian. At that moment, the core concentrated all its power and launched a massive attack towards Sora. A wave of energy as red as blood carrying black lightning shot straight down to the ground, aiming to obliterate all existing life. If this wave hit that distant building, many people would lose their lives. Not wanting this to happen, Sora raised her weapon, bracing herself, using her body to block the core's attack. However, for an SS rank hunter, this attack was truly overwhelming. Sora was hit and knocked away. Fortunately, Sue rushed in to catch her. I had high hopes for you since I found out you were SS rank, he told her. Focus, many lives depend on you. Sora was incredibly surprised by his appearance. Who are you? Get out of the way. Sue, after touching her, immediately sensed her mana. He didn't think she was wasting so much of her mana like that. Sue placed both hands on Sora's waist. Listen carefully, circulate your mana as I instruct. Sora was astonished. This thing can change my mana flow with just a push. There's no time left, I have to... Sora immediately felt a different, greater surge of power within himself. My mana is stabilizing. It doesn't feel like it's surging through my body, but I still have to use all my strength. So what should I do now? No, now's not the time to think about that. With Sue's support, Sora's power increased significantly. Your ability is quite special, but now I know we're on the same side. Sue was confused. Ability. Maybe you think that's your ability, he continued. All right, now let's destroy that thing. I got it. As soon as he finished speaking, Sora unleashed the tornado skill he had used earlier. But this time the power was vastly different. The moon was heavily destroyed by the attack. Sora knelt on the ground, panting. I did it. Sue looked up at the sky. No, not yet. Sora was surprised. Turn around. Go on. The core is still alive. This is going to be tricky. He pointed at the cracked moon. Can you shoot it again? But Sora was exhausted at this point. He shook his head. I can't. I've reached my limit. So I can't. It's frustrating to say this, but we have no other choice, except to wait. Sue observed the situation. then interrupted. Maybe I can handle it. He jumped onto the tip of Sora's spear. This surprised her. Hey, what are you doing? He looked at her. So you're still the strongest hunter in Japan, huh? Then shooting someone into the air shouldn't be a problem, right? Sora didn't understand. Shooting someone into the air? What do you mean there's no time to explain? Just do what you did before. She decided to follow his lead. What a weird guy. If anything happens to you, I won't care. There Sora used all her strength. She swung the spear hard, gaining momentum for Sue to fly into the air. He got closer to the core than before. I think that's enough power. I just need to get as close as possible to make sure. He added 5 mana to his stats. After accumulating mana, calculating the distance, he threw the sword forward. At the same time, he kicked hard to increase the sword's speed. The sword flew forward at an incredible speed, piercing through the core and completely destroying the moon. Seeing this scene, Sora was astonished. No way, this is really insane. After destroying the core, Sue's level skyrocketed, and he achieved a new skill perfectly. But he is falling freely, and finally crashes to the ground. Sora stands aside, looking at Sue. Many questions arise in her mind. Unbelievable. He not only adjusted his own mana flow, but he was also able to blow away the tide's guardian. Could it be that his speed is even higher than my SS rank? The next day, the media immediately reported. The tide from yesterday was an extremely rare type, ranked as S+. All thanks to Alki, the damage was minimized. Sora immediately responded. Actually, there was another hunter who assisted me, but he disappeared right after the battle ended. So I don't know his identity. I really want to meet him again if there's a chance. EG watches the news, immediately realizes, don't tell me, that hunter is Sue. Immediately, she beats the drum. How's my brother? It seems he's recovering very well. EG replies, I was a bit worried when I just got hospitalized, but now I feel much better. While AG answers, Sue contemplates. She needs to talk about that on TV. AG continues, Mr. Sue, you're not a cleanup guy anymore, right? That's right, I've awakened recently. She continues to ask, so are you going to become a hunter now? Sue lowers his head, confesses, honestly, I don't know. To be a hunter, you need to pass the test and some other things. AG encourages. Of course you have to take the exam, but your rank is still low, and I will cheer for you. I'm sure you'll be an excellent hunter. Sue is stunned. You're right. After all, having a high index is still the best. The hunter exam. All right, I'll give it a try. Scene changes to the hunter test area in the F-level dungeon. The Nadia rainforest has many awakened people gathered here. The reporter speaks. Good afternoon, everyone. How is it today? This is the Let's Go Hunter channel, a channel that will bring you untold secrets about hunters. We will live report the examination for 588 hunters today. After that, the reporter approaches a contestant. Excuse me, can I bother you for a moment? The contestant is Iabuki Gu. He claims to be an SSS rank hunter, because Sora had 4 skills when she awakened, while he had 3 skills upon awakening. The reporter continues the interview. Oh, you seem very confident. So what rank are you aiming for this time? He is very confident, of course the top rank. Who would aim for lower positions? Sue observes his mana flow, thinks to himself. This guy is quite good. He's a rank. He wastes mana spreading it everywhere. The special feature of this competition is the presence of guest Alki Sora. Sora introduces herself to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hunter Alki Sora. I hope everyone will showcase their maximum abilities in this test. The other contestants are very surprised because it's the first time they've seen her in person. It's also the first time she is overseeing the test, so everyone is pushing and shoving to catch a glimpse of her. Is this real? She's the real deal. Isn't this the first time Alki Sora has come to observe a test? Oh, get out of the way, I can't see anything. Sue seems different from everyone. He stays away from all the attention because he doesn't want anyone to notice him. I guess normally there wouldn't be any guests visiting. It would be really troublesome if it involved her. I want to get out of here as soon as possible, but maybe it's best to avoid making eye contact with her. The contestants continue to shout, Alki Sora is the best. I will join the Disaster Guild after passing this round, so please wait for me. This makes Sora sigh in disappointment, and the exam overseers with Sue also ask for silence. The reason Sora came to observe the exam is that the Disaster Guild's leader, Uhara Junosuke, forced her to. He stated that he wanted her to come to the exam site of the tide fissure that she destroyed that day. Originally originating from the Dotalemia Desert Dungeon, right? It's because our guild is involved with that dungeon. When the truth comes out, the public is pointing fingers, saying, we are the masterminds letting her shine. Sora angrily replies, that's ridiculous, I know, but we can't just keep denying it. It seems that in the next test, the director of the Hunters Association will also participate. So if she participates this time, we can simultaneously appease the public and the related authorities. That rumor will also blow away immediately. And if she sees any outstanding names, she can recommend them to us. Scene changes to the competition. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The test for 588 contestants is about to begin. As soon as the words finish, the contestants run like bees escaping their hive. The drones also start filming with many reporters gathered here. Sue is in a tree thinking the mission this time is to survive for 24 hours. Most people seem to be moving throughout the test. This is understandable, but it's really boring. Suddenly, he feels a familiar flow of mana. Is the mana enchanting, though weak, but definitely similar to a few people in my past life? Who could it be? Or could there be other fake reincarnations like me? Scene change. The chairman of the Hunters Association, Wakamatsu Kenzo, is curious about who the leading contestant this time will be. Sora replies, maybe Iabuki-gu. He has 3 skills right after awakening. It seems the number of skills isn't that important to him. Sora asks, do you think differently? There's someone who might have been overlooked. The one who successfully stopped the first water tide in Japan. Hellfire was originally an S-rank hunter. She thinks she can't say anything when he talks like that about that person. Then she continues, so Mr. Chairman, who do you think will be the top this time? Number 241 seems talented. He doesn't waste a single minute. Sora starts searching the list for contestant number 241. It's this person. The list says Sue, and there's a picture of him. At first glance, Sora recognizes him immediately. He continues, Kiritanisu, 20 years old. Though still young, he's very calm. How to put it, that guy is just like me when I first entered the battlefield. Turning to Sora, her eyes now flash with anger. Kiritanisu, so you're just a newly awakened guy. Back to Sue, he's found the familiar mana emitter and is standing on a tree watching the situation below. Yabuki is teasing someone. Is this really the hunter exam? Back in school, you were always a loudmouth. Damn, but look at you now. I can tell your grandpa had a lot of faith in you. The other guy is pissed off. I remember I already told you this. Don't talk nonsense about my grandpa. The one speaking is Kishida Shin. He's trying hard not to charge at Ibuki. Ibuki and his gang laugh, challengingly daring him to try. Just a loser like you with only one skill dares to bark. At that moment, Sue appears holding a sword, suddenly standing to protect Shin. Ibuki speaks, girl, what the hell do you want? We don't know who the hell you are, but if you don't want us to smash a pot on your head, you better get lost. Sue coldly looks straight at him. I'll do as you said. Lately, I've had enough troubles, and I really hate bothering others. Everyone thought he'd stay to beat them up for good, but he grabbed Shin and ran off. Shin couldn't even process what was happening. Ibuki's group tried to chase, but Sue kicked one of them, making him roll on the ground. That's it? Shin was carried away, wondering, who are you? Sue didn't answer, but asked back, Aslan India Overload. Do you understand what these words mean? Shin didn't understand what he was talking about. Sue warned, you better tell the truth. The enchanting mana you're using is Jisho, you know that, right? Who taught you? Shin panicked. How do you know my skill? Sue sped up, so you do know something. After talking, he learned that Shin awakened and got this skill thanks to his grandfather teaching him. Yes, is there a problem? Yes, a big one. I can't believe a string can become a fixed skill. This might be the key connecting me to my past life. Sue groaned, holding his head. Either way, you're going to be a pawn. I mean a lackey. But Shin denied, I have no intention of being anyone's lackey or pawn. After the chat, they introduced themselves. What's your name? Or, I'm Kishida Shin. I'm 19 and a freshman in college. I'm Kiritanisu, 20 years old, so you're my senior. Please help me out. Sue asked again. The one who taught you the string is your grandfather, right? Yes. He thought and asked, does he have another name like Reuben or Robert? Shin, annoyed, what are you talking about? My grandpa is pure Japanese. Shin guessed it seemed his grandfather wasn't connected to his past life after all. Obviously, things can't be that simple. He continued talking with Shin. By the way, earlier you got into trouble with some people. Shin started explaining, the guy in the middle is Ibuki-gu. He was my classmate in middle school, but after awakening he started harassing people, so I kicked him in the head. He held his weapon angrily, but because the power difference was huge, mostly in the number of skills, he couldn't seriously beat him up. Sue wondered, is the number of skills really that important? Shin answered, of course. The more skill power you have, the higher your rank. Hearing that, Shin lightly slashed the sword in his hand, splitting a rock in two. I only used 1 mana to do this. I didn't even use my skill. Shin looked at the rock in disbelief. How can you do that without using a skill? After seeing the truth in front of him, Shin said, "Please teach me. I can't forgive a jerk like Yabuki." Su agreed to teach Shin with one condition. Then he told Shin to sit. A while later, Shin returned to Ibuki's group. He laughed. "I didn't think you'd come back alone like this. Looks like you want to die before finishing the exam." Su said to Shin, "Go ahead. This is your fight. I won't interfere." Shin was confident. "Don't worry." Yabuki saw Shin's attitude and began to worry. What? Why is this guy so different from before? He tried to reassure himself. Screw it. After all, this bastard only has one skill. I can win with my eyes closed. It's definitely going to be like that. I'm just worrying too much. Then he started confiding in Ibuki. "It's been years since high school and you haven't changed at all. You're still just a troublemaking kid." Provoked by these words, Ibuki powered up and shouted loudly, "Don't stick your nose in. How I use my power is none of your damn business." His whole body radiated power. Ibuki quickly charged to attack, that's all. And don't drag others into your mess. When Shin charged forward, Ibuki's whole body was protected by a wall of power. He sneered, "You really think I'll just sit still and let you attack me like that?" When this mana wall takes physical impact, its mana burst ability activates. Shin seemed a bit outmatched, feeling the heat like his hands were about to melt. Then he recalled the training with Sin from yesterday. "You tend to keep your distance, so try not to do that tomorrow, especially since we're going to use the Jose move properly in tomorrow's match." "I swear I won't give up." He charged again. Everything went exactly as Big Bro said. I only have one shot. I told myself not to just use mana, cover the spear tip with it, and connect at a single point. His whole body seemed to gain strength. He shouted, "Take this," and struck right at the center of the heat source. This shattered Yabuki's wall, surprising him. Not missing the chance, Shin charged and slammed a powerful spear strike into him, sending him flying 10 meters. Yabuki quickly got up. No way, how could this be? Before he could launch any attack, Shin charged again, hitting him in the head, knocking him out on the spot. Shin panted, "I did it, I beat him." No way did I really do it. I beat Yabuki before he could even use his skill. He happily turned to Su. "You did it. All thanks to you. Over here, I just took down Yabuki's henchman." "That's good then." "Hey, Big Bro, what do we do with the crystals we got?" Big Bro answered, "Of course we split them evenly, 50-50. I continued, "Wait, how is that fair?" "Actually, you only get 25%. Su replied, "I told you before training. But I'll take half of what you earn as tuition." "Are you serious? You forgot already?" "I said if you think about what I've taught you, this deal isn't bad." He added, "The test will end soon. What do you think about going hunting some more to kill time?" "Sindap, if I were good at hunting, I would have been hunting a long time ago. The only one who can clear everything in 12 minutes is you, boss." "Min, that's nonsense. That doesn't matter." "Is this phone number correct? If I contact you, you better fly over quickly. Also remember to keep our deal confidential." "Yes, I understand. Su, keep going. All right, then I'll be off." "Wait, call back. Hold on, there are still some procedures we need to do. Those are things the managers will handle themselves." "Ah, yes, goodbye, boss. Thank you so much for saving me." Su waved goodbye, then stepped into the space gate. I think maybe there are still many people like Shin out there. Just as I thought, if I want to gather everyone, it's best to form a guild. Like I said, I need to reach at least rank C to establish a guild. So the thing to do now is to raise my rank as fast as possible. As soon as I stepped outside, I ran into someone wearing a mask and dark sunglasses fully covered. I silently looked, then turned away. "You've got the wrong person. Let me speak first. Wait, I haven't said anything yet." I turned back and asked, "Do you have something you want to discuss with me?" "Yes, just a personal matter." "I didn't think you could lead by skipping all the formalities and disappearing like that. Besides, you used the emergency teleport gate located downtown." The girl pulled her mask down. "Let's talk a bit, Kiritanisu." She took me to the mall, letting me try on clothes and stamina recovery items. "This combat jacket looks good, suits you well. I think this fits you, someone with exceptional speed in battle. And some recovery items, too. Pants and belt, you also need a pouch to carry items." Then she bought me a bunch of stuff. Xu thought no wonder, she's an SS rank hunter, everything here is top class. I said I don't know what you're trying to do. But I don't think my opinion will change. No matter what you do, just answer him, don't worry. Career-wise, I'm more experienced than you. What if something unusual happens in the dungeon? Then you should prepare yourself mentally. Besides, this money is for your help stopping the title crack, so don't think you owe it. I stopped being polite, looked up at the sign, and asked, "Do they sell materials here too?" Of course, materials need experts to handle them. And with these two big bags in my hands, it looks like I could try crafting a simple, small version of the soul potion. Then she came back to me holding the receipt, trembling. In the elevator, I asked her, "Why did you suddenly go quiet?" Just imagining it, she's thinking about how these materials cost so much. Well, that's it. She started a serious conversation. Now I'll get to the main point. This is my official proposal, Kiritani. Please join the Calamity Guild. I'm sure you'll be treated equal to me. Sue didn't hesitate. I refuse. She continued. You don't have to reject so bluntly. At least please tell me the real reason. I really don't have a reason. I just don't want to be under someone else's command. She didn't give up, I understand. Then I want to revise my request. Please hold my hand. I want to feel that moment again. Sue was puzzled. Why do you have to go this far? Aren't you already Japan's top hunter? She continued. I want to reach higher even further. The more people expect from me, the more I have to show them results. That's why I have to become stronger. I finally changed my mind, I understand. I accept. I'm curious how far someone like you who's already at the top can go. Then she took me to her place. This is my personal gym. It's the biggest and also the quietest place. This place is a bit big, isn't it? I asked her. Did you change weapons? The last one broke on the day we defeated the moon. I'll do my best to control mana usage. Xu refused. No need. Use it however you want. I thought you'd tell me to hold back. She started the fight, get ready. Then she activated mana and her weapon charging at me. It was just the warm-up, but we both exchanged fierce counters. Watching her moves, I thought. Since she realized she's not good at mana control, she started separating it out and turned this fight into a pure brawl. Interesting. Both Sora and Sue were fighting very intensely. She swung her sword straight at me, but luckily I dodged her move. Her sword trail sparked electric sparks that blinded the eyes. I found an opening in her fight style and charged at her with my sword. However, when the sword tip hit her armor, a power aura appeared, and I was surprised mana has a zone my sword can't reach. She kept fighting unbelievable. Are you really rank F on paper? Yes. I put my sword down. I understand the situation now. This won't end anytime soon. She felt confused by my action. Are you surrendering? No, it's just that if I keep using the sword, I won't be able to beat you. Please don't think badly of me. This means I'm admitting your strength. He changed his fighting style, expanding his mana from 35 to 70. He quickly charged forward to attack. As she rushed at him, he thought, I guess she won't let me close the distance that easily. I wonder if there's a way. He glanced at the lightning and got an idea. He grabbed the lightning with his bare hands. Seeing that Sora was surprised, did he just catch lightning with his bare hands? What kind of nonsense is this? He quickly flipped up high and then swiftly moved behind her. He thought it was a technique she had taught him in a past life. He never thought he'd use it here. He touched her armor with his hand. He unleashed the power of his inner strength, catching her off guard. Now she began to recall the past. She stood in the middle of a room full of people. Voices echoed nonstop. So she gained 4 abilities right after awakening, right? So she'll become Japan's representative in the future, right? That girl isn't just a genius. Look at her, graceful and mature like that. Plus, she contributed a lot to stopping this rift tide. We should promote her to S rank. We're really looking forward to her future achievements. Little Aokai lowered her head humbly after hearing this. Thank you, everyone. Being expected so much by all of you feels like my duty. When going outside, the man wearing sunglasses said, Miss Alki, it's been 3 days since you took on this mission. How about we take a day off at home? Hearing this, she agreed immediately. You're right, I should go home and rest. Today, suddenly she heard the voices of a group of students playing happily from a distance. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop it! I said stop. Seeing the short, pink-haired girl, she was reminded of herself. She also wanted to blend in with people her age and live happily like that. Seeing her a bit stunned, the man with sunglasses spoke up. Alki, is something wrong? She gathered her thoughts, turned to him and said, No, nothing. Please take me to the rift. Back in the present, she asked, Sue, did I lose? Yes, she continued. I was actually happy about this, but it even exceeded what I imagined. I feel really ashamed. He answered again. That's easy to understand because you keep trying to handle everything by yourself. Hearing this, she interrupted. I don't need a lecture, and I guess it's because there's a lot of pressure from the country on me. He replied, That's obvious. She's not someone who wants to carry everything on her own. Hearing this, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. He continued, You don't have to try so hard to run that fast. No matter how much pressure is weighing on your shoulders, all that pressure is basically the same. And don't get me wrong, I'll still support your upcoming activities. She immediately wiped her tears and stood up. If that's the case, please teach me. I want to know the secret behind your strength. Hearing that, he agreed. All right, but only if you stand by my side. In the Level E dungeon in Saitama District, Shin was trying to deal with monsters. After finishing, he turned to report to Sue. Big bro, I cleared out this monster spot. Sue was a bit distracted looking at his phone. Oh, okay, it does feel familiar though. I think I've seen this place somewhere before. Sue was indifferent. You're just imagining things. Shin continued. The designated shield that Sue gave me really suits me. That's good then. From now on, you'll be a tanker and support at the same time. Isn't tanker a bit sudden? Also support. Sue was forming a guild. He calmly replied, I assign positions based on your ability, so no complaining. The two continued deeper into the cave. Shin happily went ahead. All right. I'm the tanker, so let me go first. Sue thought to himself, I'm glad this kid really has talent. I've already dealt with Alkisora, so now I need to quickly rank up to C so I can start my own guild. Then I can try to find information about my past life. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he heard Shin's terrified scream. He rushed over. What happened? When he arrived, Shin was lying on the ground, trembling, pointing ahead. Up ahead, they saw bodies. Judging by the gear, Sue guessed they were A-rank hunters. This person hasn't been dead long. You can tell just by looking. Sue thought. Even though it's faint, I can still feel traces of mana. Using the mana traces, he tracked down the nesting spot of this person. He rushed forward. This way! Yes, both ran to a place full of bodies with distorted faces lying on the ground. Sue, just as you predicted. Shin hesitated. Could this be because the monsters are too strong? Sue observed. I suspect this was done by hunters. Look at the order they fell: tank first, then attackers and the healer. The positions where each person fell. He sat down deep in thought. They killed the most troublesome person first, the healer before moving on to the attackers, and finally the tank. This isn't what people expect monsters in a level E dungeon to do. He told Shin, this was done by hunters. So the boss's room is ahead. Surely both of them moved deeper into the boss's room. Ahead was a mess of stuff showing signs that someone had lived here. Sue examined the place. It really looked like someone stayed here. Shin looked around as if it was a shelter. Sue added, they even killed people. Seems like a really cunning bunch. Sue sensed, could they have run away as soon as the shelter was discovered? But the pile of mana behind me is still very obvious. Shin turned pale, holding his head, unable to believe this was happening in the dungeon they were trying to conquer. Can't believe I'm this unlucky. Sue turned and asked, what bad luck are you talking about? I actually think no one is luckier than us. He confidently said, it's time to test my new skill. The executioner. After going outside, Sue reported the incident to the cleanup team immediately. Some ambulances arrived and transported the bodies elsewhere. Hurry, get him up. Please prioritize this person. Tomura-kan, captain of the cleanup team, too, arrived and started talking with Sue Kiritani. Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you again like this. And it seems you've awakened, right? Sue replied, you could tell just by looking. Yeah, that's part of my job. After greetings, he got to the point. Since you're a witness, discuss it with the person in charge now. I have other matters to attend to. Understood. Then the rest is up to the lieutenant. Shortly after a woman, the lieutenant arrived and took over the case. Yes. Thank you for the smooth handover. The first witness is Kiritani. Sue and Kishida Shin, right? I'm Lieutenant Karuta Chibana from the Hunter Control Unit. She asked, is it just the two of you? Sue answered, yes. Did you notice anything unusual or strange? Sue replied, I've never encountered anything like this before. She concluded, clearly something like this shouldn't happen in a level E dungeon. This reminds me of the time I was a hunter. After finishing the questions, Sue asked for Karu's business card, because he would continue hunting here for now. Sue looked intently at the seal on the card. That mark looked familiar. Back when I was a cleaner. Hunter Control Unit, huh? Was the incident so serious that the military had to intervene? Karu said to her companion, it's time. Right. Yeah, let's go. Then the two left. Before leaving, she said goodbye. If you two remember anything, please contact me. Understood. Sue watched Karu carefully. The hunter is hunting the other hunters again. He didn't even let a bit of mana slip out. Could it be that professional hunters are operating in the shadows? We have to hurry. Sue decided to head back. No more hunting today. Please speak up, boss. Shouldn't we finish the job? Rest today. Scene shifts to night in Omiya. Sulin followed the trail of leftover mana to a hotel. Hiding in a crowded place, huh? How typical. After searching for a while, he found a room filled with the culprit's mana. Is he here? As Sue prepared to rush in, he heard a strange sound. Looks like he was spotted and the culprit ran off. He broke down the door with his sword and ran out the window, the path the culprit escaped by. The culprit ran fast, but Sue blocked him on the rooftop. The culprit said, Who are you? Are you with the organization or the army? Sue's whole body radiated killing intent. You better surrender while I'm still being nice. The culprit pulled out a knife. Trying to play hero, huh? Too bad I'm not interested in that. Another culprit jumped down from the nearby wall. What I want to do is take you out. He aimed to attack Sue from above. What do you think? Do you even see me to try that one stab and you're done? Sue quickly dodged his attack. He quickly grabbed him and pinned him against the wall. The culprit was pressed down angrily that damn Sue started interrogating. I have a lot of questions for you. Why are you living in this dungeon? What's your name? Who are you working with? The culprit still refused to speak. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you connected to that guy who just died? Those guys are idiots. We've only taken out a few bugs, so what's the problem? Either way, you're just bringing us to justice through the law. Don't pull any extortion or kidnapping stunts on me. If you want to know, Sue saw the culprit didn't seem willing to cooperate, so he decided to take action. You think I'm just making empty threats? So what you think you can keep doing what you've been doing? Without hesitation, he grabbed the culprit by the neck, scaring him. What are you doing? He snapped the culprit's neck right then. Don't think you can get away and keep your life. I'm not planning to handle you through the law or anything. After killing the culprit, the system notified him of a level up. He was surprised. What I leveled up by defeating a guy like this? Why stop there? You also got a new skill, Super Upgrade S rank. The system explains that the karma of heretics will become your strength. Sue has a few guesses about this skill, so that's how it is I need to study this a bit. So the concept of heretics in the execution skill means regular criminals, right? Or does it mean those who use hunter powers to do evil? Either way, it's a good way to level up. Clearly, the system is helping me eliminate heretics. Just then, the killer's phone rings. Hey, Maki, you bastard, the control unit's caught wind of you. At least pick up the damn phone properly. You damn dog, the big day's coming, don't get caught. Sue holds the phone and listens to everything on the other end, smirking. The person on the other side realizes the killer isn't the one answering and immediately speaks up. Who are you? Sue replies coldly, a newly formed group made up of nobodies. What are you talking about? What conspiracy are you involved in that drags in all these criminals? Sue, the guy on the other end, sounds impatient. If you still value your life, shut the hell up. Sue remains calm. Looks like I guessed right. What's this big day? Can you tell me the guy on the other end is completely furious? You bastard, just wait till I find you. You're dead for sure. Sue gains nothing, so he immediately smashes the killer's phone in half. Bored, he pulls out the business card he received earlier. Control Unit Hunter Lieutenant Tachibana Karu. Maybe I should repay these government officials with this info. A heavy fist slams down on the table. Yushima's subordinate folds his arms and asks, Are you okay, Captain? He slams the table hard. The wooden table creaks a crack, spreads like a mirror of Yushima's boiling anger. They caught Maki. He panics and asks, Don't tell me they traced us. He frowns, thoughtful. I don't know, but it looks like the control unit. Monzai stands with her arms crossed, deep in thought. If Maki's caught, that means the other side is also a hunter. Why would a regular hunter not linked to the government want to take us down? Yushima Ryuji, a rank hunter. The cracks on the table are from Monzai's earlier punch. So we wasted time moving around for nothing. Now it's time to move on to the next phase. I'll go meet that person. Outside the special prison, Tentu, 1,000 stars shining in the sky. Inside the prison, voices can be heard, feeling suffocating. Yes, 2 staff members working inside the prison anxiously. The girl analyzes that's because of the jamming device. Its material limits the hunter's abilities. She goes ahead to observe the male staff follows behind. She continues analyzing hunters ranked A and below lose their powers once imprisoned. S-rank hunters can't use even half their strength. At the cell door, he opens it, asking curiously, Who do you want to see in a place like this? She answers calmly, You know this person too. He walks behind her, curious. I also know the criminals locked up in places like this. Why is there a hunter sitting on the table? Seeing the 2 staff approach, he bears a creepy grin. She looks down, asking to confirm, So you know him, right? He pushes up his glasses. That's right, I know him very well. Hijikata Yusaku, former hunter warden from the control unit. His hands chained are clasped together as he grins menacingly. Long time no see, Captain Tachibana. You're a lieutenant now, right? She says angrily. Still so talkative after 8 years. He replies, That's a good thing, isn't it? Hunters are getting promoted really fast these days. Tachibana loses patience. You're the one who taught me interrogation techniques, but we'd appreciate it more if you stopped wasting time chatting like this. He waves his hand arrogantly. Looks like you've really grown up now. 2 photos of Yoshima and his subordinates are slammed down on the table. Tachibana sits opposite Hijikata, starts interrogating his former subordinate from the old class. The moves have started. Organized and professional crimes are increasing every day. He's almost always involved. He doubts and replies to Yushima, "This guy reminds me of something. I mean the person behind him pulling the strings even though I can't contact the outside." She gets angry, stands up, slams her hands on the table, and declares fiercely, "This time I'll make sure you can't move even a step. There won't be a second assassination attempt on the Prime Minister like 8 years ago." He smiles smugly as if he's achieved his goal. "Hey, Tachibana, have you ever felt a sense of responsibility?" She hesitates slightly, eyes probing. "What nonsense are you talking about now?" He with long hair and a fierce face. "This country now full of incompetent fools draped in the law standing above us." He rages. "That's why 8 years ago I decided to take them all down and expose them as a lesson. I am Tachibana." Bitterly, she clenched her teeth. "Even so, I do feel some regret about the Sika tea tragedies during that time, honestly." She recalled the moment he strangled her father. "After all, your father's was a capable hunter." Hijikata laughed out loud, pointing at the chain tightly locked around his neck. "As you can see, I'm completely controlled and locked up in the room with the highest pressure from the material interference device. I'm already this useless, so what more do you want to push me to?" She ran over, grabbing the chain around his neck, angrily confronting him. "Do you think I believe you just sit quietly tied up in this prison?" She continued fiercely. "I won't let you get what you want." A light bulb lit up in the dark hallway. The sun recalled the events from 8 years ago when 35 hunters gathered to hunt down Hijikata as he tried to assassinate the Prime Minister. She added, "One of them was my father." He adjusted his glasses, trying to see something clearly. So in the end, Hijikata's reckless actions were stopped by the current chairman, Mr. Wakamatsu. Still, sacrifice was inevitable. She put her hands on her hips and sighed in relief. "Now it's all in the past. You don't need to worry about it anymore, just get back to work." She read news on her phone about a man who was killed. Looks like something sudden happened outside the prison. Headlights shone everywhere along with the sparkling stars in the night sky. "That's the guy who escaped from the prison yesterday." She went on about the news she just read. Inside the underground level clay mine, Mongai holding a spear and Kiritani holding a sword went inside. "So from now on, you're going for materials instead of money." Kiritani walked ahead, observing, calmly replied, "I never said that. I just said I'm taking materials too." Mon asked, "Why don't you sell that stuff to get money?" He patiently explained, "Playing the hunter's shop involves a lot of stuff. You can't just buy everything with money. Don't worry, we'll handle it." Suddenly, a monster charged out. Mon raised her shield and spear to defend. He raised his spear high, thrusting at the monster, but it was unharmed. The monster ran at him to attack. When Kiritani reached, he swung his sword, slashed the monster, which sprayed blood and fell down. Other monsters approached, surrounding the two of them. Mon continued to wonder, by the way, "Why do you suddenly need materials?" He tried to brush it off. "I'm not using them for myself. I'll explain to you later." Mon thrust her spear, killing a monster. One by one, the monsters fell to the two of them. Kiritani finished off the last monster. They stood there, tired. Suddenly, Mon shouted, "It's coming!" "That's it, right? The boss monster of this dungeon." The two of them face off directly against the giant beast. Looking again and again, you can't help but think that thing is way too big. And Kiritani spoke up just in time. He turned around, surprised. "Yes, sir." He charged at the beast with excitement. Looks like he's about to get some good materials. The monster threw a punch at him. He ran away, dodging, and a few claws dropped to the ground. "If you want to fight me, it's going to be tough. That's how you show affection, right? I'm starting to get your personality. And I know you just want to show off." The sunset glow. The skyscrapers have started lighting up. A glowing green stone is draining the life force from everything around it. He's sitting at his desk in front of the elf-crafted stone to activate a hidden skill. Walking along the machine, he sees a sign. He spent the whole night creating a soul stone using the materials Sora Alki bought for him. Carrying 2 heavy bags in both hands, he steps off the elevator. The goal of conquering the dungeon with Shin was to gather the necessary materials for the soul stone. He continues casting magic on the soul stone. However, it fails, junk incomplete. 3 stones with 3 different shapes deformed, unidentifiable, useless. Night falls over the city. On the table lies a clay jaw. All right, the trial and error ends here. He looks hopeful. Please work this time. He casts magic on the clay jaw. A swirling light circles it, spiraling deep into the clay jaw. He can't hide the joy in his eyes. The soul stone has absorbed the power of quality clay ore. Otherwise, it just adds 1 to stamina. After absorbing 1 dose a day, he puts the soul stone in his mouth. It worked. Now I can increase stats besides mana old stamina 10, new stamina 11. He props his chin, thinking, "Thanks to this, I don't have to rely so much on executioner skills anymore." He watches the news on TV. An unidentified body was found at an intersection last night. The police are still investigating the case, believing it's connected to a skill-related crime that happened in Fukui Prefecture. He's startled as if he just realized something. Fukui, huh? Suddenly again. He clenches the paper. I should reveal hints about their base to the lieutenant colonel and see how far they can investigate with that info. Night blankets the entire city. Tachibana is walking in the parking garage. Suddenly she finds a piece of paper on a car. She's a bit puzzled. This is a piece of paper and a phone case that's been torn in two, clipped onto the car's windshield wiper. She unfolds the paper and reads Maki's phone. Eugene, while Itani hides behind a far pillar. Tachibana is calling someone. Minami, it's me. I'm coming right now. Wait for me there. He walks with both hands in his jacket pockets. She continues the phone call about Hijikata's henchman. I think I know who it is. Wherever skill-related crimes happen, Yushima Ryuji is always nearby. So you're saying that guy is currently in Tokyo Matsuoto Duzan Hunter Control Unit Captain Colonel. Do you realize how serious what you just said is? I'm Tachibana, she says firmly. Of course I know. What's the basis for that conclusion? She stands in front of his desk, hands clasped behind her back, holding the phone. Using it once, there's only one registered contact. Its signal leads to their base in Tokyo, where Yushima was last confirmed. He rubs his forehead. This incident happened in Fukui. Their target was the Fukui nuclear power plant. Inside the dark, quiet room, we also found a lot of solid evidence related to Fukui at the scene where Maki died. Yushima is also suspected to have been in Fukui. The organization is mobilizing hunters for this case. This is our chance to finally catch all of them at once. But what if Yushima's real target is in Tokyo? He continues analyzing. Don't tell me this involves Hijikata. She's a bit surprised. Related to Hijikata, he asks again. What does that useless old man want? Tachibana analyzes. Maybe they're plotting to target the Prime Minister again. Even if not, they're definitely planning something. She recalls the old man's attitude when talking in the holding cell. They've arranged everything and are watching our next move. He rubs her forehead. Tachibana gets agitated whenever she mentions Hijikata. He hands her a newspaper. Tonight, the Prime Minister will fly abroad. Do you really think a prisoner can plan revenge for something that happened 8 years ago? After that, the Prime Minister will depart from Haneda Airport, which is right next to Tentu Prison, where Hijikata is detained. She clenches her fist. I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. If this is the way to prevent a coming tragedy. He grits his teeth angrily. You're still the same. Gather the local police. I'll trust your intuition. Report to me immediately if anything happens. She obeys. Thank you, Colonel. Outside the wall of Tentu Prison, Ms. Yoshima is adjusting her earpiece. His subordinate was holding a map. It looks like Fukui's operation has already started. All the underground tunnels were clearly marked on the map. Yoshima, let's move out. He laughed. Got it. He stood in front of the wall and touched it with his hand. He gave the wall a light push. The wall exploded. He was smug. So there really was a material jamming device here. He checked the watch on his wrist. That device means I can only use my skills to this extent. But if I equip this, that won't be a problem anymore. Everyone put these on. Behind Yoshima were his masked subordinates. He shouted for them to charge. They followed the map in his hand. Yoshima signaled for silence, no noise allowed. His subordinate started using explosive skills again. The other soldiers stayed in the room, continuing their tasks. But Yoshima went outside. The prison guard spotted him. Who are you? How did you get here? He kicked one guard up to the ceiling. With another, he choked him and slammed him to the ground. He urged his subordinates, hurry up! The detention room is right ahead. Inside is a long hallway. 2 guards stood on either side of the detention door. Yoshima signaled to get ready to enter. A subordinate pointed at the door. A hole appeared. Yoshima blew into it. Deadly poison skill. Every prison guard inside died instantly. Things were going smoothly, but only for now. If reinforcements arrive, it's going to be a big problem. Yes, Yoshima tapped on the computer keyboard. Then he pressed the red button. He gave the order. Let's go to that person's location. The sound of chains clanking. Hijikata looked smug, watching his subordinates kneel before him. We've come to pick up the warden. He sat comfortably. Truly a grand welcome. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Yoshima. A car sped down the road. That's not enough. We need to expand the warning range and notify all the other members too. On one side, an employee focused on driving. On the other, Tachibana frantically making phone calls. We have to widen the warning range and notify all other members. Hello, hello. The other side suddenly hung up. She was furious, unable to hold back. Damn it, sis. The car sped through the wind at Tentu Prison. Outside, bright headlights shone. The alarm blared loudly. Tachibana and her team burst through the door, angry as hell. The prison guards' bodies lie scattered in the hallway. Hijikata and his gang are running away. We were just one step too slow. An associate stops her from chasing the prisoners. "Major, this is too dangerous." Looking toward the fleeing group, the jamming device is still working. If they can't use their skills, then we still have a chance to win. She holds a handgun. A subordinate notices what is she doing. She raises the gun and fires at them. He raises his hand to use his skill, blocking the bullets flying toward him. The bullets are neutralized, hovering mid-air. He smiles triumphantly, saying nothing. That's quite a dramatic greeting. She suddenly panics. His skill. The jamming device is still active. How is that possible? The subordinate laughs with satisfaction. You guys are just a bunch of empty-headed bureaucrats. You think we came here unprepared? She quietly observes, analyzing the bracelet. Could it possibly counter the jamming device? Yes, Yoshima warned Hijikata. So here comes another troublemaker. A subordinate notices and asks, "You mean Tachibana?" He laughs loudly. Another familiar face. Came to congratulate me on getting out of prison, huh? She stands there facing them head-on in the prison hallway. Nonsense, that's enough. Go back to your solitary cell immediately. I know you plan to target the Prime Minister again, just like 8 years ago. He mocks sarcastically. You're as sharp as ever. He steps closer, but nothing will change. Even if you're here, I don't intend to push you to the edge now, because that's when you'll die. He turns away, satisfied. Well then, excuse me. The people at the airport are very strict about schedules. They don't like anyone showing up late. He disappears, leaving 2 subordinates to fight the guards. Even if you have to shoot him, don't let him escape. Yoshima blows poison, killing all the guards. She raises her gun, warning, Hijikata, stop right now. A subordinate blocks her path. Hey, if you want someone to play with, I'm here. He grabs Tachibana's collar and throws her forward. Tachibana's partner raises his gun. Too loud, stay still. He turns around. Come on, you think I just let you shoot me? He uses his skill again, neutralizing the bullets. Is that all the hunter control unit can do? Pathetic. Let me turn you all to dust. He flies toward her, ready to attack. Her partner yells a warning. Suddenly, the major is knocked down. Blood splatters across the floor as he collapses. She panics, someone grabs her shoulder. She turns around and sees Kiritani. So now it's just the 2 of us. She turns back, startled. You're Kiritani, he answers calmly. Long time no see. Hey, the subordinate is still alive, struggling to use his skill. You bastard, you're one of those control unit guys, huh? He stands up with his arm severed. You can still use your skill. That's a different level. I like your courage, but this arm isn't cheap. He ignores him. Lazy good-for-nothings all talk no matter where you go, it's the same. Angry, he charges at Kiritani. What the hell are you laughing at? He jumps up, raises his sword, and slashes. He watches carefully. The enemy has temporarily dropped his mana barrier. The enemy strikes again. He attacks back, such a useless joke. The enemy shows a hint of panic. What are you planning? Kiritani stabs him, blood splattering as he falls. System notification. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired a new skill. Job done, he notices Yoshima standing there. Next up is you, Ms. Yoshima, get ready. How is this possible? You should be affected by the jamming device. How can you move like that? His sword tip is covered in blood. Again, this never ends. Meanwhile, the dark hallway is full of corpses. Of course, because you have to pay for your mistakes. He sneers. Right, he makes a phone call. Wait, I think I've heard this voice somewhere before. I never thought I'd have to rely on such a swordsman. He's angry, gritting his teeth. You're the bastard who took that call. He raises both hands to use his skill. You're the one who killed Maki. I can't let you die in peace. He rests his sword on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to mourn your comrades, quite surprising. Stop talking nonsense, come on. He angrily uses his skill, telling him to shut up. If you dodge aside, avoiding his attack compared to Alcasora's thunderstorm, stopping this guy is a piece of cake for Kiritani. He swings his sword at Yoshima. Green slime splatters all over the prison floor. But each full strike is enough to kill instantly. If I'm wrong, it'll be a big problem. I need to end this fight as soon as possible. He upgrades his mana in the system from 70 to 90. He runs to slash at him. The enemy laughs confidently and keeps spraying poison gas. He blocked the sword, ran close to him, but still dodged one of his strikes. Kiritani gripped the sword's hilt tightly and swung straight at Yoshima. He collapsed, blood covering the floor, the sword dripping with blood. The system announced again impossible. Even though still within the interference device's range, he could move easily without skills, just pure swordsmanship. Tachibana quietly observed, analyzing everything she had witnessed so far. She asked him, "We met before in the level E dungeon, right? What's your name?" Kiritani looked at Hijitani's 2 subordinates. This is a restricted area. How did you get in here? More importantly, how did you show up here at just the right time? He replied, "What are you trying to say to the person you owe a favor? Besides, I don't think you have time to worry about that right now. There's still one more, right? I only glanced at him for a second, but I knew immediately." He stared into empty space, sensing little mana left on him. He's probably the strongest person I've met so far. She broke into a sweat. Somehow everything went exactly as I planned. This reminds me of something. He rested the sword on his shoulder with one hand, the other in his pocket, and asked if she had any useful reinforcements. At Haneda Airport, a terrible explosion occurred. Hijitani walked through flickering flames, guards holding guns. Wondered, "Does anyone know what's going on?" And another answered, "It's an S-rank, at least an S-rank hunter." They hid behind the wall, still watching the private jet that hasn't taken off. Another added, "Contact the organization and request backup immediately. I'll give the signal and everyone open fire at once." He shouted, "Attack!" Guns rattled as they all fired. Hijitani used a skill to nullify the bullets flying toward him. He walked barefoot on the burning embers and bullets. The guards charged at them, aiming their guns at him. These guys never learn, huh? He used a melting skill, shooting out countless fireballs until he died. A plane crashed, burning and breaking into pieces. Guards exploded everywhere. He stood on the pile of fire behind him. A guard was rushing over. He crushed the guard's face. "Surprised someone still survived." He pointed at him. "You're just a kid crawling in the ashes. Who's your warden?" Hijitani dropped the pile in his hand. "I still haven't found the politician. So he used these soldiers as shields and is playing hide-and-seek with me." He stood in the flames, looking toward the plane. "Prison is a boring place, but it's a perfect spot to discover new skills." The system announced his new skills: Super Enhanced Fire Strike, Intense Mana Burst, Overlapping Flame Release, Great Fireball Assault. You have acquired a new skill. Flames engulfed him, the embodiment of fire. He laughed proudly. "This is the real skill for surviving with a warden." He used his ultimate new skill to destroy the plane in front of him. A car was speeding like a missile toward the scene. Inside the car, Tachibana said, "I'll take charge once we arrive. I recognize your abilities, but Hijikata is in a completely different league." Kiritani shrugged, spreading his arms. "You don't have to tell me. I was planning the same from the start." She had him figured out, but his expression said otherwise. She focused on driving. All the key members were in Fukuoka. Now I can't be picky about who I bring along. He's proven his capability. I can only trust him. The car sped down the road. "Finally, I'm going to end this." Kiritani held his sword, witnessing the city being destroyed into rubble. Tachibana ordered, "I'll hold Hijikata back myself. You go rescue the injured." Her partner panicked. Understood. Kiritani silently watched Hijikata Yusaku. He used to be the warden of the Hunter Control Unit in the past. But no matter who he is, he's just a serial killer. Right now, he's the perfect target for my executioner skills. She crossed her arms and reminded, "Kiritani, since this is an emergency, I'm not in the mood to investigate you." Tachibana continued, "I can't guarantee your safety, so protect yourself. No matter how skilled you are, don't do anything reckless." He smiled softly, hearing her continue. "This is a life-or-death battle. Know your limits and be careful." He seriously said, "Thanks for the advice. I'll remember it." A small plane crashed. Hijikata went on a rampage. "I've been waiting for you, Prime Minister Yoshimura. Hijikata, it's you again." He pointed at him loudly. "I've spent 8 years calming myself, but I've come to one conclusion: I can't stand taking orders from someone like you who has no skills at all." He started walking. Suddenly, he turned to look at Tachibana behind him. "Tachibana, I've warned you many times, yet you still came here." She responded coldly and indifferently. "I wanted to say the same to you, Warden. I told you to stay locked up, but you crossed the line." He walked through the flames. "Time really flies. You've grown up a lot." She angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense and surrender." Hijikata sneered. "Surrender? That's ridiculous," he shouted. "That's complete crap." He charged at the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister panicked and fell backward. Kiritani appeared just in time, standing in front of him. He whispered, "Wait." He raised his hand to catch the Prime Minister's arm. "Thank you. But who are you?" he calmly said. "I don't think I need to introduce myself. Are you hurt anywhere?" The Prime Minister reassured, "I'm fine. You should run." Hijikata asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Kiritani rested his sword on his shoulder, turned to look at him. "I told you I don't need to introduce myself to you." He clenched his fist, ready to use his skill. Then he threw a fireball at him. He lifted the Prime Minister up and ran. Let's get to a safe place first. Sorry for the trouble. He chased after them. You guys think you can escape me? Tachibana stood in front of him. She extended her iron arms and said sarcastically, Too bad, Warden, looks like you've failed 50% of your plan already. He cruelly attacked her. Wrong. It's 50% success. Once I kill all of you, it's over. She faced off with Hijikata directly. She threw a thunderous punch, but he blocked it. He grabbed her punch tightly, sneered, Let's see how you survive this afternoon. She was thrown far away. She was injured in the stomach. She used her super regeneration skill. So basically, you let me cut into your skin on purpose. She attacked, but he dodged. So you can break my bones. He used the silent flame skill. You're so naive. She was burned by the fire. He looked triumphant as she was thrown forward. She fell to the ground, but was still alive. She propped herself up, struggling to stand. Kiritani stepped forward. He saw Tachibana and tried to tell him, Don't stop. Even you can't handle that monster. She, full of wounds, looked helplessly at the Major. She's done her best. Please don't push yourself anymore, just watch me. He upgraded his mana in the system from 90 to 110. Then you'll understand what it means to know your limits and give it your all. Kiritani and Hijikata faced each other. It feels great to be out of prison, but it seems like a lot of strangers are coming to greet me. He raised his hand to use his fire skill. Still, I'm not obligated to be your opponent. He walked past. You stay right there. I'm not interested in crushing the future generation of this country. A sword stabbed at him. I dodged it. He pointed his sword at him. Do whatever you want. I'm just doing what I want too. He was angry, this guy. He raised his hand and swung his sword at him. Still, I'm curious how you're going to deal with me. His hand surged up into the air with blazing red energy swirling around his fingertips. In an instant, a bright, blazing fireball formed and burned in midair. He watched carefully and dodged one of his attacks. Using deadly poison skills, he created a circle to block the toxic gas from reaching him. Continuing to unleash his own skills, he flew into the air, evading him. I admit, after fighting Kiritani for a few rounds, I understand why Tachibana values you, but at the same time, I can see your weakness. Without giving him a chance to hesitate, he kept attacking. An explosion happened, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. He gave a cold smirk, standing face to face with him. Hijikata shared his new findings with Kiritani. Mana is like the basic physical skill in the battle between hunters. Mana acts as the foundation of power. That's also the difference between you and me. He hated that, slinging his sword over his shoulder, panting hard. I heard you used to be a prison guard, but your lectures were so boring I couldn't even focus. He gave a cold laugh. She's just a bit older and has more mana than others. That's all, so why are you bragging about it? He got angry. What did you just say? He kept provoking. I'm saying if you don't have the will to fight, you might as well go back to your cell. He ran closer. The difference in mana between him and me is painfully obvious. Right now, he's much stronger than me. Kiritani gripped his sword with both hands, raising it to strike down. Knowing this, he deliberately tried to prolong the fight. Kiritani used his super-enhanced skills swinging the sword, but the other guy blocked it. Are you showing that you're not interested in attacking? He laughed smugly. Only when I want to. The two continued fighting, neither gaining the upper hand. He was pushed back. The guy really is persistent. If this keeps up, the battle won't end anytime soon. You flew up onto the building. He sneered. Already thinking of running away. Should I try to put some distance between us? He stood below watching you. Don't think you can get away from me. You ran forward with debris flying behind you created by him. He knelt down, slamming his hand into the ground. Looks like he's not letting you get away. He toyed with you and Kiritani kept flying higher. He laughed loudly. So you want to play a midnight game of chase? Hijikata chased after him. Suddenly he stopped. This time was exactly the same. Once he wanted, he closed the gap using his solid body to push Kiritani forward. I only have one chance. He closes his eyes and analyzes. I have to channel all my mana into this attack. He's crazily chasing after me. Are you closing your eyes? Looks like you really want to become prey. He grips the sword's hilt tightly with both hands, pouring all his strength and mana into this slash. I'll use his habit against him, jump in immediately and strike his head. At that moment he sneers, arrogantly, laughing loudly. Your power is truly a gift from the gods, yet you use it to protect these weaklings. What a shame. He takes the chance and lands a slash on him. He falls down, blood spraying everywhere. He stops and looks around carefully. He's collapsed on the ground. He breathes a sigh of relief. System notification. You have leveled up. 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 He slumps down on the ground, exhausted. You've learned a new skill. Unbelievable. The fire flickers. Amid the sea of flames and blood, a voice sounds. Did you see it? Did you hear it? Those not chosen are destined to die here. In your eyes, the image of someone struggling to stand up is reflected. Two kids are sitting on a tree branch. I shouldn't have told him what I know. Maybe so. He really is useless. We have to cleanse the useless ones. The boy hesitates a bit, but who is that? They look toward Kiritani, who's lost in thought. Though still weak, his mana has definitely been refined. They hold hands. We have to go. Around them float blue lights on the leaves. We have to hurry. We must report every detail, even the smallest. Bright lightning flashes in the room. A hand grabs hold. We have to carefully control our boss like threads. When Italy questions, "How could you do that?" After a few tries, she answers, "If I do that, I'll get stronger." Suddenly, an explosion happens in the room. She shields her face from the debris. He smirks. Whether or not that happens isn't up to me. She becomes more determined. I have to focus all the lightning into one point and release it. The explosion leaves the ground cracked wide open. Bricks and stones scatter everywhere. Failed again. She's in the bath cleaning up. Both hands grab the towel around her neck. Listening to the news coming from the computer, reporters are gathering at Haneda Airport where last night's incident happened. Clearly, they're trying to meet the hunter who defeated Hijikata Yusaku and saved the Prime Minister. On the screen, reporters surround and interview Kiritani. He is said to be Kiritani Su, who obtained 5 skills upon awakening. Reporter Yoshida caught his response on camera. There are many rumors that he surpassed Hunter Alki Sora. What do you think about that? He laughs arrogantly. No way I've surpassed Hunter Alki. That's still too soon for me. She sips water while watching the news on the computer. She angrily crushes the glass in her hand. She's even more determined to train and succeed. Focused to release the lightning. She grabs a spear and enters the room. I'm sure I can do it today. A meeting is happening in a tall tower. What is this about? Didn't I say we shouldn't meet for a while? Another explains the twins found a troublesome target. He's refined his mana and can use charm mana. Another sitting with crossed arms adds, how many times have we been led on by those words searching all over the world, and more than that? Why were the twins there in the first place? I used them to test a new item. They accidentally discovered him. Enough. The masked hawk says, anyway, I want to try saving him. Someone else cuts in, troublemaker or whatever, he's really annoying. If you're so bothered, handle him yourself. A girl wearing a mask fiddles with her collar. It's been 55 years since then. Humans have gotten better at using mana. That really is a big step forward. Hijikata is one of them. Just like 11 years ago. The name that stopped the tide. The crack was just a coincidence. Another asks, do you really think so? The black-clad man who's fully covered says loudly, as long as we confirm it, it doesn't matter. He points to himself. I have plenty of time. I'll go check it out. One turns to ask, what changed your mind? Ken shrugs, holding his hands out. The past few years have been too peaceful. What about the swordsman? If what the water twins say is true, it's pointless. He grins slyly. In our world, that's just a test for the lowly. Their limits are crystal clear. Tachibana sat in the cafe looking out at the big TV screen on the building across the street. These days, Kiritani is getting a lot of attention. A rookie who gained 5 skills right at awakening. She held her coffee cup and questioned him. Are you trying to build a public image for yourself? He reached for his coffee on the table and replied, people only see what they want to see. As long as I show up with a good image at first, they'll spin their own stories about me. Then he straightened up and looked at her. Are you okay? You seem really distracted. He advised her to just keep it simple. Just think about whether it's necessary or not. She pondered deeply, gripping the paper on the table. We need to stop a criminal who's threatening the country. He calmly took a sip of coffee. Is that really necessary? She quickly answered, of course, as a major in the Hunter Control Unit. He asked her casually, is that what you recovered? Tachibana kept questioning him. At first you followed me to find someone connected to Maki, right? Since you gave us all the evidence, we won't pursue this case any further. However, she sat up straight and placed her hands on her knees. We want to invite you to join the Hunter Control Unit. He smiled softly. We'll fully support you and provide all the gear you need. She continued. We'll also equip you with the best conditions since the unit was founded. Kiritani hesitated a bit. Thanks for the offer, but honestly, it's not really appealing to me. People like Yushima and Tuyama would probably be happy about that. She got a bit angry. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Yushima's skill is deadly poison, and Tuyama's acid skill is a killer's hand. They're just like the public skills Kiritani has. She gasped and jumped up. Don't tell me you can steal skills. He signaled her to keep her voice down. You're sharp, so you should understand why I don't want to explain more. You don't want to become bait, right? For a moment, she entertained the idea that maybe you could really steal someone else's skills, if that's really possible. He stood up, thanking her for understanding. I have another appointment, so I'll be going first. He passed by and patted Tachibana on the shoulder. I look forward to working with you. The city was filled with tall buildings. System notification. Status window, level 28, strength 12, endurance 11, agility 11, mana 135, stamina 135, resistance 10. Bonus points 25, status. Good title none. Continuously absorbing soul gems was increasingly effective. I can get stronger without relying on leveling up. Skill list. Executioner E, super charm. S, soul. Gem deadly poison skill, a killer's hand. B, fire incarnation. SS, heretic executioner. Why use the word heretic again? There must be a reason for that. He thought about it for a moment. Aigawa was sitting on the bed, suddenly cheerful when he saw Kiritani. Sue, you sat by the hospital bed and asked, "How are you feeling?" Yes, She hesitated a little. Of course, I still have to do a few more tests, but it seems like I've recovered from the mana allergy. Is it because of the tidal fissure? Yes, I think so too. Since that day, I've been recovering really fast. I see that's too bad. She looked surprised at the box he brought. He opened it and said regretfully, I guess you won't need these soul pills anymore. She quickly lunged forward, blocking with her hand, Wait, as long as it's from you, I'll take anything. She took several pills that Shu handed her at once. I'll take anything you give me. She stuffed her mouth full, her cheeks puffed out. He gently asked, Do you need or want anything else? She hesitated a bit. Actually, I want to become a hunter. He worried. If that's the case, it's too dangerous. She clenched her fist tightly to show determination. That doesn't mean I can't do it. The world my brother always dreamed of, I want to see it with my own eyes. Mana. Just as she was thinking, the phone suddenly rang. Yes, Kiritani speaking. On the other end, a guy was sitting in front of a computer. It had been a while since they talked. Kiritani, this is Tomura from the Hunter Association. He stood up. I'm contacting you because I have some information to share. Are you free right now? Igawa waved goodbye. The guy on the other end continued. Kiritani, maybe it's just me imagining it, but I really am free. Turns out regarding the recent incident, our association has decided on something a month from now. What the heck is this? Why is everyone so free at the beginning of the year? News appeared on the phone screen. The first S-rank hunter may soon be born in Japan. Yeah, that only happens if he really defeats Hijikata. That's clearly a staged hero. Hijikata's been locked up in prison for 8 years, right? I heard he's been tied up and couldn't even move. I probably shouldn't say this, but the chairman of the association is A-rank, and he's the one who put him in jail, right? This guy's just taking advantage. I guess he should be S-rank, huh? If it's all just a power struggle, it's totally disappointing. The young man reading the news was shocked. Don't you feel angry hearing people talk like that about you? Kiritani glanced at his phone calmly. I think it's better that you're still C-rank, even though I've trained you properly. I'm starting to feel like I still charge too little for your lessons. He had a reasonable look. That's just because you're looking at it from your own perspective. Your promotion rate is pretty fast compared to a normal hunter. No hunter can develop that quickly in just a few days. Kiritani kept looking at his phone, ignoring him. Don't compare yourself to others. If you feel complacent after comparing yourself, you'll never grow. But yeah, it's good. Try telling me what you want to say next. He shook his head. But I'm wondering what the association wants from you. Wondering you'll find out when you go. At the association, a staff member greeted him. Kiritani, long time no see. He responded coldly. I didn't think you'd come all the way down here to see me. The staff smiled warmly. We thought it best to send someone who knows you to ask you first. Well then, let's go. A man stood by the window with his hands behind his back, silently watching everything. Let's go now. A hand reached for a coffee cup on the table. I apologize for making you travel so far here. He introduced himself. I am Wakamatsu Kenzo, chairman of the Hunter Association Japan branch. He greeted back. I'm Kiritani, your last student. The man said, I'm Kishida Shin. He laughed. Jin, you seem to have improved a lot in a short time, huh? Toru would be very proud if he were still alive. He scratched his head awkwardly. How have you been? He handed the tablet toward the two. I'd be very happy to chat with your friend's grandson. But since I've invited the most famous rookie in town here, I can't do that. Kiritani studied something on the tablet. This is about my rank, right? Yes. We promoted you to A rank earlier than I expected, didn't we? He lowered his face and sipped coffee. There are many opinions in the association that you still lack experience. Anyway, such a rapid promotion is unprecedented. Even Aoki Sora took a whole year to reach A rank. He bargained. I think I deserve S rank. Of course I'm ready to prove my claim. Wakamatsu scratched his chin and thought for a moment. It seems you're not satisfied with this rank yet. This position is only for those who have proven themselves. A position for those who show they're worthy of it. So I want to make you an offer. He asked, surprised. An offer? The man continued explaining. Since the event in Zareimara Labyrinth, we can clearly see that dungeons can suddenly change. The association reviewed this and adjusted the ranks for most of the dungeons. As a result, the rank of Itachi Dungeon has changed from S rank to SS rank. According to the scouting team, all the monsters in the dungeon are guardians. Well, they came to that conclusion because rifles don't work on them. And Kiritani held the tablet looking it over thoughtfully. So that means there's a core somewhere in the dungeon. This is a different kind of cracked tide. Why are you standing up to analyze more? That's the place you went into. Do you want to join the investigation? Based on the results, this might be the proof to recognize your abilities. I wonder, don't you think you're being too generous to Lin? Don't try to fool me. Maybe you don't know, but I've been keeping an eye on you since the Hunter exam. I know you can become outstanding. He pointed at a parts on the tablet. I see here that the extermination team can only include guilds with a limited number of members, right? Ah, right, I forgot to mention that. You're planning to start your own guild, aren't you? He stood up. Yes, it's about time. I'll join the extermination team. When Wakamatsu and Kiritani shook hands, Tamura will give you more details. Good luck. Thank you, sir. I have to thank Hijikata for this. I don't often get access to S-rank dungeons. It's time to start my own guild. Inside the elevator, a voice asked, "Why do you suddenly want to start a guild?" He replied, "I've always wanted to start my own guild when the chance comes, and now the association is supporting me. This is the perfect time. May I ask, what will you name your guild?" He looked at the tablet thinking about the name. He was deep in thought. This is a great chance to attract those connected to my past life. The name deeply engraved in my memory from my past life, Aslan continent god Ilya. Overload. He sighed. Bad memories are always clearer than good ones. He jotted down notes. All right, I've decided. The guild name will be Overload, an F-rank guild. Overload. The two stepped out of the elevator, but right now we only have 2 members, the boss and me. Do you have anyone to recommend? Suddenly an idea came up. I think we need a priest. That role is essential when conquering dungeons. He imagined a priest. That's an irreplaceable role. It's best if we have one. I agree. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, you really don't need to join this extermination mission. Don't panic, what? Why, I'm just cold because it's dangerous. I admit you have potential. He might master the ancient dragon clan's mana enchantment skills in the future, but not now. I'm patiently explaining to you this time we're facing an S-rank dungeon. I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect you if something goes wrong. I can't take responsibility. Showing determination begging I want to go with you, big brother. I can't get stronger if I just hang around like this. I have to challenge myself. Kiritani looks pleased with his student. He finally learned how to say it right. Now let's go to the hunter's shop. Our gear still isn't good enough. Running after them excitedly. This time I'm buying for you too. Huh. Of course I have to take care of my talent. At the Termin Cave, Alki was already waiting outside. I'm not exactly the type to just show up right away for you, Kiritani. He questions, even though you say that you still came, didn't you? I guess you have your own reasons. He's surprised noticing Alki's unusual hair. Did you dye your hair? She stammers. I'll talk about that with you another time. So what do you need me to do today? He hands her a tablet. I was asked to join the S-rank dungeon extermination team. I'd really appreciate the opinion of an expert. She folds her arms and looks closely. Whispering to Kiritani, big brother, who's that suspicious girl? Is she some kind of broker? He looks at his phone and replies, No need to worry. I think you probably already know who she is. In the back, Alki is studying something on the tablet. Not sure if our budget's enough. He's surprised. You know her too. Is she some famous star or something? Alki takes off her mask. Let's go. He looks extremely shocked. About to scream, but Alki gets her mouth covered by him. If someone nearby hears, it'll be troublesome. She's playful. I'll definitely introduce you two to the places with the best gear. He's carrying a huge pile of stuff so much that people around gawk in surprise. I think this gear should be enough. Meanwhile, he's still standing with Alki thinking about what to buy next. What weapon should we choose? I don't see anything special. She looks around once there's no weapon here that suits you. She adds, there's a shop I often go to. Let's go there. Fuhaha, welcome back, old man. Sitting in a chair. What's the request today? Izumi Suguru, skilled craftsman. Alki introduces the two to the old man. Hello, today I'm introducing these two. He puts his hands in his pockets. I'm Kiritani. Next to him, bowing slightly, I'm Kashida Shin. The old man looks at them, then quickly turns back to continue sharpening swords. Sorry, but you two should leave. Even if it's Sora's request, I won't sell to you. Suddenly, Aoki Mr. Izumi, he replies indifferently. I wouldn't choose a sword just because it was forged by a blacksmith. A sword has to have its own value. Anyway, ignoring his arrogance, I don't see anything special here. I was expecting something really unique, because it was Sora's suggestion. For example, you take a sword on the table. He examines it. This feels like it would snap in half if I hold it. And yet you're selling stuff like this. The old man grits his teeth angrily. Boy, you're pretty bold. If you can break that sword, I'll give you anything in this shop. Kiritani uses an acid skill on the sword. Alki panics Mr. Izumi. The sword shatters into pieces on the ground. The old man is stunned while Kiritani looks extremely triumphant. What did you just say? He curses. Damn it. He hands the broken half of the sword back to the old man. Any comments? Mr. Izumi picks up the broken piece to examine. Unbelievable. This isn't even made of wood or anything. Kiritani keeps provoking. You seem pretty confident in your skills. I hope you keep your promise too. Someone tries to stop him. Don't want you to keep talking. Come on, come on! The old man shouts, pointing at him, and loudly asks Alki, Sora, who the hell is this kid? She shyly answers quietly. I think you've heard of him before. He's the one who defeated the Tidecrack Guardian, a rookie who took it down with a single attack. The old man scratches his head. I guess I'm just too old and forgetful. I couldn't even recognize such a talented young man in front of me. He interrupts, Please show us the usable weapons, and we'd also like to ask you to craft materials we'll bring in the future. The old man is annoyed but doesn't say anything. He's really a thick-skinned guy, the old man shouts. I know, quiet. Then follow me. And the kid behind too. He pulled the switch. Even a verbal promise is still a promise. This is the price you pay for underestimating me. He pulled the switch down. A compartment opened. A stairway down to a basement. Go on, go down. They quickly walked down the steps. Inside, there were lots of special weapons. Please enjoy yourself. You can take anything you want. He held his head helplessly. Uh-huh, he reminded again. Still don't take things you can't use. I know that too. You go take a careful look around. Compared to the dwarves, this place is a bit lacking. But if he has this kind of ability, I understand why he's so confident. Suddenly, you notice a weapon. A Hellgrade S sword blade. Effect when equipped, strength plus 50. Agility, 50, mana 150. Resistance, plus 100. Special effect, iron wall. Mana effect depends on mana fuel. Instant effect. Endless flames. Described as a flame-eating sword. It used to bring disaster, but thanks to the blacksmith's craft, it's been reborn. Bonus points 250 just looking at those stats alone more than makes up for its weaknesses. He sees you staring at the sword. Interested in it. You compliment the sword's quality. He explains, Hellrift Tide SS grade happened 11 years ago. This is a high-grade item made from materials of that guardian. Even overseas, it's very rare. It's like a wild horse, just like its appearance. It burns anything that comes near it. That was one of the fragments taken from the guardian when discovered. You ask, why would something like this be left forgotten and ignored? The Hellrift Tide ended after many sacrifices and efforts. Everyone agreed not to go back to look for anything anymore. As long as I don't make it burst into flames, there's no problem. There are still many other items inside, so you should take your time choosing. You grab the sword. The old man panics. What are you doing now? I want to experience what the standards are for an SS-grade guardian. He collapses to the ground. Haven't you been listening to what I said? Even though it's just a fragment, it comes from an SS-grade Hellrift Guardian. It's not something a rookie soldier can handle. Aoki stunned Boss Susan the skill I got after defeating Hijikata. I think it's really useful right now. This mana flame feels like a living creature. It seems really strong. Oh, right, Alki. You came with us today because you wanted to ask something, didn't you? She looks a bit confused, mixed with surprise. What are you talking about? If you practice what I taught, you'll be able to understand its energy through my posture. You don't need to force yourself, just relax. The trick is to try keeping a varied rhythm. Sin runs over, concerned, Mr. Izumi. Are you okay? Since you introduced some good stuff to Shin, I'll show you the Arakoid Spike, an A-rank raw material weapon. He swings his sword, standing proudly. He grabs the mana threads, altering the properties in her mana, just like lightning. You need to materialize the special traits of a specific target. Now you can go. He asserts from now on the owner of this sword is me. He uses a skill that surprises the other three, then firmly holds the sword that now belongs to him. The old man is astonished. What he uses a skill to turn the sword into a wristband. Usually it turns into a wristband, right? That's some high-tech stuff. New system notification, SS rank martial arts master. Able to skillfully use any weapon. Any weapon that contacts the user will have its abilities enhanced based on the user's current mana and experience. Just awakened a skill from a past life that's really great. That means I can use any weapon. He asserts again, I will take it. Alki calls out, wait, hold on, you taught me so much. I don't think a shopping trip like this is enough to repay you. He asks, Do you have any other info? She reminds him, please be careful with the S-rank dungeon you're about to face. He wonders, why would you say that all of a sudden? There are many hunters who seem to be hostile towards you. The dungeon is isolated from the outside world. There will be plenty of cunning, ruthless hunters out there. You really need to watch out for high-level hunters. My guild will also participate in this event. So let us know if you really need help. He closes his eyes casually, replies, I can handle it myself. That's right for someone who can defeat Hijikata alone like you. I've already crossed the line. All right, then see you in Ichi in a few days. The Cradle of Magnus, the S-rank dungeon in Ichi province. He throws his backpack on the ground, Heyo, as expected. S-rank dungeons still really stress me out mentally. Kiritani warns that as long as you stick close to me, you'll be fine. Still, the atmosphere here feels a bit strange even for professional hunters. They're probably just getting hyped up by these newly set up S-rank dungeons. Mon listens to him quietly. It's best if they're just getting excited on their own. Some other hunters glance at them suspiciously, whispering and gossiping. Looks like the worry Alki mentioned has come true. This is going to be troublesome. Nice to meet you all. Kiritani introduces himself. I'm the Guildmaster of Overload. The woman sitting at the table is Yasuda Yuki, Guildmaster of the Ranged Archer Guild. Next to her is Yamagawa Nami, Guildmaster of the Yamabiko Enhancement Guild. So they're planning to treat me like I'm invisible. A tall, rough-looking guy walks in. Is everyone here a third party? He's Arakawa Jin, Guildmaster of the Titan Tank Guild. He introduces himself again. I'm Kiritani Su, Guildmaster of Overload. He sneers. What kind of guild is that with only 2 people? I've heard of you. You're the one who killed Hijikata, right? You're humble, that was just luck. He's clearly looking down on him. I've seen the guy at his peak. Even I'm not sure I could have beaten him back then. A noob like you claims he killed him with that little skill. He sighs. So that's how it is. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. He keeps trying to convince the other hunters. Looks like you guys don't really believe in my abilities. You think just because you can't do it, no one else can. That's just hopeless. Jin slams the table angrily. You brat! At that moment, Yamagawa stands up annoyed, shouting, That's enough, you two! It's almost time for the dungeon raid. The guy slaps him on the shoulder, holding his shield confidently. Let's see how long your nonsense lasts. He shrugs off the shoulder tap, annoyed. At the dungeon entrance, all monsters in Magnus's cradle are considered guardians. The reason isn't confirmed yet, but it's not hard to guess. Deep inside the dungeon, there's a core. Outside the dungeon, hunters remain on alert, ready to respond if anything happens. After all, no one knows when a rift tide connecting to the outside world will appear again. I'm Uhara Junosuke, the head of the Calamity Guild and the commanding officer of this dungeon extermination team. This dungeon is completely different from the usual ones. This time, the extermination team will focus on stopping the danger first. I hope all guilds will conquer the areas we've chosen. Good luck, I'm excited finally getting to face an S-rank dungeon. One by one, everyone steps into the dungeon. A blast. Tie its ears back. Jin, hit it with a killing blow so the bigger guys don't have to take the hits. I'll handle the smaller ones. Aim for their legs. They use a skill where the front and back rows switch places. The monsters are taken down one by one, scattered into pieces. Move as soon as everyone has completely finished them off. Got it. He's silently watching everyone. I don't have a chance to move in. Is he purposely keeping me out of range? Jin's smirking, trying to make things hard for me. In a life-or-death situation like this, that's just narrow-minded. Shin follows nervously. Boss, do you think I'll be okay? He reassures her, no need to worry. Actually, this level is perfect for you. Another monster appears in front of the two of them. Soon they won't even try to run anymore. This is Jin somewhere else. Excited. Is it time for Overload to start moving? You two are the only ones here. There's no other way. He pulls out his sword. We're already fully prepared. So shut up and watch. No need to use that Hellfire sword. You two get moving, understood. Scene holds up her shield, defending against the monster. Don't stop, keep going. Other hunters panic. Is that a C rank? He's even fighting alone. Kiritani runs up and swings his sword, striking the beast. Blood splatters everywhere. The monster is about to be taken down. Shin holds the shield again. Sword in hand, your opponent is me. He stabs it with a killing blow and the beast falls. He catches an arrow. What's this? Two other hunters mock them, saying they're struggling too much. So we decided to help. Is there something wrong with one hand? He crushes the arrow. At this level, no one needs help. Don't you guys know any manners? The subordinate on the other side gets angry and tries to attack him, but is stopped by their leader. He smirks sarcastically. That's right. You guys better take care of your own lives. At least you should be aware of that. Then another monster appeared right behind him. He swung his sword in one strike, slicing its body in half, blood splattered everywhere. The other hunters were terrified, unable to believe it. He looked at them with half an eye. Quality matters more than quantity. But maybe those who live in packs wouldn't understand that. Jin was so angry he coughed up blood, but what could he do? The pink-haired girl sneered. That guy is a rookie with high expectations, which is why he's so cocky. Hurry up, finish the damage, and keep moving. He sensed something. He'd been feeling a strange presence for a while now. From above, he shouted, "Come down here quickly!" A snake-like monster appeared, shocking and terrifying the other hunters. Its eyes blazed red as its body coiled around a pillar. It attacked the hunters. Hiratani blocked one strike with his sword. Don't worry, boss. A deep red whirlpool appeared. Crazy, we've cornered it. The monster screamed wildly in the chaos. The Magnus effect is when a spinning object in air or liquid creates pressure differences, causing a change in its movement direction. The Magnus dungeon, named after this monster's attack characteristic, is its birthplace. Everyone tried to resist the monster's assault. One man shouted, "Damn it, if we're not careful, we're all dead." Christiana Sue wondered, is this why the previous crusade was interrupted? He calmly blocked the monster's attack. He gripped his sword tightly. Being able to guard against such intense attacks without using any magical power proved he was slowly regaining instincts from his past life, but it was still too soon to celebrate. He warned Kisida Shin, "Hey Shin, this is dangerous, so step aside." He shouted back, "Got it," then decisively slashed the monster. "I'll take it down before it causes any more damage." He landed lightly. The monster behind him screamed in pain. Suddenly, a voice surprised him. "Well, thanks for handling that nuisance." Arakawa Jin pressed his weapon against Kisida Shin. Shin was stunned. The boss sneered, "Stop messing around with nonsense, kid." Christian Sue sighed. Maybe he was too eager to take down the monster. He pondered it was crazy to act that way with the others nearby. Someone yelled, "Everyone's gone crazy." Another urged, "Those two aren't affected quickly. Put on protection charms and deal with them." A man hurriedly restrained someone else, holding back anyone having seizures. Another tried to help those still conscious tend to the wounded quickly. Christian Sue thought deeply. Everyone had already been caught in the attack's influence. Could the side effect of that bullet causing psychological attack be the real scheme? He questioned if that was the plan from the start. Arakawa Jin grinned slyly. Maybe no one ever imagined someone like J. Mara showing up here. "Well, thanks to you, everything's easier. I just need to say I was affected by the bullet." He threatened enlightenment, huh? "You dare mock me, then prepare to face the consequences. Now put down all your weapons." He pressed his weapon closer to Kisida Shin's neck. He warned, "Or I'll chop off your teammate's head." A sudden psychological attack. A battle where you can't tell who's friend or foe. Christian Sue thought maybe he would be forgiven. But he missed one thing. That reason could also be used against him. He calmly responded, "You mean you think you can handle me in this situation?" Arakawa Jin laughed. "Am I wrong?" Christian Sue darkly. "That's right. You miscalculated from the start. You're not the only one who can go crazy," he whispered to Kisida Shin, bending down. Shin bent down as a strange object flew past. Arakawa Jin looked at Christian Sue with a puzzled smile. He gripped his sword tightly. The sound of leveling up rang out. He thought to himself, my current mana is 135. With a fully martial sword like this, it's already 4 times stronger than a B-rank item, even if it's just an iron sword. But Arakawa, you've let your guard down, even if your initial winning percentage wasn't in your favor. Kisida Shin looked at the bodies on the ground. "Boss, what do we do now?" Christian Sue slowly approached the bodies and decisively stabbed his weapon into a leg. He calmly said maybe avoiding the bullet led to this psychological attack. The madness state of an S-rank hunter is truly terrifying. "What do you all think?" Yasuda Yuki was too scared to speak. Christian Sue was serious. "Yeah." Yasuda Yuki stammered. "Looks like the monster has taken control of him." Yamagawa Nami agreed. "Yeah, I think so too." Suddenly, Christian Sue sighed in relief. Late at night in Alcasora's private tent, Alcasora sat silently inside the tent. Suddenly, she sensed a strange scent. She hurriedly walked out. It was him again, and Christian Sue looked at her thoughtfully. "You were hoping it was me, weren't you?" She admitted calmly, "Yes. You're the only one who makes everyone feel strangely tense." Alcasora asked, "So what do you want? Did any hunters mess with you?" He answered calmly, "I've already taken care of that. More importantly, I want to hear about your plan after this." Aoki Sora questioned, "Shouldn't you have asked if I was okay first?" He replied, "I could tell just by looking at you." "Right. Besides, as long as you're fine, the first team can come back." She sighed. "The first team isn't much different from the third." She continued, "So I'll cooperate with the top hunters who are capable, no matter which guild they belong to. There aren't many guilds that can climb to the second floor, right?" Christian Sue hesitated. "Maybe they're rearranging positions." He pondered, The top hunters all know each other's identities and abilities. I guess that means the limits of the extermination team have been set. Yes, he answered. If so, propose something to me when the time comes. I really want to get to the second floor. Alcasora wondered, that stubbornness of yours really can't be missed, huh? He said casually, I think we're close enough to say that. She got annoyed. Don't just assume we're close. We've only met a few times. Our relationship isn't that close. Christiane Sue bowed. I'll teach you the next step to use mana. It benefits both sides, right? Alcasora quickly stepped back. She hurried to keep her distance. Better not to expect anything. Okay. Although I have the right to propose to the guild leader, it's not always accepted. If the proposal isn't worth considering, the leader will definitely reject it. Christiane Sue said gently, That's okay. The important thing is it's your proposal. Alcasora shyly turned away. No need to flatter me. Christiane Sue looked confused in the direction she had just gone. What the heck? He thoughtfully opened the system to see what he got after defeating Arakawa. He muttered, first add 10 points to mana. Not many skills I can use, though. The screen showed Madness Level A. Explains the psychological and physical aspects have an inverse relationship. Ability to increase all stats except resistance. In exchange for part of your sanity. Christiane Sue thought quietly, definitely Arakawa's unique trait. He calmly moved on. Not bad, but I'm not sure how to use it. In the end, the skills remain the same. The quiet space at the entrance to the second floor, the temporary resting tent. The injured man screamed in pain. Swayze hurriedly comforted him. Hang in there a little longer. Kushida spoke up. It seems like Team 1 fighting on the second floor is also being attacked by the same monster. Looks like they reacted too slowly, causing the damage to spread. He turned around. All right, you take a little rest too. A few hours later, Uhara Junosuke boldly ordered, the elite team selected will head straight to the second floor. The remaining teams will guard the first floor. Kishida asked, Boss, do you have any backup? No matter how skilled they are, they wouldn't put you in the first team. Akasora heard him reply, I'm just taking advantage of the free opportunity I have. When Christiane Sue turned back, if anything happens, head to the Calamity Association. Aoki is pretty famous, so you'll be fine. Kishida responded, got it, take care of yourself. Everyone slowly climbed the stairs. Uhara Junosuke rushed ahead to lead the group. The bullets started attacking. He quickly raised his shield to block. A huge whirlwind attacked them, earth and rocks flying everywhere, surprising him. A soldier panicked. The power of the bullets here is totally different from the first floor. Be careful! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, putting everyone on alert. Wave after wave of attacks came fast and furious, and they couldn't block them all. As Kristen ISU calmly blocked each attack, they seemed so well prepared, like they were ambushed. He stared straight ahead. A whole group of monsters was approaching, frightening the whole team. They're more numerous than we thought! The monsters roared angrily. The entire group of monsters attacked them at once. The team struggled. Hold them back. The soldier with the shield blocked. Are you kidding? They're worlds apart from the ones on the first floor. He gripped his sword tightly. What do they mean by saying these are above S rank? The association seriously underestimated them. Uhara Junosuke blocked attacks while thinking, since this is a one-way path, we absolutely cannot retreat. He raised his glowing shield. It's still a bit early, but I'll shout powerfully, Steadfast Alliance. Brilliant streams of power struck the monsters head-on. Christiane Sue looked at his hands. His stamina and HP had increased, and so had his resistance. He was confused. Is this the guild leader Uhara's skill effect? The soldier in the brown cloak said, Nice, no wonder he's Captain Uhara. The one in the blue cloak confirmed, Even if they shoot bullets at us, it won't be a problem. He gripped his weapon firmly and shouted, Manhwa! A wall of power appeared, blocking the monster's attacks. He was excited. Great, it worked. And he reported to his teammates, 30 seconds left to activate the next skill. A man next to him charged forward with his weapon. We'll support you during the cooldown. That man helped a wounded person. 2 people are under a spell. Another person rushed over. We'll treat them right here. When Christian Sue looked at the scene before him, it turned out that these high-level hunters had perfect communication skills and team spirit. The monster behind him roared fiercely. He decisively sliced it in half. He was attacking while thinking to himself because their ranged attacks were all being countered. It seemed they had changed tactics. Well, it looks like it's time to have a little fun with them. He calmly took down another monster. He faced another roaring monster. He soared up to attack it, the light from his sword shining brightly. The skill notification, Deadly Poison, Deadly Death, appeared. The green light from the sword spread all over its body. The attacked monster screamed in pain. They were being crushed by him. The screen displayed the skill, Death's Hand B. He touched the monster and immediately the poison spread throughout its body. A soldier stammered, "Are you kidding me?" The guy in front was surprised. "I thought he was only here because of his connection to Ms. Alki." They watched Christian Su continue to handle the monsters alone. Is he really going to take out all these monsters? This is no longer just a matter of ability. Monsters kept falling. A voice shouted, "We'll move up to the 3rd floor after we clean this up." Akasora approached Christian Su from behind. "It seems you've proven my proposal to the association, right, haven't you?" He replied, "Consider it payment for the free entry." She hesitated to look at him. Uhara Junosuke suddenly spoke from behind her. "Christian Su, right? He's definitely the one you recommended," she quickly replied. "Ah, yes." Akasora assessed the area of the 2nd floor. "It seems much smaller than the 1st floor." Uhara Junosuke agreed. "Yes, this place looks like a pyramid. The higher you go, the narrower it gets." As Akasora speculated, "We might complete the expedition faster than expected," he said sternly. "Don't let your guard down." The narrower the passage, the easier it is to have traps just like this 2nd floor. Suddenly, a noise startled everyone. Christian Su quietly observed the situation. A soldier panicked. "What is that?" Another guy, frightened, said, "What's happening?" The rumbling echoed. Everyone shouted, "This is the start of the tide!" A crack. "Stop what you're doing and move up to the 3rd floor." Everyone hurried to move. Christian Su remained still. Akasora turned back. "Susan, stay calm, I'll catch up." He crouched down by a monster's corpse. He grumbled, "Hurry up, I'm starting to lose my patience." A mysterious figure was surprised. "What? Did you recognize me?" The guy chuckled. "You really have a keen eye." "Hello, Christian Su." Questioning, "Who are you? Have you been following us since we went up to the 2nd floor?" The guy replied, "Oh, so it's you. You caught my scent right from the start, huh?" The mysterious figure clapped his hands. "Wow, you really opened my eyes. At first I didn't realize, but you seem to know how to use enchanting mana." As Christian Su stared at him, he was using enchanting mana that was different from Shin's. He seemed to be much more skilled. The head honcho mocked, "However, you're still far from achieving perfection. And the reason isn't that your level is low, right? Hung seems hard to explain indeed. I'm curious, who taught you that?" His face turned dangerous. "Do you really think I would tell you the answer?" The head honcho laughed wickedly. "Then there's no other way." Waves of power surged toward Christian Su. He thought, "This overwhelming mana shockwave far surpasses the level of Hijikata and Alki." The mysterious boss was excited. "Good thing you aren't going down without a fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting anymore." Christian Su gripped his sword. "So what do you think is interesting?" The mysterious figure unleashed another wave of power. "Good question. Like this, for example." A fierce stream of power shot toward him, causing debris to fly everywhere. The gloomy head honcho continued his attack. "Enchanting mana belongs to us. We will not allow anyone else to take it." Christian Su wondered, "Did you eliminate others like this too?" The head honcho laughed sinisterly. "Think whatever you want. Either way, your life ends here." He grinned wickedly. "What a pity meeting me means your luck has run out." Christian was stunned by the scene before him. Wings formed from mana fairy wings. He looked at the wings behind the mysterious figure. These were all skills characteristic of the fairy and long-ear tribes. This further confirmed his connection to his past life. As Christian Su clenched his fists, he finally had a clue about his previous life. He couldn't let him escape. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to attack. The mysterious figure also made a move, looking dangerous. "That's not going to help you." He gently flew up. The surrounding area was violently destroyed by him. As Christian Su lunged toward the mysterious figure, he laughed sinisterly. "A mediocre guy who only knows how to swing a sword like you will never reach me." The debris around flew wildly. The head honcho ascended. "Come on, try harder. If this is all you can do, then you're really boring." "Oh right, you're the type who only acts when provoked." He continued attacking toward him. He observed the way he attacked. He understood his attack pattern. "Now let's end this." He lightly dodged the attacks. The Frenzy skill activated. The notification system continuously stated, "Frenzy skill, mana 145, Hell Sword, mana 150, Frenzy 50, total mana 345. He was determined to strike at the mysterious figure. He cursed angrily, quickly dodging Christian Su's sword strike. Christiane Su looked at the mysterious figure with interest. The explosive bomb and wings are a combination of siesta from the long ear tribe and tail fur from the fairy tribe, right? Impressive indeed. The head honcho, furious, launched continuous attacks. Stop laughing, you bastard! He quickly stepped back, dodging his onslaught. He raised both hands to harness power. At least you have some flashy skills to counter me. He unleashed a terrifying wave of power toward him. He stared at that wave of power. I guess I need to think of a way to counter this attack. He recalled that all 8 tribes had their own unique ways of using enchanting mana. The fairy tribe had tail fur, the long-ear tribe had siesta, and the ancient dragon tribe had the tether. All 8 tribes shared their wisdom through enchanting mana to develop a skill that could resist the onslaught of overload. That was the core of enchanting mana. He tightened his grip on the sword. Earlier, he couldn't use the powers from his past life in this world, but with the powers he just regained, he could revive it. He shouted, "Expand!" He forcefully plunged the sword into the ground, creating a new wave of power. The mysterious figure held a bomb in his hand, activating it. Activate ultimate mana. He shot waves of power rushing toward him. Debris flew in all directions. Christiane Su gracefully dodged that attack. The mysterious figure looked at him dangerously. He created a shield ball to block Christian's attack. 2 streams of power collided violently. He looked straight at him. Wrong, instead of blocking, you should dodge. The head honcho was stunned. What are you saying? The sword shattered his shield to pieces. Everything around seemed ready to explode, leading to his defeat. He coldly held the sword, stepping forward. He also painfully spat out. He wiped the blood from his mouth, looking at the mysterious figure who was beaten down on the ground. Now I can finally have a proper conversation with you. When Kitty Norrens revealed himself, he angrily shouted, "What did you just do? What the hell is that damned aura? Enchanting mana originally belongs to us." Suddenly, he screamed in pain. Christiane Su decisively finished him off. "Shut up, I'm the one asking questions," he said coldly. The guy cursed him angrily. He raised the sword. "If you want to die in pain, I don't mind getting my hands dirty." He hesitated. "Inamoto Gaku." Without waiting, he said, "I am Kid Norrens." Christy Su thought to himself that he had never heard this name in his past life. Should he continue? He asked him. "All right then. What is your motive? First of all, how did you learn enchanting mana?" He raised the sword. "Can't you hear me talking?" He looked at him in panic. He grimly stated, he can't disclose secrets due to the oath. "What about Kid Norrens?" He heard him speak. "Overload. If you know any of these 3 words, tell me what," he exclaimed. "But I secretly thought he knew how to use the mana magic of the elves and long ears, yet didn't know anything about those names. Why do you keep asking?" "Never mind, skip to the next question." "How did you know I would be here?" He replied, "I don't know. I just came with another guy who wanted to test his abilities, and then I happened to find you. I came here just because of what he said." I asked again, "Who is that guy? What does testing abilities mean?" Suddenly he fell silent. Christine Su gritted her teeth, feeling choked. I slowly pointed the sword at him. It's truly useless. Kitty Norrens panicked. "Hey, are you really going to kill me? All right, I'll try to convince them to let you join. With your level, they will definitely welcome you." When Kristen Isu coldly spoke up, "I don't know what your true motives are, but do you think I would join a group of murderers?" And when Kitty Norris shouted, "You bastard, don't be so smug just because you took me down. There are plenty of monsters far more terrifying. Even if I sacrifice myself here, they will..." I looked at him dangerously. "None of your kind can fight me. If you knew who I am, you wouldn't dare come within half a step even if you were to die." Kitty Lorenz was astonished. "What are you saying?" Christiane Su forcefully struck him with the final blow. The screen was filled with congratulatory messages. "You have leveled up." Next came a new notification. "You have acquired a new skill, Mana Bomb S." Seeing this, Su remained very calm. This must be the only reward, right? I thought he at least had to know something. After that, I immediately fell into contemplation. Pointing at the screen again, more information appeared. Skill information has been updated, Executioner X. The 3 characters just appeared. A thought suddenly popped up. The highest rank in the association is SSS. If the skill rank exceeds that level, it probably won't be displayed anymore, right? Su was still very contemplative. He gently supported his sharp chin. The updated skill information means it has been at level X as soon as I achieved it. This could be related to my past life. His eyes showed no sign of wavering. In the air, countless red shards suddenly appeared. Cutting to another place, Shin showed a panicked expression. Call out to Big Brother if the alarm goes off on the first floor, it means the tide of the rift is coming. But Sue remained very calm. Stay calm, everyone. Where is Alki? Immediately, Shin quickly answered, Sister Alki is... Just as he finished that sentence, a terrifying disturbance appeared again in the distance ahead. Looking at Sue, I thought, it seems the boss monster of the third level has escaped the tide of the rift. In another development, numerous large monsters were aggressively advancing, causing everyone to constantly prepare. They're coming! Everyone get into position. Over here, Sue didn't turn around to look at the other person, but ordered, Please, you handle those monsters yourself. The guild is here to support us. That's enough. The other person, curious, asked, What about you? As soon as the words fell, Sue seriously replied, The sword is on my shoulder. I will chase after the boss from within the volcano that's constantly erupting with strange green orbs flying everywhere. This scene made everyone use their shields to brace themselves. How do we stop this now? One of the orbs struck the ground right in front of them. This is no different from a natural disaster. At this moment, someone shouted, Fall back quickly, the next wave of attacks is coming. Meanwhile, these things continued to be fired relentlessly. At the same time, a yellow lightning bolt appeared in the sky. Alki appeared fiercely slashing at the boulders. A thought crossed her mind. This isn't good. Such intense attacks are preventing me from getting closer. Her teeth clenched tightly. If only Chi-Su were here. Immediately, Sue right behind her spoke up. Things don't seem to be going well, do they? Hearing this, Alki couldn't help but turn around and call, Sue, thank God, are you okay? Quickly jumping down beside her, he asked, Let's talk later. What's the situation now? As the words ended, Alki quickly responded, glancing into the dungeon. Inside, looking at the enormous thing in front of them, she continued, It isn't moving at all, just staying there, but it's attacking relentlessly, making it impossible for us to get close. After that, they quickly dodged the attack and began to talk more. First was Sue implying that all we need to do is eliminate that thing. Next was Alki's loud voice. It's not as simple as you think. No one but me has been able to deal damage to it. After hearing this, Sue's gaze immediately became more serious. Then it's enough for just the two of us to be here. Alki widened her eyes and asked, Do you have a plan? So Sue swung his sword, surrounded by blazing golden flames, replied, What I mean is a simple thought. Just cut down everything that can be cut. As soon as the words fell, Alki could only sigh and boldly moved forward. Then I guess I have to clear the path for you to strike. Then across from them, the mouth of the beast opened wide enough to reveal its teeth, continuing to spit out a barrage of green orbs toward Alki. She immediately activated her sharp drill. Alki charged into them on her way, her fighting stance incredibly valiant. Finally, she managed to deal with all of them. After that, Alki began to measure the distance between them, about 50 millis. While stabbing her weapon into the ground, she continued. This means that the ground below began to tremble violently. A brilliant golden light appeared, revealing a glimpse of a gigantic sphere. It seemed to have a direct effect on the monster. Its mouth opened, the face distorted in pain. Seeing this, Alki seemed to realize that the core was somewhere else, and the drill was activated again. However, Sue flew up first. Just let me pour everything into the mana point. The system recorded the current data mana 145 mana, increased by 180. He charged fiercely and determinedly toward the monster. The sword skill was almost touching its outer edge. The mana bomb on the screen displayed the information S-level mana bomb. A beam of light shone brightly like sunlight. Green blood from inside the monster gushed out, its face twisted in agony, mouth wide open. Sue once again struck the fatal blow. After that, an explosion shattered the remains. The green screen immediately displayed you have leveled up. The transition on the phone screen was information and comments related to that battle. Shin pointed at it, speaking the hero who stopped Magnus. Finally, the public recognizes the big brother now. Hearing this, Sue smirked slightly. Weren't you doubting me at first? Then the other person stammered, Are you still holding a grudge about that? Meanwhile, a stream of thoughts arose in Sue's mind. Being famous is one thing. This time, I also received a worthy reward. I leveled up to 42 and received an S-level mana bomb. After hearing his words, from now on, we will be very busy. We have to build a base and recruit new members. Then Shin chased after him and shouted finally, We have a new member. Totally agree, I will do my best. And at the same time, in a somewhat dark place, a girl wearing a mask spoke. Before the butterfly dies, he really is a loose tongue who only knows how to do unnecessary things. The man wearing a lion mask immediately asked, Are you implying that it's my fault? Immediately, the other person unreservedly poked at the reason behind everything. Isn't it because the lion provoked the butterfly? As the words fell, someone slammed their hand down on the table. Along with that was the man's fury. The only thing I did was mention that someone had learned mana magic to my allies. After finishing, the girl still did not hesitate to continue. You really know how to pretend to be nice, don't you? You just wanted to get rid of an enemy, didn't you? That person remained incredibly calm, the dragon said. Yes, the butterflies incident is unusual. Hearing this, another person quickly agreed, yes, it's because of your recklessness that led to this lion. At this moment, another hand radiated a golden light. In a cold tone, you all have banded together, yet all your blades are pointed at me when things go wrong. Upon hearing this, no one said anything else. The mask shifted slightly over here. The girl wearing a mask also fell silent. A faceless person suddenly appeared. Leo, I've just heard about what happened. After hearing the faceless person's words, you did something useless. Leo quickly opposed the other party. Your mistaken mana magic is our source of power. If someone appears who knows how to use that method in the dark space, a voice cuts in, forget it. I understand the situation now. The man without a face stood in front of many people and continued, many people rely too much on mana magic. Even though it is our source of power, it's not everything. As time goes by, human technology will develop and catch up with us. Even knowing that you still incited our people and caused a death. I don't know if you're thinking rationally. The other person became shaky listening. What do you think? Leo. Hearing this, Leo quickly stood up and said loudly, I'm not provoking him, he brought this upon himself. You know that, right? The butterfly's ability, I didn't think he had that. It proves that the target might have abilities similar to ours. As soon as the words ended, the faceless man immediately stated, you're right. He must be an SSS rank. The fire is still burning fiercely, but it's just him. Do you really think he poses a threat to us? As soon as he finished speaking, Leo immediately replied, no, I don't think he has that capability. But the other person slammed the stick down on the floor, reminding Leo, this is your last chance. A cold voice rang out. Take full responsibility and handle this. From now until then, you're banned from entering the doors of IF. The army of Queen Overlord destroyed all 6 Aslan territories, 8 races in a bloodbath, leaving only ruins. The Soul Tribe sacrificed themselves in the first battle. In the next battle, Reuben caused a malfunction in the eternal machine of the ancient Dragon Tribe, driving them crazy and leading to suicide. During that time, our god Adia died. The situation became the worst. Even so, the tragedy did not stop. Because of a few traitors from the Beastman tribe, a third war is about to break out. Differentiation and mitosis. The first thing I must do is to eliminate all traitors of the same rank. I think that's when I, the one hailed as the sword god, will become the executioner. After reading the lines on the screen, Magnus Earth Affinity Level 8. Effect triples magic when used. Description: take 1 pill a day. The item cannot be duplicated. Use with caution. A thought suddenly flashed for the first time like this, it's also NDT0 done. Xu picked it up, bringing it close to his mouth. Instantly, an aura and green light radiated. On the screen, parameters appeared: status window level 30-37, stamina 20, endurance 17, speed 18, mana 183, resistance 16, toughness 12, no bonus points. He continued to ponder, is my title the guillotine always? Isn't that a bit much? It must be due to the influence of the executioner. Suddenly, the phone on the table lit up with a call. Sue looked at the screen intently. Faster than I thought, a moment later he opened the door, reminding AG, don't overexert yourself. Even though you've gotten over your mana allergy, you just recovered. Hearing this, the other person slowly wiped their face with a towel and replied, it's fine, I just ran a little. I think my condition is even better than before. In the meantime, Sue's face showed a hint of displeasure. Arms crossed in frustration. Could it be that the effect of the pill is stronger than I thought? And AG raised her phone, almost forgetting about this. Is it real? On there, a video featuring Sue was playing. Today's main character is a hot topic making waves online, the novice hunter, Christianisu. His relationship with Alki-Sora is becoming the center of attention. As of now, the camera angle zooms in closer. Even in the battle with Magnus, their coordination was perfect. Their relationship started in the Broken Moon battle. At this moment, AG looked a bit worried and unhappy. Sue, are you really dating Sora? As soon as the words fell, the other quickly denied. You can tell just by hearing that's just baseless gossip. After hearing this, AG's face broke into a soft smile. She placed her hands behind her back shyly. So what is your ideal type then? And Sue didn't hesitate to answer, someone who doesn't cause trouble. I'm off now. Eiji was sweating a bit, her eyes glistening. The scene shifts to Guru sitting cross-legged looking at her phone. At this time, Sue walked over and pulled out a chair. It's the weekend and she's still in uniform. She must be very busy. As soon as he finished speaking, Guru slightly lowered her head. Criminals don't choose days to commit crimes. After hearing the other person's question, what about that case? She replied seriously, just as you said regarding Hijikata, we found it. This shouldn't have been disclosed. Her voice flowed smoothly. During the investigation, we discovered a bracelet called the Canceller. Its purpose is to neutralize the effects of a jamming device, but its technology is 15 years ahead of us. Hearing this, Sue lifted her cup closer to her mouth. What she means is that this case might involve another country. Meanwhile, Guru maintained her position almost that. So we narrowed down the search area. Currently, there are 3 suspects who are foreigners. Images of 3 men appeared in turn. First is Professor Boris from the northern region, rumored to be conducting unethical experiments. Second is Professor Tron Van, an Asian. He operates a government-protected business. The final suspect is Professor Steve from the strongest country in the world. This person rarely appears in public, focusing solely on his research, which is why we couldn't find much information. So Sue concluded 1 madman, 1 criminal, and 1 researcher. A few thoughts crossed his mind. If Inamoto's information is accurate, one of these 3 is linked to the bracelet. No need to rush. He slammed the cup down on the table and asked, by the way, please investigate a person named Inamoto Gaku for me. This made Kuru very angry. Hey, I'm not a private detective. But Sue remained calm, stood up, and praised her as being much more useful than those detectives. Either way, you owe me a favor. So take your time and pay it back gradually, okay? When you have results, just contact me. This left Guru holding her head. I got it. The next day, a loud shout echoed, did you fail all of them again? Sin feigned an unwilling expression. Why are you being so harsh? You know how difficult it is to review files and reapply, right? Can't you give a little leeway? However, Sue didn't care at all, refusing, I just need capable people, the rest doesn't matter. But Shin still tried to persuade, I don't want my guild to only have 2 people. When you accepted me, you weren't this strict. After hearing this, Shu's gaze suddenly became solemn. That's because you have the ability to use mana magic. I'm not saying this to make you arrogant. Not many people can use mana magic as I thought. After that, both fell silent. The door was still open. Their voices continued to rise one after another. And the person coming for the interview? No. I think we're out of candidates. Done upon seeing the blonde girl, Shin couldn't help but exclaim, she's so incredibly beautiful. But Sue kept his cold demeanor. Sorry, we're not accepting any more applicants today. As soon as the words fell, the other immediately replied, I know that's why I'm here at this time. She slowly presented a business card. Nice to meet you, Christine Sue. I'm a hunter from the American Global Governance Organization, Michelle Rochelin. However, Sue pulled up her coat collar and walked right past. I'm not interested. This left the other person very confused. What? Wait! Listen to me. The voice drew closer, serious. I'm not here to recruit you for my guild. I'm here to propose a hunter exchange with you. I want to introduce a few hunters from my organization to the Overload Guild. Immediately, Sue slightly paused her actions. Is she trying to introduce an American hunter to me? Cut to a scene, a voice echoes in the room. Let's assume you researched us before coming here. But is there an American hunter willing to move to a newly established guild? Hearing this, Michelle explained that a hunter's income depends more on rank than on nationality. The world of hunters is expanding internationally, with some wanting to challenge themselves and others wanting to invest in the future of the guild. So they choose to exchange. While handing over a tablet, she continued, this means that the guild of the rookie Kiritani-Su is very valuable, attracting many who want to invest. Sue took it, her fingers tapping the screen, thinking, that's right, recruiting foreigners isn't illegal. His eyes narrowed slightly. This person has quite an impressive resume. Support rank S could also mean being able to attack when needed. Sue Michelle leaned forward and said, are you talking about Chandra? So that's it, this person became a hunter right after recovering from mana allergy. After hearing this, Sue's eyes sharpened. I was also wondering why this list is all support. The image of Eiji lying in a hospital bed appeared. Maybe she knows what our guild needs. After researching, she even mentioned the mana allergy. Her index finger lightly touched her chin. Smart. Then she slowly spoke. There's one person I find interesting. Can you arrange a meeting for me? As soon as she finished speaking, the other party replied without hesitation. That's not necessary. A hand holding a phone was raised, and the voices of the 2 people echoed one after another. What do you mean? Actually, that person came here with me. At that moment, someone was slowly pulling their luggage. I am Kiritanisu. Sitting down at the negotiation table with a sharp gaze and a firm voice. Nice to meet you. I am Kiritanisu from the Overload Guild. Facing them were Chandra and Secretary Michelle. Chandra replied politely. Pleasure to meet you. I am Chandra. Standing next to Kiritanisu, Kishida expressed his interest. I think Chandra is a cute girl. Hey, I'm voting in favor of her. As Kiritanisu ignored Kishida's words, his gaze bored deep into Chandra. You seem to switch guilds often, huh? Your previous guild wasn't bad. Why do you want to move? Chandra didn't dodge. I think my old guild isn't on the same level as me anymore, so I want to move to a new guild with more potential for growth. Kiritanisu slammed Chandra's resume on the table. You are very confident in yourself, but it seems there's another reason, isn't there? He pointed to his left chest full of implication. It hurts a lot here, doesn't it? Chandra reacted to Kiritanisu's previous action. Why are you... Before she could finish her sentence, Kiritanisu coldly continued. The severe chest pain lasts. From what I see, the more stressed you are, the worse the pain gets, right? You've joined so many guilds, yet you still haven't found a solution. It's clear that this condition can't be cured with skills. Chandra was amazed. I don't understand why Kiritanisu understands his illness so well. Do you know how to cure it? Kiritanisu quickly confirmed. Yeah, I do. His gaze scanned Chandra's body. He noticed the strong energy radiating from him. The reason you're in so much pain is quite obvious. Even right now, your mana is out of control. As a Heller, he should know that being flooded with mana is the real issue. They must be desperate to have traveled all this way to this copper coin. After a few seconds of silence, Chandra made up his mind. I understand now. I will join Overload. But as soon as he finished speaking, he received a surprisingly unexpected response. I never said I would accept you. Kiritanisu wanted to know Chandra's true fighting ability. The interview isn't over yet. He stood up. Now we're going to the practical test in the guild's basement. This is the real arena, where the thrilling matches take place. The secretary worried for Chandra before the match. Is this really okay? Kiritan is a melee attacker. A Heller like you will be at a huge disadvantage. Moreover, we can't be sure that this guild will cure your condition. As your manager, I can't let you fight in this state. Chandra was confident in his abilities. Don't worry, Miss Mitzeo. Thank you for introducing me to a good guild, Kiritanisu. That person will be responsible for his words. Besides, I haven't signed a contract yet. After that, Kiritanisu showed up. Chandra asked, upon seeing Kiritan only carrying a short sword. Is that the weapon you've chosen? Kiritanisu calmly replied. That's right. This will be over quickly, so it's not a problem. But Chandra didn't think so. Not necessarily. He didn't hesitate and suddenly launched the first attack on Kiritan. Facing the lightning-fast attack, Kiritanisu leaned back to dodge the sword. Thus, it fell from his hand to the ground. This left Chandra stunned. Did he just throw away his weapon? Suddenly, a hand tightly gripped his collar with a murderous gaze. Then a powerful strike from Kiritanisu's right arm. Before Chandra could react, he was hurled back, crashing hard into the wall. His body couldn't withstand the pressure and blood flowed from his mouth. I've never heard of this skill before, Kiritanisu said nonchalantly. I just pushed you a bit. But what kind of push causes someone to bleed from their mouth and nose like that? Chandra, furious, activated the super regeneration skill, quickly recovering and counterattacking with a wide area attack. This time I've got it for sure. A beam of light sliced through the space damp. The noise echoed throughout the basement. Kiritanisu had to tense up to dodge. Are you hunting giant monsters or what? This must be their habit when hunting in high-level dungeons in an attacking role. The way they swing their weapons at a wide angle. He unexpectedly kicked towards Chandra. But no, this time his kick was blocked by the mana barrier. He thought that this defensive skill met his requirements for reaction speed. So it met the requirements, but that barrier only made his lower body more vulnerable to attack. Suddenly, a sweeping kick took Chandra down once again. Chandra thought to himself, what did he just target an area beyond my capability? He didn't expect Kiritan to grasp his weakness so quickly. I need to quickly set up the barrier again. But the result still didn't stop Kiritan's punch. After that, Chandra continued to unleash a new technique. Overhealing is also one of his deadly moves. Kiritanisu stepped back. He subconsciously looked at his arm, guessing the effect from his opponent's technique. Stimulating excessive growth of healthy tissues causes tumors. Interesting, right? He showed a look of delight without any worry as the tumor spread throughout his body. Chandra smugly said, if you don't surrender and keep being so relaxed, you'll regret it soon. After all, it's a whole tumor. Zekon and another tumor appeared on Kiritanisu's neck. Is this a thyroid tumor now? He still calmly asked, then continued to make his guesses. The ability to implant cancer cells in critical areas of the body is equivalent to the ability to diagnose and treat humans accurately. Suddenly, all the cancer cells disappeared. As his body returned to its normal state, it was probably a mental healing method, quick, precise, and non-surgical. Chandra saw this miraculous ability and couldn't help but be surprised. What? While he was lost in thought, still without an answer, Kiritanisu stepped forward and delivered the finishing blow. I have to admit that was the most interesting attack you've made so far, but that's just an ordinary skill. Chandra accepted the reality. He realized he couldn't win. I completely lost. The method you used to counter the excessive healing skill is probably also the skill you can use to treat my pain, right? Kiritanisu was also quite satisfied with Chandra's performance. You're quick-witted. I also know your capability now. Now let's discuss the contract. Michelle looked worried as she read the contract. Wait a minute, hold on. In any case, the guild will not be legally responsible for any damages caused by leaks of internal information. Also, what's the point of a 15-year contract if it's not exploitation to achieve their goals? The film fully agrees to any terms in the contract. It's okay, Michelle. To get treated by Kiritani, those conditions are worth it. In no time, he signed his name on that contract. Kirito stepped forward, amicably shook Shin's hand, welcoming him to Overload. Shin Chandra cheerfully replied, from now on, I'll call you President Kiritani. Sue made a small request between the two. I won't use honorifics and will just call you Film, okay? Film felt very comfortable. Yes. I don't know when Kishida had stood beside them and spoke up, my name is Kishida. Shin, you can just call me Oni-chan. Film snapped, don't make me call you that creepy name. I'm a guy. Kishida's heart felt like it was breaking. He couldn't believe it, but you look just like a girl. Or are you just shy because our guild is all guys? In response, the attitude was cold, shut the hell up. I'll deal with you if you call me a girl again. Kishida still couldn't believe it. How can that be? I can't believe it. At this moment, Kiritani was thinking about his team composition, 1 tank, 1 melee, and 1 healer. At least now we have a basic team composition. What's left to do is practice in real combat. At that same time, at the Japanese Hunter Association, a voice rang out. Is it true? Oda Makito, a colleague of Wakamatsu Kenzo, who invented the jamming device, cautiously confirmed, yes, the anomaly will appear in Shizuoka in a week. Wakamatsu clenched his fist. We need to gather the guild leaders. Film narrowed his eyes, feeling stability spreading throughout his body. He quietly exclaimed, that's awesome. Kiritani nodded, his voice calm, but implied, just adjust your mana a bit and you won't feel pain anymore. Because of relying too much on skills, people often don't think of other solutions. He suddenly lowered his voice seriously. Don't disclose this information to other hunters. Film nodded and then frowned as if remembering something. Thinking back, it seems Professor Steve is also researching something similar to this. Kiritani frowned, his gaze sharp. Is he studying something similar to mana magic? Film nodded, looking uncertain. He said that research was to utilize the state more effectively or something. Kiritani pondered, mumbling as if connecting the facts in his head. Professor Steve seems to be one of the 3 suspects in the invention of the Canceller bracelet. With his technical level, I think it'll take him a long time to discover mana magic. But Kiritani paused, his eyes full of pride. Enhancement is the pinnacle and technical foundation of the 8 great clans. It's not just about relying on science and time to discover it. I don't need to worry about this. Then he sighed, the theory ends here. Now we move on to the next part, a real battleground. Cut to the dense forest filled with many dangers. Fim yells loudly, hey, come on, be nice, don't hold back. Kishida quickly takes the stance, ready to attack. Now I'm really going for it. The sound of metal clashing, a tremendous burst of energy, the principle of countering a new skill of Kishida. Kiritani observes with a professional eye. It seems Shin is getting used to the new skill. The principle of countering Shin continuously attacks, but unexpectedly he gets hit by a counterattack from the beast. Reactively, he raises his arm to block, but unfortunately Shin's arm gets injured. Fim at the back moves up. He quickly uses the healing skill he just learned and grumbles that stupid name. Right after that, Shin feels something miraculous. The wound heals instantly. Shin calms down, praising Fim while launching a support attack. Awesome. Seeing this, Fim also rushes to attack the beast. His attack is quite strong, instantly finishing it off. Shin excitedly shouts, that was amazing. You can attack too. Thanks for the support earlier. Fim frowns, waving his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Quit causing trouble. Shin pouts back. I'm not causing any trouble. As a result, he only receives a glare from Fim. Shut the hell up. Next time I won't heal you again. Just a little facepalm and it feels like we're outside the dungeon. Kiritani stands at the exit looking back at the S-class dungeon usually reserved for top guilds that are fully prepared. However, since we coordinated so well, we were able to conquer it successfully with just 3 people. I think the training for our formation is enough for now. Theme looks around squinting. The small monsters have all been dealt with, President. But this dungeon is a bit strange, Kiritani asks. What do you mean? Fim slowly replies. The A-class dungeons I usually participate in back in the US don't have monsters this strong. Fim glances at the corpse of the beast again. However, I've heard that this phenomenon occurs right before the appearance of anomalies in the US. Sin is surprised. Not ordinary monsters, but anomalies. What is that? Fim explains. Anomalies first appeared in the US 12 years after the first Fisher Tide. How long has it been since the first Fisher Tide occurred here? Sheen looks worried, mumbling. It seems like it's been about 11 years. If so, isn't it almost 12 years? Fim ponders. I've heard that a few months ago, Japan experienced many more Fisher Tides. There's a possibility that this is a sign of an impending disaster. Kiritani is also worried. An anomaly. At Kiritani's house, a cheerful female voice rings out, "Welcome home, Susan." Igawa Eiji warmly greets him. "What do you want for dinner?" Kiritani frowns, somewhat helpless. He scratches his head. "Isn't it still a bit early to cook dinner? And where did you get that apron?" Igawa answers innocently. "You don't need to worry about it. Oh, by the way, you have a guest?" Kiritani notices something unusual. A guest. Who is it? A cold female voice echoes from inside the house. "It's me." Soroshin is enjoying a cup of tea and continues speaking. "Since you didn't keep your promise, I had to come find you first." Igawa happily leaves the living room to give them space. Soroshin, Mr. Su, you two talk, I'll go make dinner." Soroshin feels shy. Yeah, thanks." Kiritani sighs. She ran away. "When did those two get so close?" He turns to the girl. "Miss Aoki, I didn't know you were so sociable." Aoki returns with an annoyed expression. She looks young, but we're the same age. "Your sister is very warm and approachable, so we became close right away, not as hard as someone else." Kiritani is silent for a moment before speaking. "She's not my biological sister. She's a close relative of an old friend of mine. He passed away in an accident at work." Aoki frowns, surprised. "It's one thing that you used to be a cleaner, but I didn't think you were still so kind." Suddenly, Aoki stands up. She raises her hand, casting a skill while saying, "Change owners to go. I came here today for this." A beam of light from her finger descends to the teacup. Kiritani nods. "I see you've learned it." She lifts her head proudly. "By learning from the Magnus battle, I succeeded in doing it. Only after understanding this method, I found it strange why I couldn't do it before." Kiritani claps in appreciation. "You truly deserve to be among the top in the country. Your standards are indeed on a different level." Aoki shyly looks away. "Don't tease me. I hope you keep your promise in the Magnus match." Kiritani nods, placing a book on the table. "Following the steps written in this book, you will reach a new level. Of course, this is still not on par with a corner of the mana manipulation method. This is just the basic foundation." Aoki ponders. "I think it would be more beneficial if I could practice in real life rather than just learning basic theory. I want to learn directly from you." She refused to accept the book, and Kiritani smiled slightly. "Okay, I do have a personal training room anyway. Then let's leave it at that for today." Aoki acknowledged, pulling out her phone, reading the messages with a worried expression. Kiritani noticed and immediately asked, "Is something wrong?" A series of messages from the Hunter News related to the aberration. She hesitated to respond. This. Kiritani quickly received this information as well. "Abnormalities will appear in Shizuoka. I didn't think it would be this soon." Aoki hurriedly left. "I have to go to my guild now. See you in Shizuoka, Ezi-chan. Thanks for the tea." Igawa felt confused. I know, come by again next time." Kiritani immediately called Shin. "Shin, where are you?" Shin hurriedly replied while moving, "I'm running to the base now." "Have you read the association's announcement?" Kiritani quickly responded, "I've seen it. All guild leaders are required to be present." "What's going on? It seems like there isn't much time left." "I'm heading to Shizuoka right now. Get ready and wait for the announcement." "Let's go, girl." Igawa Eiji worriedly said, "Susan, take care." Kiritani could only reply, "I'm off." A car sped down the road. A voice rang out, "The abnormal beast is predicted to appear in Shizuoka." Max 5. The boy with black hair was on his phone and said, "Why bother naming those abnormal beasts? Is there a deeper reason?" Film frowned and replied, "Just like how people name storms. To identify them, and also to distinguish them from monsters." Upon hearing this, the black-haired boy suddenly exclaimed in fear, "Just hearing about it is already scary." Sue, who was driving in front, said, "By the way, Film, I heard you're no longer allergic to manna after the waterway overflow incident." Film's expression turned serious as he responded, "Yes, I recovered after surviving that battle." Sue looked at him through the rearview mirror and asked, "How long after that did you become a hunter?" Film replied, "I fully recovered a month after being discharged and immediately registered." Hearing that, Shu thought to himself, almost exactly like Easy. Images of his little sister lying in a hospital bed appeared in his mind. Her manna allergy improved after she got through the waterway overflow. If that's the case, she Easy with her determination wants to be a hunter. Coming back to reality, Film continued. "I've heard about the girl who had a condition like mine. You seem worried about her, huh?" Me replied, "Yeah, I guess so. Does that experience relate to you having more mana than normal?" Film frowned and spoke, "I can't deny that. I received the core skill Mana Reaction after awakening. The SS-class Mana Reaction core allows the user to triple their mana instantly with jobs that require a lot of mana like mages. That's a special ability that compensates for their weaknesses." Shu added, "You're better than I thought. Didn't the old guild stop you when you left?" This question from him made the Film hesitate. The guy with black hair suddenly saw something outside and shouted, "Big brother, look!" Military helicopters. Just as he said. 2 large helicopters appeared in the night sky. The Film still didn't answer the main character's earlier question. He looked at the Film through the rear-view mirror, lost in thought. Then Sue spoke up, "We should hurry!" With that, he sped off like lightning. The car raced swiftly under several helicopters flying in the sky. The streets were filled with military personnel. Seeing that the black-haired guy said, "This seems more urgent than I thought," Sue glanced at a tank speeding beside them and replied, "Clearly the first monster has appeared in this country." He continued, "I need to go to the guild for a bit. Wait for me." When they arrived, Sue sat down at the table. He looked around, thinking, maybe it's because the situation is too urgent, but the unique feeling like when we raided Magnus is gone. A moment later, a man stepped up to the podium and said, "First, I want to thank everyone for gathering so quickly. Due to the urgent situation, I will go straight into the details of the orders and the assignments for each guild in the raid." He continued, "Additionally, we want the Overload Guild to be the vanguard for the raid." Max 5, that man continued, "Their abilities were proven in the Maxis raid, and the fact that they recently recruited an S-rank hunter made me make this decision." Then he looked at me and asked, "It seems no one objects to this decision. Do you have any opinions, kid?" Kiritani noticed that unfriendly eyes were all focused on him. At that moment, all eyes were on him. Sue thought to himself, "I'm not standing out, but I guess it can't be avoided." Then he smiled and responded to the man, "I will do my best not to disappoint you." The following morning, at a location on the mountain, the black-haired guy approached and asked, "Big brother, do you think the monster will really appear?" The Film lightly replied, "I think so." The images from the previous meeting flashed in the black-haired guy's mind as he said, "Well, we've been waiting for many days now. The 7-day limit mentioned in the announcement has passed. Other guilds are doubting this. It's obvious that it would be best if it doesn't appear." Men frowned and turned to the Film saying, "I heard they appear quite frequently in the US. Is there a special way to predict them?" The Film immediately replied, "There's no way, but since we encounter them often, we are always on high alert. That's why we can resolve situations quickly." The black-haired guy asked in confusion, "What the heck? So we are gathering here without any basis." The Film said, "Who knows, I doubt it. The guild president isn't as foolish as you." As the two were talking, Sue raised his hand to his chin, thinking, "That's strange." The guild announced to everyone that the monster would appear within a week in Shizuka. A vague prediction wouldn't mobilize so many people. There must be a basis for the monster's appearance. Now the question is who and why they summoned the hunters to this place. Suddenly, Sue's expression darkened. As he picked up the phone, the black-haired guy also panicked and shouted, "Big brother, the monster has appeared!" But the location on the phone screen showed the news, the place where the monster appeared at that time. Breaking news, a monster has appeared in Yokohama. Disaster! 3 minutes after it appeared, the entire intersection was engulfed in flames below. It also added that it was a serious mistake to make a prediction. Who will take responsibility? The black-haired guy continued, "Yokohama." He thought to himself, while the guild's fighting force is focused in Shizuka, the monster appeared in Yokohama. We fell into a trap, spectacularly. The black-haired guy said, "Big brother, we have to go right now." Sue continued in his thoughts, "I have to get to the guild after everything is sorted out." In Yokohama City, it was now like a tragedy. The crowd was running in fear. Someone shouted, "Sora, are you okay?" That girl seemed to be fine and answered loudly, "Yes." A man among the fleeing crowd was hit by something flying towards them. In the next moment, a shockwave happened, causing everything to fly around, including cars, leaving a long scar on the ground with nothing left. Military helicopters rushed to rescue people from the monster below. Immediately, Sora jumped from a helicopter straight down to the ground below. Her eyes glanced over. In front of her was a gigantic fiery monster destroying everything. Seeing it, Sora frowned. It's at least 50 meters tall. That's taller than the buildings. Its enormous size made it hard to determine the distance. The monster continued to destroy the city, engulfing it in flames. Sora angrily thought, "It's absorbing the mana from everything around, no matter what it is." Her hands were now trembling with fear. For the first time, she experienced this abnormality. Suddenly, a voice sounded reassuringly, "Sora, calm down." She quickly replied, "Oh yes." The person continued to instruct, "Its size is unusual. Then Sora, use your strongest attack." Sora immediately complied and shouted, "Understood!" The next moment, she slammed her spear down to the ground. It emitted extremely powerful lightning bolts. Thus, from the spear, more and more lightning bolts radiated. Lightning abilities, thunder skills, storm skills, divine thunder, punch. Such techniques gathered around the spear. Then Sora launched an attack, a powerful lightning strike flying straight towards it, hitting it head-on. However, the lightning dispersed, and the strange beast was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Sora was stunned. How can this be? It can take all the attacks. She looked at it standing tall in front of her, still in shock. Why is it not harmed at all? Then the strange beast let out a loud roar. Sora still hadn't regained her composure and was wide-eyed, wondering what was happening. Is it mana absorption or something else? Why are all the attacks ineffective? The strange beast stomped its feet hard, causing the ground to shatter. It swung its tail towards Sora, but she quickly dodged. The man with purple hair shouted, "Everyone put all your strength into stopping Mac's fate." The others responded in unison, shouting, "Understood!" A series of attacks were launched at the strange beast, but they only seemed to itch it. They didn't leave a single scratch. Seeing this, the people below panicked. How could it be that none of the attacks are effective? Is it really able to neutralize all the mana attacks? At that moment, the tail of the strange beast began to lift. It swung its tail behind it while attacking forward, sending debris and people flying everywhere. The strange beast opened its mouth and let out a sound before roaring loudly. Everything suddenly floated. Even people were suspended in the air. One person recognized it and exclaimed, "Gravity reversal." Sora was agile, jumping from stone to stone, rushing towards the strange beast. Suddenly, gravity pulled Sora down. Then she immediately fell along with the debris. It used this ability to make us miss our steps. However, Sora executed a safe landing. Gravity reversal and mana nullification. How can a strange beast have two abilities? Sora frowned and spoke up. "Before Feta takes more damage, I must..." Before she could finish her sentence, something flew toward her. It was the strange beast's hand preparing to strike down. Sora, with a determined look, shouted, "This time I will face you head-on." Then she launched an attack close to the beast's fist. Both attacks collided, creating a powerful force that shattered everything around them. Debris flew everywhere along with the lightning. Sora looked like she couldn't hold out much longer. However, she still tried, believing she could keep fighting. In her mind, she thought, "As long as I can buy some time, the reinforcements will arrive in time. Just hold on as long as you can." The monster was about to launch an attack. Sora immediately sensed the danger, but still took the full brunt of its attack a moment later. Blood poured from her eyes and mouth. Moments later, the monster kicked her again, sending Sora flying. The man with purple hair appeared and asked, "Sora, are you okay?" Despite her serious injuries, she replied yes, and struggled to get back up to fight again. "I have to hold on at all costs. I need to buy more time." Sora's eyes now gleamed with determination, undeterred by fear. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and turned in another direction. It seemed Sora realized and exclaimed, "That's..." Then she glanced in the direction it was targeting. In front of the monster were a crowd of people trying to escape. "Don't tell me it's targeting the civilians." Sora accelerated towards the people. The leader, the man with purple hair, understood and said, "Got it." Then he quickly activated a psychic link with Sora. She darted forward like lightning. From the monster's mouth, an attack was about to be unleashed. Sora executed her technique while feeling anxious. If she couldn't stop it here, the consequences would be dire. Moments later, a blast shot from the monster's mouth, seemingly aimed to obliterate everything. Sora stood there, preparing her technique to block the incoming attack. Her figure blurred within that attack. It was so powerful that it pierced through everything, throwing Sora far away, crashing straight into the wall, and she cried out in pain. At this moment, Sora was heavily injured. She struggled to hold her remaining arm, standing up to face the giant monster before her. Her heart couldn't help but stir with thoughts. So this is what a monster is like. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from somewhere, piercing through the monster's foot. It turned out that the beam earlier was from this powerful sword. Sora recognized it immediately and exclaimed within her heart, "The Ruin Blade." For the hell of it, her face lit up as she turned. "So that's what it means." Sora shouted, "Susan!" Main was descending from above and didn't forget to compliment, "You were amazing back there, Alki-san." Sora, exhausted, leaned against Main. "I'm sorry, I just thought so," he replied. "I know, let's talk later." Then Sue handed Sora over to Shin, saying, "Shin, take Alki-san to the film area. She's worried." He asked, "What about the big guy?" Sue responded, "Let me deal with it. After Alki-san recovers, you and Shin evacuate the civilians." "Understood," Alki replied while being carried, not forgetting to remind, "Got it, big guy, be careful." Sue gripped the sword tightly in his hand, looking at the monster baring its disgusting teeth before him, and said, "I didn't think I'd meet you here." Sue pointed the tip of his sword at it, frowning and calling out, "Overload." Sue thought to himself it was all too clear. Max 5 from Overload was a low-level scout sent to this planet to gather information. Instead of thinking about protecting humanity, his heart was now filled with hatred. A monster suddenly appeared and swept everything away in its path. This was simply unacceptable. Sue raised his sword, his gaze becoming as sharp as ice, and declared, "I will erase you from this earth." Immediately, Sue slashed at the monster's leg. The others witnessing this were astonished, exclaiming, "So fast, no way! How could his attack be effective?" Sue skillfully dodged the monster's attacks while analyzing its mana usage for both offense and defense as he struck. Surprisingly simple. Disable the mana and neutralize its mana nullification. It wasn't just wordplay. If it had the ability to disrupt a simple cycle, then I just need to neutralize it with a set that has 2 cycles or more. He continuously left numerous cuts on the monster's leg. It had a maximum of 1 cycle. After all, it was just a low-level anomaly. The people around gasped, whispering, "He hit it, but will it be effective? The size and mana level still differed too much." Moments later, each slash began to reach the monster's 2 arms. In anger, it threw a punch at Sue, but he used its arm as a springboard, leaping up and slicing a long cut on the monster's arm. Fighting against Overload was always a long battle. There was no need to rush, just do what I did in my past life. The monster let out a pained howl after taking that hit. Moments later, it shot its tentacles forward. Sue's agility allowed him to dodge those tentacles. At this point, the monster was truly furious, roaring loudly. As a result, Sue was also thrown back along with the debris. Immediately, he flipped over, raising his sword. It blew him away over 1,000 meters, but this worked to his advantage. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, "New psychic ability, acquired growth X." Sue immediately gripped his sword and charged straight at the monster. It swung its hand, intending to grab Sue, but he slashed downwards at it. Immediately, its hand was cleaved in 2 like chopping wood. Sue quickly ran along the monster's tail, leaping up to deliver another slash. Moments later, the monster lost its balance and fell to its knees. The people below who witnessed this were all wide-eyed and astonished, unable to believe, did he just take down a monster by himself? The man with purple hair was equally surprised, thinking to himself, even witnessing it firsthand, this is hard to believe. Do hunters really exist who can take down monsters alone? The monster is resisting, preparing to strike from its mouth, just like before. Sue quickly realized it's about to unleash the attack it used to take down Alki-san. He suddenly thought of the city lying just below. If I defeat it, and the whole area gets destroyed, it would be pointless. I have to take all its hits. Just as he thought that, it launched its attack. From where Sue stood, a blinding light emitted. He planted his sword straight into the ground, unleashing his chaotic powers. All around him, green lights began to radiate. Meanwhile, the monster's attack was flying close to him. A moment later, it suddenly changed direction and soared into the sky. Sue needed to hold his sword steady, calculating that the distance between him and it was about 100 meters. He had to close the distance right after it attacked, then take it down from its feet. Soon the green lights radiating from him increased even more. The most basic skill when fighting overloads is to cover large distances in a short time, so the skill mastered by all 8 races is the ultimate shadow step. Instantly, Sue vanished, leaving only the green lights behind. Sue rushed in with an unimaginable speed, confronting the monster head-on. The tentacles struck directly at him, but in the next moment they were all slashed away by Su, and the ultimate hunter of the giant god Su's sword descended from the sky, striking the monster before it could react. In the next moment, it severed parts of it, causing it to roar in pain. It immediately fell down. Seizing the opportunity, the purple-haired man commanded, "We can attack now, unleash every blow you can." The people below complied, responding, "Understood." They launched simultaneous attacks at the monster. These attacks pushed it into a corner, unable to get back up. Suddenly, from below, it spotted something rushing toward it. It was none other than Su. His expression was cold as he swung his sword for the finishing blow. "It's over." With all his mana, in the next moment, he sliced the monster in half. The head fell to the ground. The system immediately displayed continuous notifications. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up and gained a new status." Others gradually ran over asking, "Is it dead?" Another boy spoke up. "Really? He actually took down a monster. Is he really a rookie?" On this side, Su frowned, thinking to himself, "What? From now on, can I use the powers from my past life?" Su stood on the monster's corpse while everyone below cheered, "Hunter Kiritani, you're amazing. You really took off its head neatly." "Is there still space in the Overload Guild?" Hunter Kiritani, look over here. He didn't care much about those words, only thinking, "I'll check later, but for now I need to clean up." Then he turned and left. In the morning at Alkisora Hospital, "Congratulations. I've recently heard a lot of good news about you. The members of your guild are also getting a lot of media attention. Kiritani Su is no slouch either. You too, your face is all over the news." About the news of Hunter Aoki being severely injured, she felt a bit embarrassed, biting her lips while sitting on the hospital bed with her arm bandaged. He rubbed his forehead, sighing because that news made Eiji panic. "That girl wants to visit you too." Alkisora shyly lowered her head. She must be really surprised. "I didn't expect to feel so overwhelmed." She adjusted her sitting position, thinking back, "I have to thank you for your help." Kiritani Su stood up, smiling at him. "Thank you so much for your help. If Susan hadn't arrived in time, I don't know what would have happened." He calmly accepted Alkisora's gratitude. "I understand how you feel when you have to push yourself beyond your limits, but I hope you take care of your health." There were many people passing outside the hospital. "They all care about your health." He gently looked at her. "Because there are many people out there waiting for you to return." Alkisora's cheeks were redder than before. She placed her fist near her mouth. "Thank you so much. I didn't expect someone like Susan could say these words." Kiritani Su walked to the entrance, meeting her. Then Alkisora hesitated, looking at him, asking, "Are you leaving right away? Is there something you need to do?" Kiritani looked at her and replied, "I have to attend the memorial service." Currently, his name was appearing on news sites and in newspapers with sensational headlines. Japan's second SS-level hunter Kiritani Su. The story of his successful life. Is this the birth of the first SSS-level hunter in Japan? The paper featured a picture of him wielding a sword to defeat monsters. Outside, Kisida was scrolling through his phone, mumbling, "It's been several days and the news is still all about us. Finally, I'm a celebrity now." On his phone was news about hunters. A newcomer named Kim Si. A talented rookie has emerged on the battlefield. The image showed Kisida hugging injured Alkisora. Kiritani Su came out to see what he was so excited about. Kisida was startled and turned to look at him, surprised that he was out so early. He followed Kiritani. Wasn't their relationship developing? As he walked, he opened the status window. "There are too many things making my head spin. Don't cause any more trouble." The status window displayed the level and stats of Kiritani Su. Among them, a new line showed spirit. He focused on recalling information from his previous life. "The spirit I had in my previous life had this stat. This is a prerequisite stat for growth in his spiritual space." A white light circle appeared, continuously moving around along with several small lightning bolts. It represented the rank of the soul. Without spirit, gods lose their power. Humans and gods differ in that aspect. But the only issue is that I cannot use points to increase this stat. He touched the status window, wanting to add points, but the system reported that points cannot be used to increase this stat. Kiritani Su pondered. Did it require some special action like the powers of the enforcers? Wait a minute, could it be... He looked at the status window, gently stroking it. "I have this idea. I have to try it." A little while later, at a cemetery outside the city center. It was built in an inverted T shape. The gravestones were tall, adorned with many wreaths. Below were neatly arranged lines of people bidding farewell to the heroes. Kiritani Su stood on the podium today. "We are here to express our condolences and share the pain with the bereaved families." Among the crowd appeared Kisida, A silver-haired teenager stood solemnly in front of the memorial for fallen hunters. He looked at the people standing below. Even if it sounds a bit presumptuous for me to want to lighten the burden for the bereaved families, he announced that the Overload Guild would donate half of the profits to the families below. Everyone present applauded him. Thank you for Kiritani-Su's empathy and kindness. The status window now showed that the spirit stat had increased to 32. He stepped down from the stairs. I was right, just like in my previous life. It can only be increased when I do something for the world. In this capitalist society, one could even use money to buy soul ranks. However, it cannot be denied that it was much easier than I thought. A sound from a little girl caught Kiritani-Su's attention. Daddy. He turned to see a girl covering her face, crying uncontrollably. Her mother was trying to comfort her. Her father had passed away during the recent dungeon expedition. Kiritani-Su gazed at the girl. Even in my previous life, this scene was not unfamiliar. No matter how many times I see it, I can never get used to it. The white-haired teenager lowered his eyes. The guildmaster has worked hard. Then he said nothing and held out a notebook. Kiritani-Su looked at the gray-haired teenager. Thank you. He didn't understand why he needed this notebook. But why does he need these things? Didn't the Max 5 issue get resolved? The notebook he handed over was a top-secret red-marked report on aberrant beasts. Kiritani-Su replied, There are some things I need to verify myself before I can believe it. He frowned at the notebook in his hand. The person I need to meet now is at a villa. A hand is hurriedly pulling a suitcase. A bald man wearing glasses is trying to arrange his luggage. A voice from outside calls out, That's a lot of luggage, isn't it? The voice startled him, making him turn to see Kiritani-Su in a hooded cloak sitting on his window ledge. Are you going somewhere far? The bald man panicked. Hunter Kiritani-Su, why are you here? He dashed forward to stand in front of him, no matter how much he thought he couldn't understand. Kiritani-Su leaned in close to his face. The one who developed the device that can accurately predict the appearance of anomalies, something that even Americans can't do. How could someone like that get the location wrong? Hearing him say that, his face turned pale. His eyes widened, mouth agape. He stammered, Wait, please, this time I just miscalculated a little. Predicting mana flow comes with a lot of variables. Kiritani-Su angrily threw down a pile of documents. These are reports from the United States. The prediction of anomalies appearing within a week is indeed an impressive effort. You didn't give the association time to think. He sat at the conference table, clasping his hands together, frowning as everyone discussed. He angrily said, So you're implying that I intentionally gave the association a wrong location? Kiritani-Su drew his sword from thin air. I know you're a leader in researching mana flow. You implemented the use of domestic materials and invented devices to counteract anomalies. However, an item that can counteract anomalies has recently been discovered. Don't you find that to be an unusual coincidence? A metal ring with a gem attached to a circuit board. He started sweating at the thought. It seems Kiritani-Su had cornered him. The man grabbed a remote and pressed a button. A beam of red light shot through him, forcing him to stop. Is the pressure in this room also from a counteracting material? While Kiritani-Su couldn't move, he quickly made his escape. He disregarded the suppression in the room. Kiritani-Su turned, holding the sword, making a throwing motion. You underestimate me too much. You think someone who single-handedly took down Max 5 would lose to this? The sword thrown by Kiritani-Su carried a red light from the counteracting material. Fresh blood splattered as the sword embedded itself in his leg, causing him to fall and scream in pain. He sat down in a chair, watching him in agony on the ground. Who is pulling the strings behind this? Speak the truth or I'll chop off your head. Threaten him. Grit your teeth and tell the truth. I understand now. I don't know why that person made me do this, but they definitely anticipated it. But his answer didn't satisfy Kiritani-Su. The sword was ruthlessly drawn by him, blood splattering everywhere. He screamed in pain. Kiritani-Su wanted him to get straight to the point. Answer me, who is that person you are talking about? He stood up, pointing the bloody sword at his face. The man waved his hands fearfully, backing away. Wait, that person is... But something stopped him from speaking. The sword was pointed at his throat. Kiritani-Su looked at him calmly. Indeed, you are bound by them just like Kadia. Now he cannot say that person's name. The man tried to plead for mercy. Are you going to kill me? You know the world is praising you as a hero. Even as an SS-level hunter, you cannot kill people at will. If you go too far, you will be seen as a criminal. His terrified face reflected on Kiritani-Su's sword. He himself had crossed the line. Then why should I be afraid? I'm only interested in what role you play in this matter. He screamed in fear. Please, I will tell everything. The twins are twins. Go find them. Spare me. But before he could finish, Kiritani-Su's sword slashed down. Fresh blood splattered, and Kiritani-Su glanced at him. Because of you, 30,000 people have died. Go pay for your sins." Then he jumped down and left. Behind him, his mansion exploded. The fire from the explosion consumed everything. His face was expressionless. "I need to be even stronger. Strong enough to stop them no matter where, no matter when." The opening scene was a newspaper headline reading, "The hero donates 28 billion yen, embodiment of a noble soul continuing the Overload Guild." Other guilds also began to donate. Along with that were many articles related to the recent events. Now shifting to Kiritani-su. He was comfortably lying on the bed. He relaxed with one hand behind his head, the other scrolling through his phone, reading various news articles. After reading for a while, he thought to himself, all articles about Dr. Oda have completely disappeared. Reading through the news, he gradually noticed the comments below. He does what the government doesn't care about at all. Half of the profits is a lot. What about him and the other members? He must be a good person, right? He's a good person. People donated money. What complaints could there be? You have to have a heart to do that. You guys probably have never donated a dime. Don't just type nonsense. Comments kept pouring in, praising him. Everyone celebrated his recent achievement. Seeing all the comments online about himself, he sighed. Good person, huh? That's somewhat true. After a while of looking at those things, he turned off his phone and began to lament. If I could pay to upgrade my mental stats, I would pay any amount. The only problem is there are too few opportunities to do that. If only that wasn't necessary, it would be great. Kiritani-su, he began to doze off and then thought, if this world also shares the same fate as my past life, I won't let the overlords run wild. Thinking about that, Kiritani-su felt determined as he opened his eyes. A strange scene suddenly appeared before his eyes, a place that surprised him and made him wonder what this place was. Expanding his view, we see that Kiritani-su is standing on a cliff. On the other side are jagged mountains along with many forests. A voice suddenly spoke. What are you thinking about, Eve? This place is too much like Aslan's 6 territories, isn't it? The voice caught his attention abruptly. At this moment, the person with that mysterious voice explained, actually, this is a parallel world created by the Long Ear tribe. It can also be called another dimension. It is known that the person who just spoke is Kusuzu Flankak, one of the 8 heroes and also a member of the Long Ear tribe. Seeing that figure, Kiritani-su thought to himself, Kusuzu, if she's here, then that means... Suddenly, another voice broke his train of thought. Awesome, if we're here, then the 5 of us can fight the Demon Queen without any hindrances. Along with that sentence were the figures of old comrades gathering around Kiritani-su. Seeing everything just now, he thought this was a dream about his past life. A loud sound emerged, causing the scene to begin to change. Now in Kiritani-su's arms was Kusuzu, who was in a dying state with weak breaths. She whispered, I'm sorry, I should have known where my place was and lived a humble life. Do you think so? After saying that, Kusuzu began to fade away. Recalling his death, it became even clearer that the battlefield was not meant for someone who should have lived peacefully in the woods like her. We also learned that before Kusuzu's departure, Brandon View, another teammate in the group, was extremely angry. With that fury, he tried to forge a weapon made from the sacred vessels of the gods, believed to be capable of defeating the Demon Queen. However, it has never reached Kiritani-su, even though Brandon View devoted his whole life to create that weapon. It is known that that sword poses a real threat to the Demon Queen, to the extent that they risked their lives to attack the Dwarven Forge. And in that attack, Brandon View's final masterpiece was lost 3 fathoms beneath the ocean. With the disappearance of that weapon, the last hope that Randall View had sacrificed his life for vanished as well. This caused him to disappear without a trace, along with his immense disappointment. After some time, Randall View was found on a battlefield in the snowy mountains, and the cause of death was ruled a suicide. One by one, he witnessed the departure of each person as Kruger Cruiser, one of the 8 heroes, went insane and sought a way to the Wraith Queen's base to end everything. But ultimately, what awaited him was only death. Recalling Kruger Cruiser's last words on the edge of the abyss across the deep chasm between the starry sea and the endless ocean, the Wraith Queen stood on those 6 terrains. In the end, he pleaded, Aiden, please eliminate the Wraith Queen and put an end to this war. Then, with those final words spoken, his body gradually faded away. Suddenly, Kiritani-su opened his eyes abruptly, freeing himself from the nightmare. He wondered, is this what dreaming is like after encountering a beast? Kiritani-su sat up, holding his head and reflecting on everything when he was still Aiden. I didn't understand Cruiser's dying words, but now, as Kiritani-su, I finally get it. The place Cruiser spoke of is the galaxy. The beasts I often call Overload are monsters from outer space. Thinking about that, he jolted and realized he had to prepare himself. At that moment in the blacksmith shop, Kiritani Su and the old craftsman looked at each other in surprise and then asked, "What is this?" Kiritani Su replied, "This is the beast that has recently appeared. I played the biggest role in taking it down, so I also get the most parts of its body." As he spoke, they saw the massive monster carcasses behind him, and with a sigh, the old man brushed his hands and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't afford to buy this material." After the old man's refusal, Kiritani Su turned to him and said, "I remember you said you would handle any materials I brought in." Hearing that from him, anger flashed across the old man's face, and he replied, "So now you mean this old man should just shut up and take care of it, huh?" Kiritani Su suddenly said, "I'll give you half." After hearing this, the old man jumped in surprise and turned to look at him with a confused expression. At this moment, Kiritani Su added, "Please use it to create the best weapons for me and my guild members." Upon hearing his request, the old man slowly looked up at the gigantic carcass and turned to ask, "Hey, young man, do you think giving me such precious material is a bit too kind? Even though I promised, don't you think this is exploiting the elderly?" As he asked, the old man turned to look at Kiritani Su, but he had disappeared without a trace. Seeing the scene like this, the old man sighed and said, "I will handle this very carefully." After sorting out the equipment issue, Kiritani Su was now striding down the street. As he walked, he thought, if Max 5 is here, then the other overloads will definitely show up too. In the previous life, we were defeated before we could prepare anything. Now we have to show them that this time is different. Thinking about this, he became even more determined. Right now at home, Igawa Eiji is shouting his sister's name, Susan. Hearing his sister's voice so loud, he felt confused. At this moment, Igawa Eiji swung the door open, and seeing his sister like that, he asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so panicked?" While panicking, she raised her hand for him to see. Hand. She noticed that Igawa Eiji's hand suddenly had lines of magic moving chaotically. Seeing that, he mumbled, "That's..." At this moment, Kiritani Su realized that it was mana. He even wondered if Igawa Eiji had awakened just like the movie said. Recalling their previous conversation about the movie, he had anticipated this when he heard it. But when he noticed Igawa Eiji, he began to see everything was unusual. Yes, witnessing himself like this, Igawa Eiji loudly asked, "So does that mean you've awakened now? You will also be a hunter, right?" As he asked, Igawa Eiji showed more excitement. Seeing his sister ask like that, Kiritani Su gently said, "You should know better than I do. Try opening the status window." Hearing her brother's instruction, she began to try to regulate the power within her body. Then she stretched her hand forward and shouted loudly, "Open the status window!" Igawa Eiji's voice echoed throughout the room, but unfortunately nothing happened. This made Igawa Eiji suddenly turn away. With great embarrassment, Igawa Eiji thought that maybe she hadn't awakened yet. Perhaps she was mistaken. At this moment, Kiritani Su pondered, "Is she still not awakened? So this is different from the movie's case." Thinking this, he gently requested, "Sit down, Eiji. Sit down here, try to breathe slowly, and focus on your soul." After calming down with Kiritani Su's words, she began to concentrate intensely. Right after that, magic exploded around her. Seeing her talent just now, Kiritani Su silently marveled. She has talent indeed. Having witnessed it firsthand, he still found it hard to believe, but the more he looked closely, he surprisingly realized that the power Eiji was wielding was very similar to Kususu, one of his teammates. Seeing her brother's expression, Eiji anxiously asked, "Susan, are you okay?" "I'm fine, you're just a bit different. Don't worry too much, but if you feel anything unusual, let me know, okay?" As he spoke, he gently patted her head to calm her down. Hearing her brother say that, Eiji replied with relief, "Yes, I understand." Kiritani Suzuki thought to himself, "If in the previous life when we met she was already exceptionally skilled, then our team would have had 9 instead of 8 heroes." Suddenly a phone rang, breaking the atmosphere. It turned out the caller was Tachibana Karu. When the phone rang, Kiritani Su picked it up and asked, "This is Su, what's going on?" At this moment, we learned that Kiritani Su just received news about someone named Inamoto Gaku. The scene shifts to the Japanese Hunter Museum, right beneath the monument where 2 figures are present. Tachibana Karu spotted someone named Kiritani Su. She started complaining, "You actually made public servants work on the weekend, and what are you wearing?" As she asked, she looked at him suspiciously. Turning to Kiritani Su, he now had to dress completely covered. "I've become a bit famous lately. And you said there was information about Inamoto Gaku here." Tachibana Karu said, "I don't know if it's the person you're looking for, but I found that name in the least expected place right here." As she spoke, she directed her gaze straight at the monument. After observing for a while, his attention suddenly stopped at one name, Kishida Mamoru. It is known that this person is the grandfather of Kishida Shin, and also the one who taught him Jisho. Tachibana Karu pointed at the name and said, Inamoto Gaku's name is here, but this person went missing 12 years ago and is believed to be dead. He was considered a rising star when he became an A-class hunter at just 19 years old. His ability was to convert mana. Suddenly, Kiritani Su interrupted her, into firepower and shoot it out like bullets along with agile movement. He could avoid attacks beforehand. With the information Kiritani Su just mentioned, she suddenly turned to look at him and said in confusion, That's right. Now we can confirm that he is indeed the butterfly. Realizing something along with surprise, she asked, How did you know that? Could it be you actually killed him? As she spoke, her expression relaxed. Now Kiritani Su began to explain, He was the one Lafker who declared war on me first. I was just acting in self-defense. I don't understand why he acted that way. Hearing that, Tachibana Karu shouted, Even so, you can't kill people! He turned away and gradually lowered his glasses coldly, replying, A hunter who is believed to be dead yet still wandering out there. What's going on? The hunter management unit should know best. At the same time, with seriousness, he looked straight at Tachibana Karu, decisively saying, Anyone the law can't handle, let me take care of. That's what we agreed on. Tachibana Karu, taken aback by his attitude, explained, That's not what I meant. Before she could finish, Kiritani Su walked towards the museum. He added, Come on, let's not be harsh on each other anymore. Since we're here, I also want to take a look around. Hearing that, Tachibana Karu sighed in relief and relaxed. After touring for a while, the two stopped at a painting of a giant hole, which Tachibana Karu explained, A large explosion was created to suppress the rupture flood. And thanks to that, we were able to destroy the core of the flood earlier than expected. Kiritani Su wondered, So who caused that explosion? To explain further, according to the records left behind, the hunter Kishida Mamoru pushed himself into a frenzied state to cause the explosion. That's also the reason why the hunter Kishida's name is placed at the top. While the two were still talking about the relics, suddenly a melody rang out. We are the light guiding the way, dispelling the darkness that envelops the path. Hearing that music, Kiritani Su was surprised and turned towards the source of the sound, wondering, This music is this, the lyrics written by Kishida-san. Seeing his reaction, Tachibana Karu asked, Have you heard it somewhere before? With a slight smile, he thought, This is the piece that the 8 heroes love the most. Vasol, the ultimate technique of absorbing mana of the ancient dragon race. The big explosion was probably the result of the Vin 9 machine losing control. The master must have come to this world before you did. At the end of the tour, as they were leaving, a loud cry rang out. Along with that were countless explosions. A figure of Kishida Shin was thrown aside. He was struggling to get up when Kiritani Su said, Get up, let's do this again. At this moment, in difficulty and frustration, he said, Big brother, why did you suddenly do this to me? You don't usually act like this. I was just on break and you dragged me here to beat me up mercilessly. I told you I learned to tie the ropes when I was little, but I don't remember anything now. It is known that a few minutes ago he was invited by Kiritani Su to follow him, and then he was dragged into training ruthlessly like this. At this moment, Kiritani Su explained, Vessel is the skill of attracting mana. It is used to create an immortal body. If you've ever learned it, your body should still remember. From now on, I won't go easy on you anymore. Get stronger. As he spoke, he gathered power in his right arm. The scales gradually appeared, covering his entire arm. Seeing that, Kishida Shin started to pout and immediately backed away quickly. Did you hold back at all? And what's with those scales on your arm? What's going on with you today? While he was talking, he was suddenly pulled back with a request. Can I join in? Seeing that request, Kishida Shin was extremely surprised by that suggestion. Kiritani Su also agreed and asked him to take care of the healing part. Remembering with some relief, he replied, Don't worry, this guy can still hold on for a few more rounds. No need for healing yet. Hearing those unintentional words, Kishida Shin said in frustration, Hello? Why do you talk like that? It smells like gunpowder as soon as you open your mouth. Amidst that grumbling, he just said to shut up, and then a series of screams followed by countless shockwaves erupted. Seeing all that, Kiritani Su sighed. It seems like there's still a long way to go. At that moment, a figure caught his attention. You're being too strict. It turned out to be Captain Tamura. Seeing Kiritani Su, he cheerfully greeted him. Good morning, Kiritani. There are a few things I want to discuss with you. Please give me a moment. Seeing this, the two started to move to a different location to talk. At this point, we learn that Tomura approached him regarding the MES conference. It is known that this is an international conference on new technology researching issues related to mana, one of the biggest global events. As reported, the MIDE conference is a major international conference to present findings on mana technology, where all scholars and researchers in this field will participate. At this moment, Kiritani-Su suddenly thought. If it's a conference focused on mana, he turned to ask, "So Professor Steve will be there too, right?" Hearing his question, Tomura immediately replied, "Of course. He is one of the founders of the MID conference, so he always attends." Tomura added, "Not only Professor Steve, but Professor Boris and Professor Chen will also be participating." Hearing this, he thought that the guys he suspected were involved with the nullification device would all be present. Realizing this would be an opportunity for him to approach suspicious individuals, he immediately agreed. With that agreement, Tomura was overjoyed. "Thank you so much. If you're interested in mana research, would you like us to arrange private meetings with the researchers?" In response to that heartfelt offer, Kiritani-Su gently declined. "No need. Thanks to my video defeating the monster going viral, I'm sure many people will attend the conference." Hearing that, Tomura hesitantly said, "That's true. Researchers are incredibly curious." At this moment, he was sipping his coffee and quietly thought that the person who created the nullification device and ordered Professor Oda to spread the news about the monster could be one of those three. "I will wait for that person to appear and catch them red-handed." Tomura also added, "Thank you for agreeing to participate in the proposal. To be honest, the one escorting Professor Steve this time is a top-level hunter, so it's a bit complicated for us." Hearing Tomura say that, he wondered, "By top level, you mean?" In response, Tomura added, "Right. Just like you, Kiritani-Su. A SSS-level hunter has been hired to escort him." Hearing that, Kiritani-Su began to fall into deep thought. At this moment, in the sky over the Pacific Ocean, a flight was underway. Inside the passenger cabin, we hear someone's coughing continuously. Suddenly, a girl spoke up. "What do you want?" "You've been making noise like a barking dog." "Do you need me to bring you a female dog?" Hearing her complaints, an old man with a purple face spoke up. "You were the one who agreed to escort me, yet you're getting upset over something completely normal. What do you want?" It is known that this person is a mana researcher and Dr. Steve Robert. Hearing the old man say that, the girl reminded him, "I don't know and I don't want to know. Stop rambling, just go to sleep." "Sleep now." Now we learn that this woman is named Karina Wayne. She is an SSS-ranked hunter from the United States and ranked second in the world. And she is also the old man's bodyguard for this conference. Hearing those words, the old man angrily turned away, saying, "Look in the mirror and see how you really look." Seeing that, the girl immediately replied, "You should be grateful that I even let you live. I'm not even done with you, for when you touched my butt, back when I was a rookie." Hearing that, the old man jumped in shock and fear and explained, "I said it was unintentional. I almost fell, so I just grabbed onto it accidentally." With that response, the girl began to stand up and slowly moved closer to him. "You old perv. You really look down on us hunters. I wonder how long you can keep that arrogant attitude. Or should I poke a hole in your proud genius brain?" she said while raising her finger filled with magic in front of him. Seeing that, the old doctor panicked and quickly admitted his mistake. "Okay, I admit I was wrong. Is that enough? Don't point your finger at me." Receiving the apology, Karina Wayne slowly calmed down and returned to her seat, witnessing the earlier aggression. The doctor nervously said, "With that kind of talk, how will you ever have a boyfriend?" Miss Luong ignored his words and continued to focus on watching the video of Kiritani-Su's battle with the monster earlier. Seeing that the old doctor understood, "Ah, I get it. The reason why a hunter known as the cheerful gunner who never listens to anyone like her is participating in this escort mission is right here." The old man said, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you know what that is on the hunter's head?" By his guess, it looked like the halo of an angel. "It must be some kind of special ability, right? Didn't you know this stuff better than I do?" As he spoke, he casually handed her the tablet. Receiving the tablet back, she sarcastically replied, "I was just asking. I thought someone with the title of professor like you would know." Seeing his friend being sarcastic, he got angry and shouted, "Do you have any respect for others at all? Forget it, I'm going to sleep now. Wake me up when we get there." Ending the conversation, Karina Wayne remained focused on researching the video as they headed to the mid-conference. At this moment, in the middle of the conference, a crowd was gathering around Kiritani-Su with many greetings and questions. "How many special abilities did you use while fighting Max 5? I hope you'll visit the research center in Switzerland in the future. Don't forget to stop by the research center in China as well." Along with that were countless similar questions from those around, making Kiritani-Sue feel very annoyed standing at the center. Suddenly a voice called out, "Hunter Kiritani!" That was the call of Captain Tamura. "Quickly help clear the crowd for Kiritani to get over to the other side." Kiritani was happily thanking Tamura. "Thanks to you, I finally got away from those people. People seem more interested in me than I thought." Tamura simply replied, "It's because I invited you here, I have to support you in some way." Just as he finished speaking, many prominent figures began to walk in from outside. It is known that among them are Professor Chen and Professor Boris. Looking at Professor Chen, he thought to himself, he doesn't look like someone who runs the largest corporation in the world. The other person stood still, observing for a while. When Professor Boris walked by, he noticed that although it was faint, he could still smell the scent of death on him. Now he understood where the malicious rumors about him came from. He had to keep an eye on this one. At that moment, another figure appeared, attracting all eyes. That was Professor Steve. Seeing him appear, Tamura asked, "Oh, he finally arrived. That's Professor Steve. I remember you were very interested in him. Why don't you go over there and say hi?" Kiritani-Sue was both surprised and confused, asking, "No, what I care more about is who the woman accompanying him is." Tamura explained again, "That's the SSS-ranked hunter from the United States that I told you about. She has participated in 41 rift breaches and has taken down 2 monsters, ranking second on the World Hunter leaderboard. She holds a long-range attack position and is an immortal idol in the community." The mobile fortress, Karina Wayne, suddenly caught his attention with the magical aura surrounding her. He thought to himself, even though she tried to hide it, I can still feel it very clearly. Knowing she's an SSS-ranked hunter, what is this terrifying amount of mana? Maybe she is like Shin, and if not, whatever it is, I must not be careless. As he looked toward her, he remained highly vigilant. In the auditorium, where discussions were constantly taking place, the sound in the hall grew louder. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Our next speaker, please welcome Professor Chen." Please give him a round of applause. One after another, the discussions continued. After a long while, noticing that Kiritani-Sue's gaze was always on the woman named Karina Wayne, he asked, "Kiritani, you haven't taken your eyes off Karina-san. Have you met her before?" Hearing that question, his gaze remained fixed on the woman. Seeing that gaze, the woman also gradually directed her gaze toward him. At this moment, Kiritani replied, "You're overthinking it. I'm paying attention to her because I'm also in charge of escorting, and besides, we are all SSS ranked." After hearing that response, Tamura nodded. "I see, it must be because I am still inexperienced. I need to try harder to catch up with my younger sister, your teammate." Kiritani-Sue felt confused by what he just heard. Younger sister. At this point, Tamura explained, "I thought you two were close, so you should know. I am Alcasora's older brother." Kiritani-Sue was stunned by what he just heard. "I didn't know Alcasan had an older brother." Upon saying this, Kiritani-Sue began to piece things together. The two of them also radiated a similar energy. Tamura added, "Well, I guess that girl hasn't told you anything about me. There's not much I can do about it. Please take care of her for me later, okay?" Seeing Tamura say that, Kiritani-Sue replied, "Well, we help each other out, so we just try our best together." Seemingly thinking he heard wrong, Tamura asked again, "Wait, work together?" Seeing his surprised expression, Kiritani-Sue asked back, "Yeah, is there a problem?" Tamura immediately denied, "Oh no, I must have misunderstood. I trust you to take care of Sora." Kiritani-san, feeling confused, asked back, "You want to entrust her to me? What do you mean?" But suddenly Kiritani-Sue noticed something appear in front of him. It was a pair of children playing in the hall, and filled with curiosity, he wondered, "Children? Why are they dressed like that here?" He suddenly froze, as if remembering something. That's right, they are the twins. What that old man had once told him, "Twins, go find the twins and you'll understand." Even though they were frolicking in the hall, no one noticed them. Even though they were armed, he immediately recognized them as anomalies. With that thought in mind, he quickly dashed toward the two kids. This caught everyone's attention. Rushing out of the conference room, he saw them standing by the emergency exit, apparently intending to leave. Seeing that, he immediately tried his best, then burst open the door, but there was no one in front of him. He wondered, how could they disappear without a trace? In his doubt, suddenly a voice came from behind him. "You look like you've seen a ghost." He jumped and quickly turned around. It turned out to be the hunter Karina. He was wondering why she was here when Karina spoke up. "You were running like you saw a monster, so I followed you. Is there something interesting going on?" As she asked, she looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Seeing that he had missed the chance to track them, he immediately felt discouraged and turned to leave. As he walked away, he said, "No, I must have just misseen. There have been a lot of strange things to worry about lately, so I must be imagining things." At that moment, Karina made a suggestion. "I can help with those worries." Not having mentioned that, Kiritani-Sue immediately turned to look at her with a sharp gaze. She further added, "I traveled a long way to get here, not just to protect some old geezers. You know that." As she spoke, she looked at him with a meaningful glance. After sharing information with each other, she understood the reason for his earlier actions. Kiritani-Sue added, "Anyway, I will try to track them down, so you really don't need to worry." Hunter Karina thought he misunderstood. Karina explained, "No, I came here because I have some questions that need answers. A dangerous organization that the CIA is keeping an eye on has started to act. I'm sure you've heard of Aziz al-Malik." Mentioning this name, he immediately recognized he is the leader of the Bloodshot Eyes. At this moment, we learned that he is the one who has occupied the rogue nations when his powers were awakened. Let me add more about this guy's powers. Thanks to his abilities, he is known as the Corpse Eater. He can control the corpses of those who try to kill him. The more people he kills, the stronger his army becomes. The Bloodshot Eyes organization was formed out of admiration for his powers. Kiritani-Sue thought to herself, "So they started acting right when we were pursuing the mastermind. What a coincidence." It can't be a coincidence. Right after passing by at the conference, Tamura softly asked, "Is something wrong?" Seeing that Kishida Shin replied, "No, I'm fine." At this moment, Kishida Shin began to fall into deep thoughts. The activities of this terrorist organization and the date of the conference coincided. Surely one of the leading professors at the conference is related to the mastermind. The evidence is the twins who suddenly appeared during the speech. According to Kishida Shin's reasoning, he began to eliminate each person one by one. First was Chen, he was speaking when the twins appeared. Next was Dr. Steve. When the twins appeared, Karina was always by his side. Just as he was thinking about the last person, a voice called out, "Are you okay? You rushed out earlier. Is something interesting happening?" As he spoke, the old man looked at him with a mysterious face. Hearing that voice, Kishida Shin turned to look. It turned out to be the old Dr. Boris. Seeing his concerned interest, he suddenly thought, "A notorious figure like Professor Boris, the smell of death on him, and there's no way he would show kindness to others like that." Not to mention, it seems he realized something. He jumped in surprise. Before he could understand what was happening, suddenly a loud noise rang out. Along with it was an explosion. Under the pressure of the recent explosion, everything was nearly destroyed. The auditorium was also wrecked. Surrounding were rubble and debris from the explosion. At this moment, from the pile of rubble, Kishida Shin slowly emerged. As he stood up, he brushed off the dust from his clothes. After standing up, he began to observe the surroundings. From behind, a familiar figure suddenly called out, "Kiritani-san, I'm so glad you're okay." Hearing someone call him so loudly, Kishida Shin immediately asked for silence. Seemingly understanding that Tamura was extremely startled, "Don't tell me we're in a dungeon." This was immediately confirmed by Kishida Shin. According to Kishida Shin's judgment, this place was not a dungeon but just a cheap replica of Eve, a jumbled mess. Then in an instant a scream rang out. It immediately caught Kishida Shin's attention. From the darkness, a large foot appeared. Hearing that sound, Tamura wondered, what was that sound? Along with that terrifying sound came a multitude of grotesque large monsters. They were glaring hungrily at the two of them. Seeing such monsters, Tamura immediately said, "Let's deal with them first, then we'll think about what to do next." With screams, the monsters surged forward one by one, searching for prey. Seeing those terrifying monsters, many people began to panic and feel frightened. This only added to the chaos in the already devastated auditorium. Looking at those monsters, seemingly in disbelief, Tamura exclaimed, "Don't tell me they're zombies. How can that be?" And witnessing the monsters, Kishida Shin thought to himself, "So this is what she mentioned. It's Aegis's ability to summon the dead." Indeed. This meant that those using Eve had joined forces with Aegis. Reacting to this chaotic situation, Kishida Shin immediately moved to respond to the emergency. At the same time, he coordinated to fight alongside Tamura. "Now we should ensure everyone's safety. I'll handle the zombies. Please protect everyone." Hearing this, Tamura replied, "Understood." While moving suddenly, a mindless zombie charged straight at him to attack. Glancing at the monster with a cold demeanor, he gently threw a direct punch right into the monster's face. With just that one hit, the monster was obliterated. At the same time, the reporting system announced, "The Deathly Hand ability has eliminated one zombie." But right behind it were countless similar monsters also quickly approaching him. Seeing the surroundings along with the fire element in hand, he prepared himself and suddenly leaped high into the air. At the same time, he delivered a powerful slash right into the midst of the monsters. causing one after another to be obliterated. Witnessing this display of strength, the people outside felt admiration. Oh, truly an SSS-level hunter. Tamura, standing outside, also thought to himself, even knowing he's an SSS-level hunter, that power is still terrifying. Compared to Japan's #1 hunter like Sora and other SSS-level hunters, he is on a completely different level. While thinking, he felt admiration. After performing an impressive display just now, his feet finally touched the ground. At the same time, the system started announcing, "You have leveled up." The system kept repeating such notifications. Seeing this, he sighed and thought, is it really possible to level up this quickly? Since defeating Max 5, I haven't been hunting much, so my experience percentage has dropped pretty low. Wait a minute, I'll get a lot of experience points if I defeat those considered heretics. So if these corpses are controlled by Aegis's dark magic, will the system consider these manipulated corpses as heretic forces? Suddenly struck by a windfall, just thinking about how much experience points he would earn made him smile lightly. Having witnessed Kishida Shin's power just now, many people shifted from fear to feeling more at ease. And they cheered for him. Indeed, an SS-level hunter, truly different. We can relax now. Seeing such people, Kishida Shin simply shook his head lightly and requested, "Sorry, everyone, but I need to go deeper inside. While I'm away, Captain Tomura from the Hunter Association will guide you in my place. I hope you all cooperate." While speaking, he tugged at Tamura's shirt to introduce him under such sudden circumstances. Tamura started to look flustered. Hey, wait a minute. Kiritani-san wouldn't let Tamura say anything more. Kirishida-san immediately jumped straight inside to fight the monsters. Then continuously he upgraded his mana points along with the fireball in his hand. He relentlessly threw them at the zombies, causing each one to explode. Continuing to allocate points to his mana attribute, the system announced again, "You have leveled up." At this moment, a frantic voice echoed, "Get away, you stupid zombies! Someone save me." Noticing where the sound came from, he saw a few zombies standing in front of a hiding place. Standing outside, the monsters kept growling incessantly. Seeing that with just one swift strike, he cut the monsters in half, causing them to disintegrate once more. Looking inside where the sound was coming from, he witnessed Dr. Chen huddled in a corner, clutching his head in sheer fear. Seeing a lifeline, he immediately rushed out. In a panic, he exclaimed, "Thank goodness, please get me out of here. I'll give you whatever you want." Seeing him so frantic, Kishida Shin calmly replied, "I haven't found the way out yet. I dealt with the zombies on my way here." After saying that, he immediately instructed Professor Chen to follow him. Tamura seemed to feel like he was about to be left behind. Professor Chen shouted, "Isn't it safer to go with an SS-level hunter like you? Please, I won't cause any trouble or be a burden to you." The more he screams, the more panicked he gets. Seeing that Kishida Shin starts to calm him down, "I understand your worries, but doing that will only put you in more danger." After explaining, Kishida Shin turns to Tamura and says, "I'm leaving him to you, Captain." Hearing that request, Tamura immediately responds, "Got it. I'll ensure everyone's safety here." After resolving the man's issue, Dr. Kishida Shin continues his quest to uncover the identity of the one who caused this incident. The scene shifts to Dr. Steve, who, due to the impact of the previous explosion, finds himself pinned under the ground. Confused, he wonders, is this a dungeon? Could the explosion have created a dungeon? While in a daze, a voice suddenly calms him. "Calm down, old goat. Have you forgotten who you're with?" At that moment, he suddenly remembers who is beside him. It's the SSS-ranked hunter Karina Wave. If any strange creatures show up, that would be different. Otherwise, having her here means I'm safe. While talking, he sits up and sees that he's calmed down. Karina adds, "I get it, just don't make a fuss anymore." After calming down, Dr. Steve begins to consider everything. But after all, this really resembles other dungeons. Karina starts to sarcastically comment, "Oh no, I didn't think you'd notice that." Feeling belittled, he shouts, "You're the one who forgot who you're with. I'm a professor, you know." He further explains, "Just look at this stone. It's clear that this is just an illusion created by humans. Inside, it's all empty." As he picks up the stone, it immediately disintegrates before his eyes. Seeing that Karina Wave begins to feel disappointed, the quality is too poor. It's a letdown, just die already. But clearly it's a product of Eve. Surprised by what he just heard, the doctor immediately asks, "Eve, do you know about that place?" Then Karina Wade replies, "He knows a lot about it. Anyway, you should step back a bit." Suddenly in the dark, growls can be heard. Scared and seemingly seeing something, the old doctor shouts, "They're coming!" At this moment, Karina Wade slowly turns to look. It turns out a horde of zombies is rushing toward the two. Seeing this, she gently says, Looks like your skins will be the appetizer." After saying that, she immediately puts on her gear. A moment later, we see her donning a tight-fitting set of blades. Along with that, the armor looks extremely modern. She starts activating the armor to prepare for battle. Watching the zombies rush forward, she thinks to herself, "I should probably warm up my limbs." While saying that, she chuckles softly. The scene opens with a zombie charging forward with a growl. Before anything could be seen, the zombie is shot to pieces along with countless other zombies meeting the same fate. Karina Wade effortlessly moves, and wherever she goes, the monsters fall before her gun. One after another, they collapse before the bullets she fires. In an instant, she has cleaned up, leaving a pile of monster corpses on the ground. Seeing the monsters have all been wiped out, she is surprisingly excited and her face lights up. Dr. Steve watches from a distance and silently exclaims, "Indeed, the nickname Joyful Gun isn't just for show. Despite having many weapons using magic technology, she only uses guns." Just as he finishes his thought, he realizes that all the zombies have been drawn here because of the gunfire. The next wave of monsters begins to appear. This time, they are more numerous and stronger than the previous ones. Seeing this, Karina chuckles lightly. A monster charges forward. It leaps into the air, causing the ground beneath to crumble, but as always, with just one shot, it is blown to pieces. Filled with excitement, Karina Wade charges toward the zombies. "Come here, you zombies!" While running, she fires continuously at the horde, causing each of them to scream in despair. From one horde to another, this time they're even more numerous. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, she remains calm, ready to crush them down. After saying that, she lowers her 2 6-shooters and pulls out a completely new gun. As she holds it, a smile forms at the corner of her mouth. Immediately, Karina Wave unloads a barrage of bullets into the horde, making them scream. After a while of continuous firing with shells piling up around her feet, the corpses of the monsters lie scattered, forming a mountain. As everything falls silent, she asks, "Oh my, is that it?" Just after she asks, a gigantic zombie slams into the wall. As it crashes into the place she just destroyed, it growls and fixes its blood-red gaze on her. As if her wish has been granted, Karina Wave exclaims, "That's the way to do it." Continuing, she lowers her gun and pulls out a revolver, but she fumbles a bit. Meanwhile, that giant monster raises its fist toward her position. Under that terrifying attack, everything around crumbles. But looking back at Karina, Wayne seems completely unbothered, still searching for the item she had previously. Around her is a shield she must have created without anyone noticing. Witnessing from afar in amazement, the doctor marvels at her destructive power and defensive capabilities. She can use both at the same time, truly deserving of the title Mobile Fortress. Seeing she's unharmed, the giant continues to attack relentlessly. The more he attacks, the more he growls. At this moment, after searching her bag for a while, she pulls out some special bullets. Immediately, she loads the gun that has endured until now. She gets into a ready stance and says, "Now it's my turn." As she speaks, she immediately opens fire. The bullet flies at an incredibly fast speed. In that flight path, the bullet carried a stream of blue energy. Very quickly, the bullet was followed by a loud explosion and the initial flames erupted. After that shot, the monster was immediately brought down, its entire upper body disintegrated. With such immense power, it also created a huge hole in the wall. As if relieved of her emotions, Karina Wade exclaimed, "Indeed, shooting these big things is just too much." But then suddenly she glanced back and said, "But that cowardly guy don't bully an old man who can't defend himself." At that moment, in the previous position of the doctor, another stranger appeared, threatening his life. While holding the doctor tightly, he demanded, "Since you were so engrossed in fighting, you let your guard down. All right, if you want to save this foolish old man, put down your gun." Before he could finish, a bullet coldly shot straight into his head. It turned out that the one who fired was Karina Wade. Blowing the smoke from her gun, she said, "Some people focus too much on their abilities and don't care about the differences in ranks. He thinks he's something special. Even though he's in the same organization, he's just a rookie." Facing death, the doctor's face turned pale. "What if you shot us instead? My ear is already bleeding." Karina Wade replied lightly, "You should be grateful that you're still alive. But just as I thought, this is the tattoo of a cross-eyed person. If we strip him down to check, he might be covered in eye-gist tattoos. I think their purpose here is to kidnap all the researchers attending the conference." Moving closer to observe the body, the doctor began to consider, "I also suspected that when I saw the zombies chasing us. But indeed, only those with cross eyes would dare to go this far." Saying this, he turned to Karina Wade and requested, "Can you go help the others?" Seemingly not believing what she just heard, she asked back, "Are you sure? My mission is just to protect you alone." The doctor spoke seriously. "You've already cleaned this place up." "Right. The important issue now is that the cross-eyes are targeting the researchers. I can take care of myself, so you go help the others. Surprised by what she just heard, she didn't expect him to say such things. I'll be back soon, so you find a place to hide. Now turning back to Kishida Shin, after a long time of eliminating the zombies, he had moved deeper inside. While stopping at a location, suddenly a man wearing a lion mask appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Kishida Shin, he greeted, "Nice to meet you." Noticing someone trying to engage, Kishida Shin responded, "I don't know why, but hearing this greeting, I don't feel any sincerity at all. Surely you didn't have time to change your clothes, but at least you could change your tone." Finally, he emphasized, "Stop pretending and take off that mask." "Can we breathe a little easier?" Professor Boris had guessed his identity, but the hidden one responded emotionlessly, "If I take off the mask, it wouldn't be fun anymore. It's an important part of my identity." Seeing him beating around the bush like that, Kishida Shin said plainly, "What a joke. To put it bluntly, you're just a bunch of cowards hiding in the dark. I used to hesitate to call you a group, but after hearing you say that, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll call you the theater troupe." Seeing Kishida Shin so arrogant, he slowly moved closer. As he walked, he laughed loudly. "The theater troupe sounds nice. You've just killed Zedia, and you're already this cocky." He was just a level 7 guy who didn't understand the principles of power circles. With sarcasm, Kishida Shin asked again, "So you mean you're stronger than him?" With confidence, he replied, "If I weren't sure of my victory, I wouldn't be here." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power, causing debris to fly everywhere. Around him, gusts of wind and lightning seemed to sense his momentum. Kishida Shin thought he seemed to possess at least 2 levels of power. Even though they were from the same organization, could the differences in abilities among them be this vast? But that's good. It means that their whole organization doesn't have the same skills and abilities. He was gathering energy in his palm as he said, "For the sake of the organization, your existence must be erased." Hearing such a strong affirmation, Kishida Shin immediately mocked, "Do I look like I care?" As soon as he finished his sentence, he lightly launched an attack towards Kishida Shin. He added, "If that's the case, let me show you what politeness looks like." Seeing the attack coming, Kishida Shin also quickly turned to dodge. At the same time, he activated his growth skill. Immediately, a halo appeared above his head. Seeing him dodge his attack, he reminded, "You've only dodged 1 blow, don't get too cocky." After a while of interacting with the mysterious man, Kishida Shin realized this guy did not even notice the halo above his head. He realized that this mysterious one was just an ordinary guy who knew nothing about growth. He even thought this would wrap up sooner than expected. Now he fiercely unleashed flames across the surrounding area. With that, he moved quickly towards the masked man. With the blazing sword in his hand, he launched a direct attack on him. Facing the sword right in front of him, he easily deflected it. Witnessing that made Kishida Shin extremely surprised. Not stopping there, the moment he let his guard down, the guy launched a direct attack right at him. Under that last attack, Kishida Shin was immediately knocked back. While resisting, he held on to his sword. Not content with that, he activated his mana cannon ability and launched it straight at him. To his dread, the guy easily controlled his attack with his own ability, directing it upwards. Seeing his superior ability just now, he silently wondered what this unusual power was all about. It felt like he was fighting multiple enemies at once. But it wasn't just a typical stat increase, was it? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The mysterious figure spoke up, "Kishida Shin, now I will show you why you cannot defeat me." After saying that, he shouted, "Activate the core! Activate!" After that call, a ball of red energy appeared in his palm. Seeing that made Kishida Shin extremely surprised. While speaking, he expressed his excitement. "Behold the ultimate invention that I have devoted my life to researching the supercore." It was known that this bizarre thing he just summoned was called a supercore, a thing classified as SS rank, described as formed from the combination of 179 brains and having the effect of simultaneously using various abilities. Seeing that with his own eyes, he thought this guy was really insane. Collecting the brains of hunters and combining their abilities, he created 3 rings of power out of that. He explained, "I researched the system and came up with this idea. Instead of studying the system, why not study the hunters who created this system? Fortunately, I received support from the government and abundant resources." Seeing him act so smug, Kishida Shin asked, "You seem proud of that filthy invention, huh?" He immediately replied, "This is why you cannot defeat me. You monkeys are blinded by so-called morals and only know how to use the abilities given by nature. This is the huge difference between you and me." And then he began to unleash a pressure that made everything around shake. Feeling everything around him, Kushida sensed an uncomfortable feeling creeping through his body while his strength was being drained. A matter disruptor, huh? But you've chosen the wrong target. With murderous intent, his face immediately turned cold as he charged at him with incredible speed. Surprised by that speed, he could only quickly dodge. The sword in Kushida Shin's hand was extremely formidable. Just a second ago, he swung it towards the mysterious guy, and in the next moment, it arched over his head, simultaneously attacking while also activating his abilities, 100 techniques, and super lead. With overwhelming momentum, he shouted loudly, "This isn't over yet!" Right after that, the blade of Kushida Shin was right above his head. At this point, he could only raise his hand to block his attack, and while taking such a fierce blow, he spat out blood. The ground beneath him could not withstand it and was destroyed. Along with the suppression, he immediately activated various skills. Parallel connection. Simultaneous calculation, mana, fortress mana, barrier, solid stance, firm defense. Filled with anger, he shouted, "This damn monkey won't give up!" Kushida Shin also activated a series of skills, toxic death, death's hand, mana, cannon. Then with rising momentum, both sides charged directly at each other. Under the pressure of the recent collision, the surrounding space exploded. At this moment, suddenly, the mysterious figure spoke. "You think that's enough to take me down?" Hearing his voice, Kushida Shin was taken aback. Along with his words, he once again used a series of skills. Mana barrier, parallel connection, recovery, super recovery, healing, super healing. Just stepping out from the pile of rubble, he said, "With over 100 hunters, do you think I don't have anyone with healing abilities?" While he spoke, he was using those abilities to heal his injured body. Seeing him like that, Kushida Shin looked at him annoyed. "You really put on a good show. If that's the case, I'll crush you so you can never get back up again." On the other side, loud explosions were happening continuously and intensely. The surrounding ground was crushed into tiny pieces. After a while, the last monster heavily fell down. The ground around fell silent again, only the remnants of debris and lingering dust remained. The figure of Karina faintly appeared in the ruins. "Tisk, tisk, these disgusting zombies just keep falling from the sky. Where are they coming from?" Something round clattered on the ground, touching her foot. "What is this?" Karina looked down at the round red object and analyzed the data that appeared. Large-scale teleportation device, rank A, effect of teleporting various materials to a specific location. Description of the distance varies depending on the mana of the user. She picked it up and held it up to observe. "Did the zombies come through this? Isn't this a bit expensive?" Exhaling due to the zombies, they were as stubborn as leeches. While she was thinking, suddenly a loud noise erupted. Boom debris flew everywhere. Karina looked around. Is this a mana battle? Both of them possess at least 2 rings of power. Boom, a powerful explosion with scorching heat. With such a huge impact, one of them is probably the hunter Kiritani. But boom, the ground shattered, the explosive force left everything in ruins. So who is the other person with unusual mana? Unable to think of it. Well, let's get out of here first, then go see them later. Following in Karina's footsteps, the rubble quickly collapsed, seemingly wanting to swallow her whole. Over here, the battle between Sue and Professor Boris was still raging fiercely. With a thud, his feet sank deep into the ground, bracing against the counterattack, while unleashing the core of super spirit and gathering a tremendous source of energy. There was a crackling sound. The precise sound of analysis data continuously regenerating. Super regenerating life. Recovering, super recovering. With a pop, it seemed like his shoulders and legs were hit by energy from Sue. Behind the mask, he became ferocious and shouted, "Damn it, Kiritani Sue!" He was observing Sue's fighting style. It seemed like his recovery ability was limitless. The ring on his head allowed him to use his powers without restriction. Over here, Sue grabbed his sword, advancing straight towards him with a sound like tearing wind. His expression was cold, his eyes sharp. "You really are a bothersome opponent." The data from Professor Boris continuously analyzed to counterattack. Super gravity enhancement, super strength enhancement in an instant. A loud explosion kept erupting. He continued to attack frantically, slashing hard, slashing extremely hard, executing ultimate cuts. Boom thud rocks shattered into pieces. The two forces clashed, causing a storm of fury. Sue's slash made the man quickly retreat. Behind the mask, he smiled confidently and contemptuously. "Kiritani Sue, your strongest powers stem from those sparks, right?" After saying that, a terrifying source of energy appeared in his hand. Analyzing violent storms, ice-cold attacks, ice enhancement. Suddenly, a source of ice energy surged from his side. It quickly moved towards Sue and froze his sword. Seeing him freeze, he grinned maliciously. "The fire is out. How do you feel now?" He rushed towards Sue with the force of a gust of wind. No matter how strong your powers are in front of the core of super spirit, They are just ordinary tools. Really, that strong Shu's analysis system lit up, penetrating the power field. Quickly gathering to his right hand. Thud. The punch tore through the air and slammed into his stomach. He was pushed back with a pained expression and coughed up blood. Su looked at him coldly. I guess you can't use this, can you? A power that even the core of super spirit can't calculate. Professor Boris continued to brace himself, super recovering. His expression became frantic. Indeed, I can't let you live. He and Su charged forward simultaneously. Two energies exploded upon collision. The professor's analytical data kept ringing: devour mana, burn mana, unleash full power. The loud collision shattered everything around. Professor Boris went crazy attacking. Don't get complacent. He continuously unleashed heavy strikes, super focus. Elemental enhancement, mastery of elements. So snow, violent wind. Winter, snowstorm, enhanced ice, ambush, ice pillar. Ice explosion breaking through the core power limit. Gigantic power, instant movement, acceleration, super speed, violent arc strike. A massive energy sphere appeared. The professor was ready to risk everything against Shu. Everything around seemed to distort towards the massive energy directed at Shu. He let out a breath with a serious expression. This is exactly the moment that will decide everything. The massive energy was summoned by him. My analytical data supreme one. Shu and the professor moved towards each other, creating a fierce earthquake. Boom! He screamed madly. Even if you can get close, you won't break through my defenses. His face was cold. He thought it was shameful to have to use this against a guy like him, but he had to break through it in a few seconds. Immediately, he shouted Soul. The analytical data appeared: Soul 32, New Supreme Soul 22, echoed. At the same time, the man angrily shouted, No. No way. The scream fell silent. Within a few seconds, his body was sliced in half by his sword. The system's voice rang continuously. UV level cup has received new anomalies. Rapid calculations. Simultaneous calculations. After the battle ended and he received the notification, he opened the system interface. Rapid calculations and simultaneous calculations. Which one will be more useful? Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air towards him. Boom Shu quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. He turned to look at the one who just attacked. What do you mean by that? It turned out to be Karina. She looked at him with a cold and suspicious gaze. Earlier the soul. You better explain yourself or your fate will be just like that old man. She looked at him with a serious face. Answer me. Who exactly are you? Shu looked at Karina with a calm face. I'm the one who should be asking that. What was your action just now supposed to mean? Hearing his words, her face turned angry. She shouted and attacked. Stop beating around the bush. Answer me. Seeing that he quickly dodged her attack, his face became indifferent as he looked at the man's corpse. I have no obligation to answer you. I did indeed deal with that bug earlier, but if you can prove you're not with those bugs, then I'll answer you. Karina's face was haughty. What do you mean by prove? Let's see if I can punch a few holes in you. Then you can still keep your mouth shut. Boom. After saying that, she began to attack him. The situation grew tense between the two sides. He continued to evade Karina's strikes. The ground and rocks exploded into holes from the energy of Karina's gun, leaving devastation. After dodging her attack, Shu's eyes turned cold and he began to counterattack at extreme speed. After attacking, he saw that Karina was still fine and suddenly hesitated. On Karina's side, she was looking at him with a cold gaze for the next strike. The sound of gunfire raced towards him. Seeing that Shu raised his sword to defend, she was not harmed by the previous attack. Moreover, this level of firepower. Is this the strength of an SS-level hunter? Boom. After the counterattack, the ground and smoke rose everywhere, creating large holes around. He saw Shu defending against her attacks. Karina continued to strike. Try to block this, see the terrifying power. Rushing towards him, Shu frowned and dodged the attack. Karina kept attacking relentlessly towards Shu. Looking at the debris around, she sighed. Oh man, everything's a mess. I just wanted to ask who he was. Suddenly, a wind-slicing sound aimed straight at her. Karina raised her shield and countered. So now you want to play to the end, huh? The explosion echoed everywhere, but she suddenly looked around. He's not here. Don't tell me he's playing tricks. Suddenly, hearing a sizzling sound, Shu's figure appeared unexpectedly, and he was clearly attacking straight at Karina. Seeing that she was surprised and quickly dodged Shu's attack. Boom! Karina gritted her teeth and shouted in anger. You idiot, what were you thinking? Naming the guild overload and now you're using growth too. Hearing her say that, he felt even more surprised. Not only does she know overload, but she also knows about the existence of growth. The old man in that troop didn't even know, so she and they aren't from the same guild. Connecting with those from my past life like her. It really is easier. After shouting, she stopped her attack and looked at him. If they were just like harmless butterflies, I wouldn't need to bother, but they are wasps. They breed everywhere, harboring wicked thoughts. Suddenly, he interrupted Karina. The reborn hunters in this country have been killed, so if you keep going crazy like that, Kishida Mamoru. Hearing that name, her face turned extremely fearful and surprised. How do you know that name? Ignoring her question, he continued with the previous topic. Maybe that's why she used the mana enhancement on her weapon to hide her true identity. She listened silently to him and reacted. Seeing this, he continued to explain. So we're not enemies first. We need to get everyone out of this dungeon. Noticing that he intended to leave, Karina raised her gun. Don't even think about leaving here before we settle this. I am the one who created this place. After hearing her words, his face hardened. She even knows this place is called Y. Moreover, she created it. Don't tell me he's just standing there frozen. She yelled, urging him, "Hurry up, answer me! How could you use growth?" Suddenly, a name was shouted. Yususu, her eyes widened when she heard this name. Who are you? How did you see his expression softened at her gaze? The one who created growth and used souls to fight. Surely you must know who I am. Karina seemed not to believe his absurd words. Don't talk nonsense. Are you trying to say you're one of the 8 heroes? Even if you said their names correctly, I won't be fooled. Even with the gun pointed at his face, he still wore a gentle smile. Seeing his actions, she felt confused. Could he really be one of the 8 heroes? He can't be Dama or Teheran. With this personality, he can't be Red Hammer or Cruiser. Looking closely at him, one person remained in her mind. Could it be Black a Hearing? Her say the name, it seemed no one had called him that. In a long time, he smiled gently. Long time no see, Sister Kususu. She gradually lowered her gun. You said you were the little kid who would get grumpy every time I didn't sing for you. Yeah, hearing you say that, he let out a breath and smiled. If you remember me singing Lullaby for You, then you must definitely be my sister. Do you still remember this lullaby I have to live truly humbly? As soon as she heard the name of that song, Karina or Kususu couldn't contain her emotions. She rushed straight into his arms and hugged Black A tightly, her younger brother. He embraced her, his heart racing. Thinking he had lost everything, his hometown and friends, that he couldn't protect them in that ruin. But he hadn't lost everything. At least in this place, there are still people he must protect. He held her tightly to feel the warmth of his family. The crows cried out in a sky that wasn't a beautiful blue, but a gloomy red. The devastation of nature seemed to mourn for the bodies of warriors lying scattered on the ground. Their faces, before death, all showed feelings of pain, despair, or hope for something they couldn't achieve, but took their last breath. The stench of blood filled the air. This is a sign of a fierce battle that has just ended. Standing in the middle of the battlefield is a man with an empty, indifferent expression towards everything. The pile of corpses includes both enemies and comrades who fought alongside him. So standing among the mixed bodies, none of his brothers are left. Then what does it mean for him to live alone? At that moment, as the battle neared its end, a mournful scream rang out, Aden. A weak, bloodied hand reached out to his face. Aden's face was now filled with emptiness and helplessness. Elena, with her weak face, looked at him. Stay with me, Aden. He could only stand still looking at her, because a strong warrior like him had become weak at this moment. Elena. Aden knelt beside Elena. She looked at him with a longing and loving gaze. I'm sorry, Aden. Please at least survive. Elena reached out to him and began to cast a spell, wanting to teleport him to safety. At that moment, she was surrounded by fierce monsters. They screamed and shouted, and what was to come depended on him. Then Aden realized something was wrong. He quickly reached out to Elena, but before he could finish his sentence, he was teleported outside of a forest, his screams still echoing. Elena, once taken out of danger and surviving his body, still existed, but his soul had sunk into an abyss of darkness. It's a pity, why is he the only one left alive? Aden's body gradually sank down the steps of the abyss. Everything he risked his life to protect has vanished. Is it really going to end this easily? In the endless darkness, his soul was being devoured by them, and the monsters without a trace left. Should he give up everything and seek some peace? Just as Aden was about to abandon everything to reunite with his brothers, a strange light appeared. He glanced over there. It was the lost sword, the sword of the rear. The light emitted was even more brilliant, blinding. It stood alone like a king, reigning supreme in the ocean. In Aden's mind, he wondered why it was here. It had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Then suddenly an image of Elena flashed in his mind. Survive. But he pondered, in a world where no one else is alive. What does it mean to exist alone? Just as he finished thinking, he moved closer to the sword and took it. Let's just die. Let's die already. In Aden's eyes now was only death and loneliness. As Aden stood alone in the deep ocean, a monster opened its mouth wide, lunging toward him. It understood his thoughts and wanted to fulfill Aden's wish, but the situation was not simple. It was just death. In the dark space with a fiery red sunset, a hand holding the blade of a monster was thrown to the ground. This is Aiden. His wish for death is for everyone to die, including those who killed all his loved ones. Surrounding Aiden are ferocious monsters threatening to devour him. Aiden turned back with the sword of the rear in hand. Now his eyes held only indifference and combat spirit. The monsters are just mindless beings unable to sense the coldness around them. They only have fierce faces and rush forward like moths to a flame. They and Aiden charged together. With just a few sword strikes, he cruelly dispatched them. I only have one guiding principle left. Now Aiden has nothing to lose. He seemed to go mad as he charged forward, slaughtering the monsters, leaving their bodies strewn everywhere. Aiden charged in one direction only towards the leader of the invading Overlord army. Looking up at the dark sky, a figure resembling a woman floated in the air, surrounded by magical circles filled with tremendous power. Aiden looked up at her with a cold expression. It was to kill the Demon Queen. The Demon Queen also looked down at Aiden and smiled wickedly. In Aiden's heart, he thought of a way to kill her. She is surely very strong, but at the same time very arrogant and overly confident. I will pour all my mind into this fight. Aiden slowly summoned his magic, moving towards the Demon Queen. Always with tremendous power, he charged madly towards her. She disregarded Aiden, remaining smugly still. And then she fell prey to Aiden's strike, standing frozen in midair, showing no further movement. Aiden stood below, looking up with a tired expression, having exhausted all his strength on that last blow. Aiden's memories were cut off here. Those are the memories he recalls from his past life. After saying that, he looked straight at Elena. "Do you believe me now?" Elena was emotional, speechless, looking at him with tears and snot running down her face. She quickly ran to Aiden. "You've suffered." After calming down, she smiled joyfully. "You really came back safely." Aiden had been silent as he himself couldn't believe what was happening. Is his sister really still alive? His gaze now seemed to regain some warmth. He closed his eyes, smiling at Elena. "I'm back." Unable to hold back any longer, Elena continuously stroked his head like a child. After a while, Aiden couldn't take it anymore and begged her. "How much longer are you going to pet me?" Elena didn't care whether he agreed or not. "Just keep quiet for now." The two of them had just reunited and were enjoying the warmth of familiarity when an interrupting voice came from the old professor. When the battle broke out, Elena told him to hide. He hesitated before approaching them. "Sorry for interrupting this cheerful atmosphere." But when Elena saw him, she visibly sneered. "Don't get in the way, just stay still, you old pervert." The professor felt both angry and embarrassed when he heard her. "That's so rude, Kiritani called me here, you know." Elena's face turned surprised. "Why would you call an old pervert like him here?" While they were exchanging words, Aiden, usually called So, spoke up to cut in. "There's something I think the professor would be interested in." The professor looked at what he was holding as So spoke. "This is..." He continued, talking about the object in his hand. "This is a supernatural core created in collaboration with Dr. Boris and your government." Hearing So say he wanted to give it to him, the professor felt astonished. "For me?" So's face turned humorous. "Of course I can't just give it to you for free." The professor was very eager to hold this object called the supernatural core for research. "What do you want?" So looked at him with a cold expression. "It's not a difficult matter, but everything related to our deal, you must keep it a secret. Promise me that you will share with me all the technological profits gained from the supernatural core." The professor's face became frantic, looking at the object in his hand. "If that's all, then no problem. But are you sure you can trust me that easily?" Ignoring his words, So pointed at Elena with his finger. "Or now called Karina, the person I trust as a hunter, Karina, not the professor." Karina stood beside him, looking at him with a sarcastic smile. "You hear that? Don't even think about doing anything stupid." After hearing that, the professor hurriedly ran off to experiment with his beloved creation. So and Karina watched him scurry away, speechless. "Honestly, that silly researcher." When the professor left, she turned to him and said, "We've just met for a bit, but sadly I have to go now." He also regretfully said to Karina, "Well, let's meet again." Karina and So both had things to do, so they had to part ways. Karina winked at him. "I'll give you my phone number. Make sure to contact me later." After saying goodbye to So, she ran towards the professor and shouted, "Wait, you fake pervert!" Amid the fading noise, a string of Karina's contact number appeared on his phone screen. He stood there staring at that number, smiling. "I haven't lost everything yet." Miraculously, there was still someone by his side. Now looking at him was like seeing a different person. Right now in this space, Aiden from the past has returned and has a clear purpose in life, no longer empty and meaningless. In this world, I found someone I need to protect. In the darkness, a ship is still operating at sea. At the defense line in Osaka, the atmosphere is calm when alarm horns start blaring. Emergency situation. Emergency situation. All crew members on the ship immediately switch to the highest alert level. Inside the cockpit, the technical assistant looks pale at the emergency situation. A massive wave of energy is detected beneath the deep sea. The officer standing beside him is also anxious about the situation. What's the level? What's happening? The technician explains to him, it's likely caused by a dungeon gate that has opened. The commander, hearing him, panics and shouts, "What?" Looking through this transparent glass outside the sea now shows a massive whirlpool. And importantly, their ship is heading toward the whirlpool. No way, the situation is extremely critical. The commander quickly turns back and yells at everyone, "Immediately send an alert to the Osaka Sea area and summon the hunters." Everyone here looks worried. Shouting to him understood, one of the people on the ship with a grotesque expression thinks to himself, a dungeon gate suddenly appearing in the middle of the ocean like this, what is about to happen? And somewhere deep beneath the ocean, a monster resembling a mutated octopus. Around it, large eyes sprout and its mouth is widening as if to swallow everything it sees. Inside a room, a girl is leaning close, staring intently at the man with his eyes closed. It seems she wants to figure out what's different and strange about him. After a while, Alki remains in that position observing him. In other words, the one being observed is Kiritani So. He can't stand being watched for so long. He opens his eyes and looks at her. What? When she sees him move and talk to her, she crosses her arms, returning to her place while questioning, "Since the terrorism at the conference, why have you been so sluggish? You hardly move, so I just wanted to check if you were still alive." So looks at Alki with a calm expression as if this is nothing important. "Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine." Oh, meaning with his answer, "Is that so? By the way, are you dating the hunter Karina?" Hearing her mention this, So raises his hand to his chin. Dating. After that, she shows him her phone screen filled with news articles about him and Karina. Entertainment news, SSS ranked hunter Karina and Kiritani. So are they a hunter couple? Hunter Kiritani, a charming guy. Contact her okay? Alki feels a bit embarrassed by her own question. No, I just happened to see this. But I wonder if it's true. So's three-point expression looks at the pile of newspapers filling the screen. No matter how you read it, this is just tabloid news. After hearing So's reply, she feels relieved. Well, if that's the case, I think everything will be fine. While they are talking, a loud calling voice rings out. The figure of a little girl rushes into the room. Both of them turn to look at the girl, Eiji. He told her not to come because the training area is too dangerous, but Eiji doesn't listen. Caught in So's worried scolding, the little girl hums with a cheerful expression. So I'm awake now. A moment later, So's surprised voice rings out, 5. He holds his chin in thought. Just awakened and already has 5 abilities. Eiji with a beaming face looks at him. I also registered for the upcoming hunter test. So that means I can join your guild, right? But he quickly dampens Eiji's joy. Eiji's expression quickly falls, looking puzzled. Why can I awaken but you? You even have 5 abilities. So's face becomes resolute and serious as he looks at Eiji with a frightening gaze. The guild is not a place for you to show off your abilities. Having 5 abilities is impressive, but you haven't even fully recovered for a year. Alki is standing there with a puzzled expression, eavesdropping. Eiji is still standing, trying to convince. So to let her into the guild, but suddenly a notification sound from Alki's pocket rings out. After reading it, she has a worried expression from what she saw. A monster has appeared in Osaka. Emergency summoning order for hunters. Seeing the message, she shows it to them. So quickly turns and heads for the door. Osaka. I have to go now. Aoki, when we come back, let's continue training. Aoki stands between the two, looking back and forth at the tense atmosphere. At this moment, Eiji is left behind with a disappointed expression. And you too. If you hadn't died and could awaken, you could have fought alongside So. As he walks away, So suddenly halts at Eiji's words. He turns to look at the little girl, his gaze resembling Zen, the one with a strong will. After a moment of thought, he raises his hand to his forehead helplessly at Eiji's persistence. If you pass the upcoming test and rank first, I'll reconsider. Seeing So say that, Eiji's eyes light up. So are you really giving her a chance? You promised okay. So's cold face tells Eiji, who is excited, I'm not helping you, you know. Eiji confidently replies, Of course I'll handle it myself. Alki stands beside them, amused by the back and forth between the siblings. After settling Eiji's situation, So turns back to say goodbye to the two. Well, then I'm off. The little girl watches him go and smiles adorably. Safe travels, returning to the situation at sea in Osaka. At this moment, the ship is just a few meters away from encountering that massive whirlpool. Around them, the wind howls, shaking the ship back and forth. At Osaka port, everyone on the ship is now in chaos, frantically seeking a way out. Just when everyone was unsure how to handle the situation, the rescue night team arrived. The commander saw the group approaching and shouted, "This way! The Overload Guild." So's group arrived just in time. The situation is critical. The commander briefly informed So about the situation. Including the guild on the other side, the hunters have been fighting for over 6 hours. Then he pointed towards the swirling tornadoes raging over there. The monsters moving in the tornadoes are already hard to reach with battleships and military vessels, and yet the number of monsters is increasing at an alarming rate. Inside the swirling mass, armored creatures continuously jumped out to attack. Seeing the tough situation, he continued. They also confirmed that there are many more monsters beneath those tornadoes. We've got a good grasp of the basic situation here. So's expression suddenly sharpened as he turned to the commander. Is it possible to get to the guild's ship over there? The commander was surprised and worried by his request. What? But what about the vortex? He turned his back and spoke to his members. Kishida and Finn, go help the guild over there. Head straight for the ship, kill those aberrant beasts. I'll take care of the vortex. Hearing his assignment, the two of them seriously shouted the orders to the others. Done, he turned to Alki. Come deal with that vortex with me. Alki, standing next to him, was surprised. The vortex. While speaking, suddenly a commander turned to him worried and said, Hunter Kiritani, even underwater bombs and torpedoes can't do anything about that vortex. He turned back to the man and said, It's fine, we have stronger weapons. Saying that, he turned to Alki, a special weapon used against water called lightning. On this side, the guild members were anxiously fighting. One member of the guild grimaced, grinding his teeth. Those damn fishermen, damn it, when will it end? Another was also getting ready to hold on. Worriedly said, Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The two were worried because the situation was about to spiral out of control, and they could barely hold on. Suddenly, a spinning spear shot towards the monsters and killed them. A man appeared and introduced himself to the two, Kishida Kokoro from Overlord. I'm here to assist. Suddenly, one of them yelled at Kishida, Watch out! Suddenly startled, he looked up at the sky. At this moment, a swarm of monsters like a broken nest gathered and charged at him. But Kishida remained calm, gathering anomalous energy into his arms. As a monster was about to crush his head, Kishida raised his energy-filled arms, shielding his face but with fierce veins bulging. A loud noise erupted. Kishida moved with lightning speed, continuously slashing at the sea monsters, leaving their corpses scattered everywhere. After eliminating a group, Kishida stood there smiling happily. Where there's a will, there's a way. Seeing the tense situation and Kishida still joking around confidently, Finn turned and shouted, Focus up, idiot! After yelling at Kishida, he turned back, raised his hammer, recited a spell, and an enchanting power surrounded him with a healing golden light. As soon as he finished the spell, the golden light emitted and spread to everyone around. Everyone was amazed by this miracle. My wounds are disappearing. Another person was equally surprised. After healing many people at once, the area healing skill, the aberrant beasts were able to board the ship. Most of them had been dealt with. Though the scale was still small, the power of this new guild was unimaginable. So Sora was right to see their potential. He looked at the two newcomers who had nearly wiped out the monsters. These guys, each of them is a monster. They on this side, Kishida shyly said to Finn. They seem surprised by our anomalous powers. Finn didn't care. That idiot is embarrassed. It's not over yet, so focus up. Looking at the situation around, Kishida exclaimed to Finn, These guys are really tough as nails. After exclaiming, he broke into a bright smile. Well, it's almost time to wrap this up. Now our big brother has taken to the front lines. Meanwhile, on Sora's side, the situation is as follows. Alki was sitting on Sora's shoulders, feeling quite awkward. She asked, Hey, Sora, am I not heavy? But his face showed no expression at all, just coldly said, Let's get to the point. Are you ready? Hearing him, Alki became serious again, and just as he finished speaking, he piggybacked her and jumped over the aberrant beasts into the vortex. The commander standing on the ship looked at the scene before him in confusion. Are they using the aberrant beasts as a staircase to walk in midair? Bah. At this moment on the surface of the sea, Alki was still quite worried. If we do it like during practice, it should be fine. Her face became resolute and highly focused on the challenge ahead. Focusing, she charged into the vortex at high speed. Next to her, Sora shouted at the same time, "Go, Alki!" While attacking and following Sora's words, she spread her magic into thin strands of mana, twisting and compressing. Just like that, piercing through finishing the incantation, a massive lightning bolt penetrated the swirling vortex coming from Alki. A man observing Sora with Alki had to exclaim at the marvel before their eyes. Stopping the vortex with such a powerful force, this is SSU-level power. Sora remained serious, observing the battle that had just concluded. Did Alki's attack hit next to Sora effective? He turned to reply, "Yeah, I see the reinforcements are here." On Kushida and Finn's side, they had also killed the last monsters, but at this moment, Sora's expression grew even more serious. But there's still one more right. Just after he finished speaking, a gigantic tentacle emerged from the ocean, drowning out Sora's voice. The enormous tentacled aberrant beast rose up, striking continuously towards Sora and Alki. She dodged the attacks while anxiously thinking, just one leg and it's that big. Just how big is its whole body? Suddenly, Sora yelled, "Alki below!" interrupting another leg shot up, aiming at Alki. But thanks to So's warning, she managed to dodge. Gradually, the eerie tentacles kept rising, striking at So and her. All these legs are tentacles. It's trying to hide its body underwater until the end of the battle. A loud shout rang out. So shouted loudly to Alki, "Get out of the way!" A tentacle attacked the people on the ship. Fortunately, So noticed in time to intervene. He turned to her and said, "Alki, prioritize protecting everyone." Hearing him, she hesitated, but So didn't have time to care about what she was saying anymore. "Enough, I can handle it." Seeing his determination, she replied, "Understood." So ran toward the tentacles, chopping them off one by one. "You're running out of tentacles, huh? It's time for you to show your face." A gigantic octopus surfaced from beneath the water, looking fierce. The monstrous creature glared at So with a look of hatred because he had been cutting off all its legs. So saw it, and finally the creature showed its face. His eyes were filled with a fierce fighting spirit. "Well, it's showtime."